Well, good morning and welcome to Gateway Motorsports Park, just outside of St. Louis, Missouri. And once again, we are not filming a hostage film here. This is Brian and David. We are back for the final day of live action, not technically at Drag Week, but at Drag Week. We're here at the Heads Up Shootout Day, which is following the conclusion of Drag Week last night, which was great. We had great runs made all day yesterday. We had an exciting conclusion to our Street Machine Eliminator program last night. And of course, we had our award ceremony where all the great awards for our Drag Week competitors were handed out. Today is an interesting and fun day where anybody that completed Drag Week can compete in this Heads Up Shootout. What's going to happen is we're going to take all these cars in the first round, random pairings. We could see a daily driver car next to a Pro Street Power Adder machine, or maybe we could see a Street Machine Eliminator car versus a Power Adder machine, or vice versa. So it's going to be a great day. We've had a great week, and you're watching the stream, the live stream presented by the Eastwood Company, and this, of course, is the final day of action at Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors Under and Overdrive.
The way it's going to work today is we're going to take all of the cars that have shown up today. It's totally optional for them, but they have drawing cards for random pairings. And after that, that's essentially the first round is the qualifying round. So we're going to take the ETs of the winners and put those on a ladder and duke it out all the way till we get to 8 cars, at which point we pull the 4 fastest out of the 8 on one side of the track, right up here in front of the tower, and then the 4 slower cars that are in the top 8, and we're going to let the faster guys pick the duck that they want to shoot. They're going to say, I'm racing that guy. And what's interesting is last year when we did this, that backfired in a couple of cases. And the person they selected actually drilled them on the tree and they lost.
Oh yeah, it's great. And again, for most of the competitors this week has been about time trials. The majority of them, unless you were in that 32-car field last night in the Street Machine Eliminator category, reaction times weren't anywhere near your part of your concern. Well, today they better be, because you could get left on and not be able to catch your opponent. Like David said, we have some cars that make massive power. The guys will sit on the starting line for a second or two to spool the turbos. Meanwhile, their competition is scampering down the racetrack.
And we are going to go on a 4/10 Pro tree, as we have all week here at Drag Week. So it'll be interesting to see. I was curious last night when we were watching the Street Machine Eliminator category how all of a sudden a lot of people just woke up on the tree. They weren't paying attention to it all week long, and then bam, we had a handful of O lights off the tree.
Yeah, we had a bunch of O lights, and I believe in the final or the semifinal, we had a guy go 0.43 on the Pro Tree, that is a full-on nasty reaction time on a Pro Tree. And I guess it speaks to, again, you go from the time trial environment to a competitive environment. Everybody gets a little more amped up. The adrenaline starts to flow, and they certainly stepped up to the plate. Very entertaining racing last night in that fast-paced Street Machine Eliminator runoff. So the week was great. And we're going to finish today on a strong note and a fun note. This is definitely kind of a complete change of pace from anything else we've done, and I guess that's one of the reasons why you kind of wanted to do this for the first time last year. Just something to switch it up. You know, we get done on a Friday. Maybe nobody wants to go home quite yet, and to be able to run these cars heads up side by side, it is a complete change from just watching them rip down basically on their own during the week.
Yeah, it's something that people had asked for, and we're delivering. This is the second time we've done it, and we'll see how it rolls through. It's going to be fun, and we also have an MX235 program that we're going to be running out here today, as well as some exhibition cars.
Yeah, the MX235 class is very cool. It's a local-based group here. They're going to have about a dozen, they think between 10 and 12 cars running out here today. And the 235 stands for the width of the rear tire. They can run either an 8.5-inch wide slick or a 235 radial style tire. Now, X275, of course, very popular, and there's some outlaw drag radial racing that's very popular. But what's happening is, like everything does in drag racing, the budgets have to start swelling to be competitive. If you want to be competitive at X275 on the big stage, you got to be rolling in a 6-figure budget pretty much each year for the car, your travel, all that stuff. This is an opportunity to take cars that maybe have fallen a little bit off the pace with X275, put them on an even smaller tire, and they can compete in this group. We talked to Jordan, who organizes the group. 16-year-old kid, by the way, who was organizing this whole program, and he does a great job, and we're looking forward to seeing his cars.
It's going to be interesting to see that they're running both nitrous big blocks and turbo small blocks. They have different weight breaks for every combination of engine and power adder to even the field. And the rear suspension deal is wide open, with the exception of you cannot run a 4-link, so you'll see a lot of stock suspension cars and ladder bar cars. And on that 235, I guess it gets a little spooky at the top end, so we're running 8th mile with those.
8th mile, yeah, and the record, which is mind-blowing in and of itself, is a 492 in the 8th for this class. And Jordan said today with the conditions we're likely, the opportunity exists to see that get reset. The air is really good this morning. We went through, of course, a very hot, muggy day yesterday, but as the front came through last night, it had brought behind it with some cool, dry air. So horsepower is certainly available out there, and it'll be fun to watch them hook those little 235 tires up, and I'm willing to guarantee at some point today we'll see somebody kind of that one of those front ends of those cars up in the air as they're 300-400 feet down the racetrack.
We're also going to have some exhibition stuff. Some of the big guns from Hot Rod Drag Week who honestly fell out of competition earlier in the week want to come here and get some more blasts in. We're going to see Dave Schroeder with his 872 cubic inch Corvette. And they've been running the thing, and I was talking to Monty Smith from Monty Smith Performance last night, and he's of course the nitrous tuner on that program, and he said that he was looking at what these guys had done on the computer and found out that they were running at like 7 degrees of timing locked out.
There was a box check that should not have been checked in there.
Exactly. But it's easy to do when you're starting to learn how those things work. There's a lot of stuff in the program. It's actually got a Holly deal on it, which I've used, and it's pretty neat. And so we went in there and unchecked that box, put a little bit of a curve in it with some retard, and that car went 7.
It was 714 at 199.28 miles per hour last night, and it was just under the 200 mile an hour mark. And I had the same conversation with Monty, and he said, listen, it was frustrating, but it's like, hey, if it runs that good with that lame timing curve in it, it should really wake up when we put the right one in there.
Yeah, that's the kind of mistake you're like, yeah! Look what's going to happen now. Also, a special treat. I understand that we've got Larry Larson 66 Nova here on the grounds. So you're going to see that 5-time winner. Actually, yes, 5-time winner with that vehicle is going to be out here making some runs as well. That's something a lot of people have looked forward to seeing for a long time. It's really the car that influenced the new Ultimate Iron class that we've got at Drag Week, which sort of combats the people who don't like the carbon fiber cars, the full-on Pro Mod cars. It gives them something, once again, that is a production steel body, full tube chassis, and running just incredible numbers.
Well, I'll tell you, you're talking about Larry, and he was referenced last night during the awards ceremony or the awards banquet down there.
That was ugly.
Tom Bailey got his trophy. He was unlimited and overall winner of Drag Week this year, and got his trophy and was on stage talking about how he wanted to come back. He felt like this year's win was maybe due to more to the attrition of his competition than his outstanding performance. And he said he was going to be back, and Lutz was going to be back, and he hoped that quote-unquote princess was going to come next year. Them's fighting words.
Them is fighting words. I think we got a legit real-world rivalry going on there at this point, and we would definitely like to see all of those guys come back next year.
Christmas card list shrinkage.
Yeah, there's no Hawaiian vacation with those guys.
Isaac's not mixing the drinks, man. They're not on the boat. They're not on the Love Boat. Jesse Matafieri, as much as we talk about the class winners and stuff, this event, really since the beginning, has really, a very small percentage of people leave here with hardware, right? And so it's personal accomplishment, it's the sense of community, it's getting out there helping your fellow racers, and the one award that encapsulates the person that does that the best is called the Spirit of Drag Week, and it's been awarded to people that have come here from England. It's been awarded to people who have bled on other people's cars all week while neglecting their own program. And this year it went to a guy named Jesse Matafieri, and Jesse is you're familiar with his truck. It's a big block Chevy powered step-side Chevy with a John Deere style paint job on it. And Jesse's one of those guys. We talked to him. He had been up all night helping out other racers. He carries a bunch of spare parts with him to help people out. And always a selfless dude who puts other people ahead of himself. And his efforts were recognized as Jesse won the Spirit of Drag Week this year.
And also for really sticking to it himself. He had some trouble with his own truck and helped everybody else first, then fixed his truck. Didn't really have a chance of winning anything, but that's not the point. It was keeping going. It's that personal accomplishment of nailing another Hot Rod Drag Week. We're proud to give him the Spirit of Drag Week award this year.
He earned that busted camshaft. He earned that wiped out camshaft and plaque. So it'll hang probably on his wall for a year until we reconvene this meeting next year, where somebody else will have the opportunity to show their human spirit and win the Spirit of Drag Week award.
Another thing that we're doing so that a lot of people can get a taste of what Drag Week is all about is Drag Weekend. It's a brand new event at the end of October. We're going to run 3 drag strips instead of the 5 that we do here at Drag Week. So it's a little shorter program. It's more lighthearted. The rules are trimmed down quite a bit. We're going to run from Tucson, Arizona to Phoenix, to Fontana, California. We're doing that again at the very end of October. You should see details about that at hotrod.com. We'd love to see the field packed there, guys checking it out, because honestly, if that is a successful event, we might work our way around the country and drop it in some other corners. Like we were talking, New England Dragway would be kind of fun to do.
Man, yeah, we could make a really cool little pivot up there between New England and Lebanon Valley and maybe one of the New Jersey tracks or something. But there's a lot of, again, there's a lot of drag strips in this country, and there's a lot of cool ways you can twist it and bend that thing around different parts. So it's I hope it goes well, man. It would be great to see that thing proliferate and give a lot of people the opportunity to experience what this is if they can't make the full commitment to actually come to Drag Week.
It's also a result of the fact that we sell out Drag Week so quickly.
Yeah.
350 slots this year in less than half an hour sold out online. So we're thinking that there's more people who want to get in on doing this. And I'm resisting something that the company has suggested, which is doing regionals and having Drag Week sort of a nationals. That to me is not the deal. I think everybody should have access to the event, and I know that there's a lot of low-buck guys who just simply do not have the time or money to run multiple events in order to come to Drag Week. So instead...
Well, that and you then essentially are managing a race series, which have fun with that.
Exactly. I thought it was a smarter way to go to give access to a guy who might think, well, I can't come to Drag Week. Those guys are too hardcore for me. And all of a sudden they realize that it really is just about the personal accomplishment and having fun doing it. So that's what we're doing with Drag Weekend.
And it's cool you're starting off in Tucson down there. Big news from Tucson Dragway just recently. Jim Hughes, formerly of Hughes Performance, a transmission torque converter company, has assumed the lease at that racetrack. So Jim Hughes, a great champion of the sportsman drag racing realm. He's always been on top of things and been a very sportsman-oriented racer himself, and been, a champion for the sportsman side of stuff. Has taken the lease at Tucson Dragway. He sold his interest in Hughes Performance to the rest of his family. They're going to operate that company, and he's gone into the drag strip business. And a lot of people are very excited to see what Jim does down there, because he could really bring some ideas and innovation to that nice little drag strip down there that other tracks can follow.
And when that first happened, people were freaking out, thinking that it was probably going to explode the Drag Weekend event, but that's not the case. It is going down. He's going to continue to operate that track.
Very cool. So Drag Weekend, man. Hopefully that pans out well for you, and it's a good time for the racers down there in the southwestern part of the country. If you're watching, if you haven't signed up yet, if this is the first you've heard about it, you can go to hotrod.com, or you can hit the Google machine, type in Drag Weekend, and learn all about it. But get a spot, go check it out. And the only downside is, once you do it once, I promise you, you will never want to stop doing it. And that's why we have so many legacy competitors here at Drag Week.
And we want to thank also Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors, who has supported not only Drag Week for a long time, but also Drag Weekend.
Absolutely. And the Eastwood Company sponsoring the feed this week. If it wasn't for them, you would not be watching the two brilliantly talented people you see standing in front of this camera who make poor decisions at night, but we'll talk about that later on. Other class winners in Drag Week this year, other cars that stood out, Brian Goldstone. Incredible week in the AMC. The Ultimate Iron car that really was in contention for an overall win. I mean, he was right there. If Bailey had stumbled at the end, Goldstone had a legitimate chance to kind of run around him. Mike Wensler was the runner-up in Unlimited this year with that Camaro, which is cool. And again, a lot of it's about survival. Wensler outlived competitors that had faster cars, and that's how you win anything here at Drag Week. You survive to the end. It's always fun to me to see people's reaction. Tom McGilton, of course, winning in the Pro Street Power Adder category. For those of you at home that are unfamiliar, Tom McGilton drives that awesome ZL1 Camaro that Larry Larson built at his chassis shop, and it is just an unbelievable car. And Tom did a great job driving it. That thing was really consistent. Most days he only made the single pass. Yesterday he had a slower first pass, but once he came out the second time, it went right down Broadway. Mid-high 7-second car, touching about 190. That car to me epitomizes a lot of like kind of what this event is about. It's just the thing is, you look at it and you're like, wow.
Well, what's interesting, in talking to Larry, who was building the car a year ago, he was like, this guy doesn't necessarily have a trophy in mind. He just wants to go out there and have a super cool car and get it done. And then he comes out his first year, survives the thing, drives the thing arguably like a champ, considering that his car before was a 34 Ford with a SB2 small block in it. And I think that was like a 9-second car.
Yeah, so this is a big step.
This is a big, big change. And he comes out and wins his class, which was super cool. And unfortunately, I can't deny that I wanted to see the kid with the 72 Dodge Dart win. A guy came from Canada, Matt Blasco, with his very first car. He got it when he was 15 years old. He shows up at his first drag week and lays down a bunch of 770 times and had one bad day where the transmission fell out of the car and it took him down. But that, again, is what drag week is. That sets the hook. I can guarantee that he'll be back. And for those watching on the live feed at home, and in fact, people here at Gateway, if you want to actually live through everything that Brian and I are sort of reminiscing about right now, you can go to YouTube on the MotorTrend channel and you can watch the live feed replays from everything that happened this week. Literally, the full race from beginning to end, you can watch on a live feed on YouTube right now.
And we know the racers, when they get back home, they will be clicking the links and watching their own glory moments played out on the screen.
Or listening to what we said about them and coming after us with pitchforks.
Right. My address will never be published. Let's talk about that for a second. Rules enforcement.
Yep. That turned into a big deal at Drag Week this time. This was a revision year for the rules. They ended up getting a little bit deeper, and we added some classes, and we added some more restrictions on the stuff that we had problems enforcing in the past. So, for instance, the trailers were getting out of control, and I made a rule that they had to be a certain amount of cubic feet. So you could build the thing any shape you want, but it has to have a limited size. Didn't work exactly like I was hoping to. I thought it would cut back these trailers from being rolling workshops into literally being a U-Haul 4x8 or something like that. But we had to take a tape measure, figure out our math, go out there and understand what pi is about, trying to take a tire hanging off the side of a trailer and measure the cubic feet for that. But we checked a couple of guys who looked like they were out of control, and honestly, they were right there.
Yeah, within very close to being out of spec, but they passed there. Fuel checks were made this year to make sure that the methanol, which the only class that's allowed to run methanol, is unlimited as their primary fuel. Now, you can still run a supplemental methanol.
Yeah, you can run like
setup.
a snow injection system or something like that. And I also added weight limits for the very first time ever at Drag Week, something I didn't want to do because the hassle of having to actually scale the cars, but we did it. We had every track except Union Grove. We weighed every car as it came, or every car in those classes as they came off the track, and we did find some cars that were underweight. Guys had to go back and, I don't know, chuck their luggage in the trunk or do something, or they couldn't hand in the time slip. And so we did that check. It's a 3,000-pound cutoff, which is sort of tough for a guy in a Chevelle to have to compete with a 3,000-pound car, but at least he's not competing with a 2,700-pound car.
Absolutely. It could always be worse. That is mentality there.
That is it.
And finally, of course, the mandatory nature of following the route that you're handed each day is the competitors. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Drag Week, and if you're watching this, you probably are familiar with it, but basically, at the end of the day, a driver, or at the end of whenever they're comfortable with doing this, if they make a run at 8:30 in the morning and they want to be done, they hand their time slip in to Tanya and Tara. They'll document the time slip, they keep it, they hand them back an official Drag Week time slip, and then they hand them a sheet of directions. Every competitor has to follow the prescribed sheet of directions. You cannot plug in your GPS and go, oh, it's only 200 miles to go there, because our route is probably 375 when the direct route's 200. Our route also is going to take you through the countryside, around bumpy roads, through dirt, through gravel, through speed bumps, and all the other junk you're going to run into. And we had 9 competitors on the last day of driving. 9 competitors were caught outside the route on the way here back to St. Louis on a major artery, if you will, and those 9 competitors were removed from competition. We didn't throw them out in the street or anything, but they were unable to compete, and that was a shame because there were several guys that were either leading or in the top 3 of their class.
Yeah, it was a bloodbath for sure. Not a difficult decision because it's black and white, but it was a heartbreaking one for some of the cars that we did have to toss out. And honestly, I hope we see those guys back next year.
Yeah, totally.
None of them really were irate about it. They all owned it, which was, up and up on them. And a lot of them were saying, I didn't really do this to cheat as much as the fact that I lost my way or I was following
these guys went this way, so I jumped on with these guys. And unfortunately, it's, the old, your mom saying, well, if everybody jumped off a bridge, would you jump off too?
Yeah, it kind of is. So we had to get that done. And we will again next year if we run into the same circumstance. But I can guarantee that there's 9 people who will not do that again.
Nope, absolutely. So that was one of the major undertones of this year, and there was some grumbling from the internet and other places leading into this year that maybe stuff was getting lax or maybe things weren't being paid attention to. But certainly wasn't the case in 2015. The other thing that was great too is again, this is something that's kind of inside baseball, but it bears mentioning. Lonnie Grimm and Lonnie Grimm and Keith Turk have worked together very closely this week, and Lonnie working kind of our race management side of things down there in our staging lanes and stuff during our event days, made a couple of really crucial calls that, for instance, at Cordova, there was some rain coming in, so Lonnie took control of the situation, modified slightly the time schedule,
the run order
basically, to get everybody down the track, and it worked flawlessly because it was 1:30 in the afternoon, and the heavens opened up and everybody had gotten down the racetrack.
Yep, we got 5 days in. The other thing that I want to mention is the new impound procedure. People watching at home, the impound is all about us making sure that people aren't on the road with a full crew and dogpiling their vehicle and getting a whole bunch done on it. We want to see this thing handled as if it's a couple of guys on a road trip. So what we did in impound is we're monitoring these vehicles that are the fastest one. We said if you are the top 3 in your class and you've gone quicker than 850, those being the cars that tend to need more maintenance and tend to brake more, those cars can only be worked on by the driver and the passenger or passengers that are in the vehicle, or by other guys who are also in impound. And an example of how that worked out is the guy I was just talking about with the twin turbo 72 Dart. When his turbo 400 fragged at Cordova, the guy who was ahead of him, no, the guy who was just behind him in class, which was Glenn Hunter, he jumped in to help him fix that car. And so that was an example of a guy in impound helping another guy in impound, which turns into a class leader or being helped by a guy who's chasing him. Yeah. And that, again, is the spirit of Drag Week. But the new impound thing really worked well as far as keeping that under control and watching guys. And we still allowed crowds of fans around it. I was looking at some of our photo coverage just yesterday and realizing the pressure it's got to be when you have a mob of fans crowding the car, you're in race face mode, and you've got 2 of you, and you're trying to fix a broken ring gear, a head gasket. You've got a piston that's dead, and you're changing it at the side of the impound lot.
Yeah, I mean, most drag races have really good fan access, but it's completely old school to be able to, like, hand the guy a wrench. You know what I mean? And, you look at some of the old videos from the 70s and stuff, and Garlitz will be servicing his car, yelling at people to get the hell out of his way because he needs to get back in the trailer to get something, or he needs to, get pieces of parts moved. And that was the type of access people had out there, especially out at Union Grove, Wisconsin. That place was like Woodstock revived, man. It was awesome, and especially in that impound area. There was tons of people hanging out down there.
Oh, man. I think record crowds. We got more people at Union Grove spectating than I think we've ever had at Drag Week, period.
Let's see. I'm just going to check the time here. It is 10:56.
10:56, racing at 11. So pretty soon I'm expecting that we're going to see a call to lanes. I better fire up my text here so that I can find out what's going on, since I promised I'd pay attention to Keith and Lonnie and tell you all what's going on.
We currently have 0 cars in the staging lanes. So Lonnie Grimm, shoot us a text when you are ready for the call. We will make the call to bring people in. Just let us know up here in race control, and we will fire at will and bring the cars into the lanes for what's going to be a first round of eliminations, also going to be kind of a qualifying round. So what's going to happen is this is random pairings, first time down the racetrack. We're going to load all the cars in. Whoever's sitting next to each other will run off down the track. There's going to be some odd pairings.
They're going to pull cards.
Oh, they are going to pull cards.
Yes.
Okay, cool. They're going to pull cards for that, and then what's going to happen is the winners of the first round will be placed on a ladder. We'll set the ladder up, and we'll go pair by pair, 2 by 2, until we get down to the final 8. Then we set them up on the starting line, and they get to pick off who they're running.
When we did this last year, it was pretty entertaining because, yeah, you would line up an 8-second car next to some guy who's running in the top 10s, but that doesn't mean the faster car is winning, because we saw some real battles at the Christmas tree that were lost by the faster cars, especially the guys who are used to sitting there and having to spool the turbo for 20 minutes before they can make a pass.
Of course, it's going to be cool to see some of the exhibition passes, too, being made by competitors like Dave Schroeder, being made by, I don't know, is Bailey going to make any hits today, or is he done?
I think he's done. And I know Lutz is gone as well. I was thinking about the reaction time thing. I had gotten some pressure over the years to take reaction time and sort of add it to the ET to create a sort of driver element at Drag Week. And to me, that was a complete losing program.
It's already rough enough to keep track of this thing.
It is, but not only that, but it just makes no sense. It is time trials, and it's also for amateurs. Let's be honest.
Right.
It is the drag week is not side-by-side drag racing where you need to cut a light. It's time trials. And if we had added the reaction time to the ET and used that, then all of a sudden you're looking at a number going, this guy ran what?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a 1.5-second reaction time, so it's a 16-second car. It doesn't make any sense.
Speaking of that, we had what had to have been the most bizarre-looking set of numbers about a side-by-side drag race that I have ever seen in my life last night.
And that's saying something.
Happened during the Street Machine Eliminator category, and the reality is a guy with a 1.1 second reaction time won his round against another guy who had a decent light, and then his car could not run the index or didn't run the index for some poor decision-making. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but 26 10,000ths was the margin on this race, and a guy with a 1.1 second reaction time won. And
you
defied
geeked out.
I did geek out, and then I geeked out and spread the geekadness to all my other fellow drag racing Dorkenheimer friends, and they were all sitting there slack-jawed the same thing. Nobody had any sort of like, I have a better one than that. Nobody had that.
There was no comeback.
That was an all-timer.
The jaw-dropping passes are what you come here for. There's so many sleepers that run out here, cars that you don't expect at all to be, in the 10s, not necessarily 7-second cars, but there's trucks that show up and they're running 1080s. And there's guys in Grand Cherokees running 10-somethings.
Yep.
And that's what I really like about the event is the variety of cars that you'll see. Out here on the line today, racing side-by-side, you'll have a 6-cylinder Rambler, and you'll have a 6-second Pro Mod car.
Well, the beauty of it is, we get to give away a quickest Oldsmobile, a quickest AMC, because those are showing up. Guys like Tony Sanchez, that was the quickest AMC this year. We have the Marlin out there that's AMC powered. So there is a lot of variety out there, and there's more. It's not everybody has not gone to just kind of a standard issue package to try to win their particular class.
We've seen some amazing engine swaps over the years. This year we had an Oldsmobile in a Chevy pickup. We've seen a Fox body Mustang with a Buick Turbo V6 in it. We've seen Fox body Mustangs with absolutely everything in them. We've seen FEs, we've seen a small block Mopar in a Fox body, and you're not going to believe this, Brian. We've actually seen LS swaps in 69 Camaros.
What?
Yeah.
When did that start?
Unheard of.
Just custom fab mounts and everything?
Exactly.
Huh.
The LS thing is, I say it's put a lot of guys on the map here at Drag Week because all of a sudden these engines can be pulled from junkyards and turboed and come out here and be competitive. Thinking specifically of Chris Bisher in that S10 pickup, where he told me fresh out of the junkyard, and he's got turbos on it, and it's running 850s all week here because it's tech limited. Apparently the car has been in the low 8s.
It is great, man. It's consistent. He's a multiple-time winner on the NMCA True Street side of things, and came out here and did a great job. Of course, the True Street class is basically a miniature version of this that's run out over the course of a day at the NMCA races across the country. So it's.
I believe in True Street. Has there been anybody who's done that in the 7s yet?
I don't think there has been a
so.
7-second average. So the True Street is. You come to the racetrack, you make your 30-mile drive, you go straight into the staging lanes, and you make 3 runs back to back to back. You can't open the hood. You can't put fuel in it. You can basically adjust tire pressure. That's kind of what you're limited to be able to do there.
The guys at Drag Week make that look like clown shoes because seriously, if Bailey could just hobble that Pro Mod car 1,000 miles across the country, what is the issue with 30 miles?
Well,
they do hot lap them afterwards.
They do hot lap them, and if anything, it kind of validates a lot of what happens here because it does show you how difficult it is to do. And once again, going back to that drag weekend idea, you're really splitting the difference between a one-day commitment and you get done and you're kind of like, man, I wish I could do more of that, versus this commitment, which is at least a week. You're basically here and involved in it. So if you go to the drag weekend, falls right down the middle of that. You get a couple days. You get to experience what it's like to get out on the road. You get the same experience of wanting to kind of get the car to repeat, running in different conditions, but you don't have to commit yourself to an entire week.
And you don't have to be a hardcore drag racer either. You can come out and just have fun, which is kind of what we're going for. Just like the very earliest days of Drag Week. It was interesting, the cars that showed up that very first year, a big mix of stuff. And my biggest concern back then is, what do I do with these pro touring cars that are showing up with like IRS swaps and stuff like that? I kind of configured this thing for drag racing cars.
I do remember that there were a couple of those more pro touring style of cars that made their way to that first event. Okay, so when we get going here, and I think we should call cars in right now because it is just past 11 a.m., so I think we should be calling some cars into the staging lane. So competitors, round one eliminations. Let's bring them into the lanes. Round one eliminations here for the Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week Heads Up Shootout Day. We need all round one competitors to the staging lanes, please. And a note for the competitors, when you're on the starting line, you will see a 390 on the board. And that's strictly for us up here in race control. The way we have to configure the category and set the computer up, set up the CompuLink timing system so we can get people qualified correctly. So we're going to qualify quickest to slowest off of round one eliminations and base the ladder on those results. Meaning, if you win round one and you go 650, and somebody else wins round one and goes 750, the 650 car will be number one qualifier, 750 number two, and they're on down the line. We had to set that 390 on there to basically give an index that we know nobody can break out. If somebody runs a 390 in a quarter mile, that will make headlines on HotRod.com.
Yeah, exactly. And so if you're used to seeing a dial-in up there on the board and you see that 390, do not freak your nads, it's fine.
Do not panic. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. All competitors, round one competitors to the staging lanes, please. Bunch of cars out there in the pits. We want round one competitors to the staging lanes, please. Round one also in a unique format here will be round one and first round of qualifying.
Keith or Lonnie, if you could give us a text and give us a little bit more detail on what's going on right now, we can handle that for you on the mic,
we can.
Professionally and without swallowing my tongue.
Right, and there will be cards being drawn, and so those guys, let's get us some information. Let's get some cars rolling. Let's get the show on the road.
While you're watching here, we want to thank again Eastwood Company for sponsoring this live feed, which is a gargantuan effort. And you can thank them by going and signing up for a contest where they will give you stuff. They're picking a drawing every 2 weeks where you can win some of their tools and equipment. And they also make a full line of chemicals and paints for home restoration. So go email address, and you have a chance every 2 weeks that you might win something like a plasma cutter or a welder. They've got a list of items that you can choose from that's there at bestofeastwood.com.
And speaking of the Eastwood Company, we have been running over the course of this week a bunch of great tool tips from Eastwood, hosted by Mike Finnegan. Mike Finnegan was not out here at Drag Week this year because he was at home celebrating his 10-year wedding anniversary with his wife, but you will be able to see Mike right now as we bring you an Eastwood tool tip with Mike Finnegan.
I'm Mike Finnegan, host of Roadkill and Hot Rod Garage, and behind me is my 1955 Chevy Gasser that doesn't do great burnouts, but it's going to now because I'm installing a line lock. I'm going to be using Eastwood's new turret-style flaring tool. The best part about this tool is that it doesn't just work on mild steel. You can actually flare stainless lines here without ruining them. This is everything you need to build yourself a brake or fuel line. One of the challenges when building hard lines, whether they're aluminum or stainless or steel, is that when you buy the material in bulk, this is what you're gonna get. Luckily though, Eastwood makes this tool, and it's gonna look awkward when I use it, but whatever, we're gonna go with it, especially on the internet. So there you go. That's super easy. Then you take your die here, set it into the flaring tool, set your brake line there, set the other half of the die on, lock it into place. And when I pull the handle for operation 0, that's just gonna set the depth of the tubing in the die. And you wanna snug it again. We're gonna rotate this to operation number 1. I'm gonna put a little bit of oil. Then you just flip it to operation number 2. All I gotta do is cut it, do the other end, put a Z-bend in it, pop it in my 55, bleed the brakes, and I'm ready to smoke the tires. Beautiful. If you need any bulk tubing, flaring, straightening, or bending tools, visit eastwood.com.
All right, so competitors are rolling into the lanes. Lonnie and Keith Turk getting them squared away down there. Got a bunch of cars stacking up down there, which is going to be great. Whole bunch of different looking and good running stuff. All competitors to the staging lanes, please. We need all competitors to the lanes for round 1, eliminations/qualifying.
And as you watch these go down the track, keep in mind they just did a 1,000-mile road trip.
Yeah, we really appreciate the racers that are here today, the ones that stuck it out to do this, because the fact of the matter is, it's grueling. By the time you get to the end of last night's award ceremony, a lot of people are just like completely tapped out. You're kind of sick of even looking or thinking about driving your car. But you know what? These guys and girls are the hardest of the hardcore. They stuck around today to hammer on their stuff one more time, hopefully a bunch more times if they can go rounds. But again, we're not handing out Major League cash prizes. We are handing out a free drum of fuel from Rocket Brand Racing Fuel for the winner of the Heads Up Shootout. I believe Rick Johnson has a very cool, one of his patented Gear Vendors event trophies for the winner of the Heads Up Shootout. And so it is a great deal for these racers that stuck around and really want to get after it one more time.
You're not going to see every drag week competitor here, unfortunately, because a lot of them just had their tongue hanging out by the time we were done and broke their cars. A lot of broken stuff hanging in the pits this morning. They might even still be here working on them. So if you're a spectator, walk the pits, because some of your superheroes are probably down there flogging on their car just to get it on the trailer, really.
And you can spread the word as well. We are going to have great exhibition runs today from the likes of Larry Larson, from the likes of the Canadian team down there, as Dave and the guys and Monty Smith are going to get the beautiful Corvette squared away, and they will be heading down the track. A lot of fast stuff going to be making hits today, so stick around with us. It's going to be a fun day on a Saturday here at Gateway Motorsports Park. If you don't want to watch college football, who really wants to watch college football? It's a big waste of time. This, way better.
And of course, we're also going to have the MX235 class going on. Now, in the meantime, we do have some interviews from the pits that I did yesterday with some of our Drag Week competitors, and we're going to roll those on the live feed right now so you can see a little bit of what it was like on the last day of Drag Week right here at Gateway yesterday. Right now, I'm with father and son Scott and Jack Miller. Jack had some bad luck earlier in the week. What happened with your twin-blown FE in that 67 or 8?
We didn't have the right tune. We were trying to stay in 850s because that's what we're certified for.
Right.
And we went at 849 with an 8. I couldn't turn that in. So we tried 2 more rounds. That didn't work real well, and I burned a piston.
You were telling me you sucked oil out of the valve cover into the blower, detonated a hole, and gone.
I think that's what happened. I'm not sure. It did get oil in it, and we did take a piston out. So it makes sense.
You're still here with this car. I think it's a 67, 68 Cougar. It's a 500-inch FE?
That's correct.
Tell me about the combo.
It's got a Carroll Shelby block, aluminum block, Moldex crank. The old top end, the intake was done by Blair Patrick. It's got 2 850, full barrel carburetors, and a C4 transmission, foot braking, no trans brake.
And you're running in big block naturally aspirated.
Big block naturally aspirated, that's right.
One of the things I really want our cameraman to see here is normally, the FE Ford, half of the intake manifold makes up the top half of the cylinder head. And here they've built these CNC billet spacers so that they can run a conventional sheet metal intake manifold.
Yep, and then we have the offset drive for the distributor.
Right.
So, and it ran really good actually through Chicago. We hit Chicago right at rush hour. Motor never got over 180. So
you've had you had a bad week. Scott's having a really good week. Yep. And tell everybody what this car has been running ET-wise.
My best this week was a 934, worst 961. Did a 129 60 foot though. Not bad for a 3,500 pound car.
And how does that compare to when you've been running this thing back home?
Oh, I've only run this car 1.5 times back home.
Really?
So this car has really 6.5 runs now and 1,000 miles on it.
The car was basically built for Drag Week.
Yeah. And it's never been here before, right?
Well, it was here in 2 years ago.
Okay.
And we had developed a hole in one of the cylinder heads. And we thought about just quitting basically. And Blair Patrick come along and said, I can make you a set of cylinder heads that don't have any holes in them.
Yeah? Well, perfect.
So he did that. And basically the top end of the motor is from Blair Patrick.
Well, it is a huge victory to come here, even for your second drag week, and finish and do as well as you have. So thank you for doing it. It's been great seeing you. I'm sorry about your motor. I appreciate you coming back to drag week,
I
though.
learned a few things about it, and I won't make that same mistake again.
Okay, perfect. And we're off, Scott and Jack Miller. I'm here this time with Bill and Clark Lamb, who are running in the daily driver category with this awesome CUDA. Let me look, it's a 67, right?
68.
68 that you shaved the side marker lights from?
Nope, you just can't see where you're standing.
Oh, okay. Oh, there they are. I didn't see them. So tell me a little bit about your week. What's been going on?
It's been pretty good. The car's run good all week. It's got I ate 2 rocker adjusters, and then in turn 2 push rods about 10 miles after that. But after that was replaced, everything's been good. The road section's been good other than the Chicago vapor lock.
Yeah.
And I've been real happy with it. So this is 4th drag week.
What's your engine combo?
It's a 11-to-1 360 with Shady Dell Edelbrock heads and a Mega Squirt from DIY Auto Tune running the ignition.
And what kind of ETs are you running?
Best ET was 1137 this week at 1143 average.
So does that get you onto the 32 car field for Street Machine Eliminator?
I think so. I was 6 from the bottom last night, and the air wasn't that good today, and we worked a little hard to pick it up. So.
Okay. So you won't know until we crunch the numbers later on tonight.
No, we're confident but not positive.
And how are you on the tree?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
In fact, I've red lit the 2 32 cars I've gotten in and kicked me out. So the pro tree's been a help to me.
So you think you're going to go some rounds?
I think I'll be okay in that aspect, unless I give it away like I did last year on the stripe.
And have you just been riding all week?
Yes, and navigating. He actually was 2013. He was 4th at Bowling Green, so it's my 3rd riding with him, and it's a real lot of fun.
What did you think about this drag week versus the others that you've been on?
Best weather ever, probably best organized, best run. Couple of glitches in the directions, but overall it's been, except for Chicago, which was really stressful. It's really been good.
Traffic through there is always a problem.
Oh, we were there at 5:15, and it was terrible.
I feel it just starting to get a little damp here at Gateway. So we'll wrap that up. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thanks for talking.
Thank you.
That's what you guys do.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming. I'm stoked to run into this guy in the pits, Mike Peavy, because he was inspired by Roadkill to do this. He's been flying our colors on the tailgate all week long. This is the first time I've had a chance to catch up. Tell me what's going on. 73 Ranchero?
Yeah, sad to say, I had never heard of Drag Week. I dirt tracked for a long time, so I was in that, quit, and was out of the hot rod deal for a while, and me and a buddy sitting at the fire station one day, and he's looking for rat rod Jeeps, and we run across the Roadkill episode that y'all did.
Yep.
And we both immediately were hooked. So we're both just binge watching Roadkill. And
that's a waste of time.
Yeah. We come in, we're watching the Drag Week episode. He's in one office, I'm in another. I walk in his office, I'm like, dude, we're doing this.
Yeah?
We have to do this.
So that's like 2 years ago.
About a year and a half.
Okay.
And knew we couldn't make it for last year's, just not enough time. I didn't even own a car, so my buddy had this old car laying around. I'm kind of a guy that likes odd things. So I bought the car, started building the motor, kind of went crazy with the engine. It's 572 big block Ford, got 300 shot of nitrous on it right now. And year and a half later, here we are. And
really successful. Your first drag week, your second overall in Street Machine Eliminator right now.
Yeah, really didn't know what class to put the car in. Knew we weren't fast enough to really compete with like big block power at or anything. It's just crazy how fast the cars are.
Yeah.
This thing's pretty heavy.
Tell everybody watching what ETs you've been running with it.
Our best ET's been a 1004. We've had a worst of 1020, which we found a few little problems in the valve train, had a messed up rocker arm, and fuel pressures were off a little bit, so we corrected that stuff. And then that's when we went and ran the 1004 right after we fixed all that. Our average, we turned in our time slip, we averaged 1013, and so we'll get to run in the top 32 bracket, which I'll probably get hammered because I have no experience at all. This is the first car I've ever drag raced.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're running 10-0s, and you made it through drag week.
Yeah,
that's huge.
We only got the car finished late spring, early summer, and started hitting our local track, and I was awful.
Yeah.
I could barely get it to go down the track. When I first sprayed the nitrous for the very first time, I missed the shift, blew nitrous through the carburetor. The floor mat on the right-hand side tried to roll up and climb into the seat with me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just crazy. It's like, man, there's a lot going on in that car real fast. So, but getting better and better. And
Are you hitting it with a full 300 shot?
no, I've got a controller on it and dialing it down at the hit.
Yeah.
It's a stock suspension. I had some adjustable arms made for the control arms, but there's no real traction device.
Yeah.
And so we're pretty much at the limit of what the car will take.
Well, it's super cool. I'm really glad to have ruined your life for you.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
really enjoy y'all's show.
Thanks, and we're glad you're here. We're going to make a hero out of you.
All right, thank
All right,
you.
thanks. This time I'm here with David and Tina Pierce, and this is super cool because they came to Drag Week for the first time last year with a different truck, and this one is brand new, never run before, right?
Never. Well, I take that back. We've made 6 eighth mile passes, and that's it. Before we came here, Sunday was the first time we had ever made a quarter-mile pass. So
Wow.
we were just making sure A to B.
David, you were telling me there's some stuff that you didn't even have done last week.
Yeah, there's some tin work underneath that's not 100% complete, but we, we were just wanting to make sure it would go down the track. Made a couple, fairly good hits on Sunday, and then we turned it up a little bit on Monday. Tuesday ran good. Wednesday ran good. Thursday we had some issues yesterday, and then had some more issues today. But overall, I feel pretty good about it.
What kind of issues are we looking at?
Well, I thought it was some boost issues, but looking back at everything looks good with it. I think it's more of an ignition problem. So.
And what's the combination on the truck as far as engine drivetrain?
It's a 427 LS motor. I have a twin 72 turbonetic turbos, power glide. So nothing.
How does it compare to the last truck?
The last truck, build-wise, it's built much better. It handles really well for driving on the road. It feels great down track. It's awesome. I could probably let go of the steering wheel. I won't.
Yeah.
But it drives really good.
It's a lot more stable.
Yes. It's not as rigid also probably as the other one, because the other one was tube chassis. This one still has stock frame rails and all that stuff on it.
Okay.
So.
Yep. So you're running Pro Street Power Adder, and you end up right now second behind Tom McGilton, which is pretty cool.
Yes, I know. I'm so excited. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what, a second? This is great.
And earlier I was talking to you, you said you might not be able to make the shootout tomorrow.
Right.
You're not going to?
I'm not going to be able to because something is still wrong, and I think we've got to go home, get it torn apart, and see what's wrong. Because last year when I did the shootout, I messed up some stuff and still ran it, so I messed up more stuff.
Yeah.
So I just got it put together, so I just want to keep it together as much as possible so we can start doing some other things.
So how did it perform out on the road? You said it was comfortable to ride in, but did you break anything?
It did. No, we didn't. Everything went really good. It drove good. It got about 12 miles to a gallon with power glide, 373 gears. I was really happy with that.
Yes.
It ran great.
So you built this one more with Drag Week in mind.
Yes.
We built this truck, call it crazy, but we built it around Pro Street.
Yep.
We did. I
Super
sent
cool.
an email in. I don't know who answered it. There's not much made for Colorado, so
yeah.
I sent an email in and asked if we could, get rid of the front suspension because there's nothing made for it and do our own thing up front, and they said yes. And so we pretty much stock frame rails. It's a lot heavier than the other S10.
Yeah.
It weighs about 720 more pounds than the S10, so we're fighting that a little bit, but we're happy with it. We built something that we wanted. We can do a lot of different things with this, and we like it.
Yeah? Well, for you to put that much effort into Drag Week, we super appreciate it. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you very much for having us.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
We'll see you next time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So that was the David Freiberger glad-handing video out there. Shaking
Exactly.
babies, kissing hands. It was all good, man.
That most recent one you saw, I was talking to Tina and David Pierce with that new truck that they brought out for the very first time here at Drag Week, and that's a theme. There's a lot of people who come here essentially to shake down a brand new car. Not the smartest of thoughts, but it happens all the time, and some of them are successful, and others are the agony of defeat.
Yeah, and one of the things we talked a lot about yesterday was, how many participants enter versus how many people actually show up versus how many people have, waited patiently at the end of the line to see if they could get in the last day, whether they didn't, or on tech day, even if they didn't have an entry, which to this point in Drag Week's history, everybody who has ever showed up with money in their hand and an entry form in their hand hoping for space has gotten in.
We left here on Monday with 303 cars, and a lot of them fell apart right away, and I haven't seen the final dropout number because we haven't seen the full result sheet just yet. I'm guessing we had 220-ish survive the entire week. And then we've got the people who went the extra mile to show up here today for this heads-up shootout. If you're standing in lanes with your car, I want to personally thank you very much for coming back to this thing and giving us even more entertainment at your own risk.
Absolutely. And at least now you have the you got the safety blanket. Most of you had the safety blanket in the pits that if the thing does spit the bit, you can at least put it in the trailer and drag it home.
Yeah, which is something that you cannot do during drag week. We should clarify that to everybody. These guys can haul little cargo trailers on the back of their cars. They cannot trailer the cars, and they do not have access to the trailers that are impounded here at Gateway all week long. At the very first drag week, we went one direction. We started at one drag strip and we ended at another one 1,000 miles away, and that left people trying to figure out how to get their cars back home without actually driving them 1,000 miles home.
That was like I mean, when you think about it, that's kind of like, not to say that what we're doing today isn't hardcore, but that's the ultimate. And that wasn't a surprise to everybody. That was the thing, was like, we're starting here, we're ending here, and you figure it out after that.
Ever since then, we have run a loop, starting and ending at the same track, which is why we awkwardly always say we're racing 5 days at 4 different tracks. Yeah. People are like, what's going on there? Well, that's why, because we raced twice at Gateway, once on Monday, once on Friday, and now again here at the Heads Up Showdown.
So another inside baseball type question, David. When does the process of deciding next year's tracks begin?
Honestly, it's not right now. It's probably after the SEMA show. Jenny Schmitz and I start to talk about that. And this year, that whole deal was FUBAR, man. We came up with a complete radical schedule, all just A-lister tracks, and it fell apart because of one track's contract problem at the last minute. We had to completely redo the whole thing.
Didn't that happen twice, basically?
The second set was not completely locked down. It was pretty much a thought. It was where we were going to go, and then that got harpooned, and we ended up doing what we're doing here. It's really, really hard to find 4 drag strips that are willing to open up midweek and that can do drag week and be the quality of track for the type of cars that show up. I hear engines running. Let's hope that means we're going to racing pretty quickly.
Yeah, a bunch of cars down there in the staging lanes. I know Lonnie was going there. They were drawing cards and doing that whole deal for first round, the random style pairing that's going on. And we got some exhibition. Dave Schroeder in the staging lanes right now, going to get ready to come around as well. So a few cars here to make some exhibition runs, but now we have cars, some of our competition machines have begun pulling out of the lanes. And again, this is random pairing. We didn't say, okay, you two guys ran 1050s. You should be run side by side. It's going to be pretty close. Likely, you will see a 10-second, at some point, you're going to see a car that runs 10s or 11s lined up next to some sledgehammer that goes down in the 7s.
And every pass you'll watch here is cutthroat. One guy's going to go home and the other one's going to advance. It's all about reaction time here, where it was not during drag week.
Yeah, reaction time, and then the aggressive nature of your car or tune-up as well. I mean, we get some of the more tame machines coming up versus some of the more cars that are likely to spin the tire down track or maybe wad the tire up on the hit of the throttle.
Well, that's why the faster car does not always win here at the Heads Up Showdown, because they fight mechanical problems, traction problems, Christmas tree problems, and a guy in the other lane that could magically run a whole lot faster than he did the whole rest of the week. The cars that are in Street Machine Eliminator are limited to a 10.0 time slip throughout the week, but at this event, they can go as quick as they want to go, given their NHRA tech legal speed. We can't have a guy out there running 7s without a funny car cage, but they can run quicker than they were running during the week in the Street Machine Eliminator category.
So Adam going to roll up in that beautiful 1973 Camaro that is a single turbo LS combination, runs down in the 9s, and Fred Simmons going to be lined up next to him, the naturally aspirated LS1 powered 4th gen car that's been running 11s. Fred did what he had to do, a good reaction time, but this one is going to play out like it should have on paper, as Adam 097 on the tree goes 981.9 at 140 miles an hour, as Simmons goes 1187.9 at 102 out the big end in the 4th generation Camaro SS. Chris Bisher is going to come up and line up next to another Chris who is in the Buick here on the laser side. Bisher's truck, again, a single turbo LS combination, 5.3 liter engine, and the Buick running a big Buick engine. Reaction time advantage and a massive horsepower advantage to Chris Bisher out here. 128 in the 8th mile, and Chris takes it through the top end. 892 with a 118 miles an hour. The Buick motor's down 12-12 of the 1 at 108. The swan song for the Buick on the laser side as he is retired. Going to move into a matchup that is likely going to be a little bit closer than what we've seen out of the last two. the EFI Nova that has the stack style intake manifold on it, and the 4th generation Camaro, I believe of Travis. I believe that's Travis Martin driving the Camaro on the laser side. The Chevy 2 Nova, pre-staged and fully staged. And now here we go, a big starting line advantage by about a half a second for the 4th jet. This could be potential for a hole shot as they get to the 8th mile, but the Nova has started to catch him, and the Nova comes down to the top end. 10:35, 1:18, beats an 11:46, 1:17. And again, the Camaro got way out, put a big gate job on the Nova there, but they did not have the horsepower to hold him off. Now we have the Nova. Again, this is a late 70s style Nova on the AAA side, and the front wheel drive 10-second turbocharged 4-cylinder Charger. Or this is a Daytona here on the laser side. Big starting line advantage went to the Nova. Will the little turbo car have enough racetrack to catch him? No chance, as the Nova is going to drive down to a 10:38.5, 1:30, and the shame of it all is that car was running, the little turbo car was running 10:40s during its best run, so if he'd been able to put a run together, that would have been an epic race. The 1190 with the 2 not giving much competition to the Nova that also had the better reaction time. 632 cubic inches under the hood of the 1977 Nova of Tom Hogshead. John Gallagher is over here in the Mustang. He's only got 331 cubic inches under the hood. But, close. Real good drag race down there, but Gallagher going to be on the short end of this one. 10:35.4 at 130. Gallagher goes 10:61.4, 125. Hogshead moves on. Next up, one of the Gebhardt boys. I believe that's Billy Gebhardt coming up in the 1962 Valiant, and Jeff Oppenheim is coming up on the AAA insurance side of the drag strip in the G-Body El Camino. So 2 different categories for these racers during the week, but they're all in this new spot here. Whoa, Gebhardt's car makes an immediate move to the right-hand side of the racetrack. That thing threw the front end up and just went right. Oppenheim's car fogging the racetrack as it gets down to the 1,000-foot mark. The smoke cloud getting ever more thick down there. 10:88.6, 110, beats an 11:21, 531 mile an hour effort for Oppenheim. And again, these racers just signed up, showed up, and lined up for one last opportunity to head down the track and have one last opportunity of fun during the extended dance remix portion of Drag Week 2015. For those of you tuned in at home, welcome. You're watching the live stream of Drag Week Heads Up Day, brought to you by the Eastwood Company. Visit www.bestofeastwood.com to enter in the Eastwood sweepstakes. And over the next several weeks and every couple of weeks, they're going to be giving away stuff like welders and tools and all the great stuff that the Eastwood Company has gotten the recognition for over the years for helping the home builder complete their projects in a professional manner. So go to bestofeastwood.com and enter in the sweepstakes so you can potentially win some free stuff. Also, go to www.gearvendors.com and visit the Gear Vendors Company. Gear Vendors under an overdrive, the presenting sponsor of Drag Week 2015. Rick Johnson and his family have operated that company since day one, and they do it with a lot of pride, and they make a product that is made here in America, assembled here in America, and that is of the highest quality standard that can withstand abuse and horsepower like you wouldn't believe. So AAA lane getting inspected, as we did have Oppenheim's El Camino fog bank in that AAA insurance side of the drag strip. We've not seen any upsets yet. A couple of good efforts, but nobody's been quick enough to pull off an upset quite yet.
Kyle Beaumont's down there in that flat blue Firebird, and he does want to make sure that you know that that is not a wrap. That car has been painted. Real solid LS single turbo program there. He's run as quick as 850 during drag week.
So just got a note from Lonnie Grimm. The exhibition cars that are in lane 7 will run between rounds of the heads up competition. Heads up winners, you do not have to return to the staging lanes. We will call you when it is time for you to come back in. heads-up round winners. We will call you back to the lanes. We're not requiring you to round robin it like we did last night during Street Machine Eliminator. And exhibition cars, you will run between the rounds of the heads-up program. Another big note there for our man in the flat blue Firebird. I'm going to grab his information here in a second. He proposed to his girlfriend last night. I believe that is his girlfriend down there, the starting line. Congratulations, you crazy kids. Kids in love down there. And she survived drag week, and he thought, you know what? If she's willing to hang out with me for 5 days and go through this hell, then let's make this a permanent thing.
Yeah, let's keep that.
Let's keep that rolling. So congratulations to those two crazy kids down there as he's going to get ready to heat the tires up on the back of the quick, and you said like wood chipper level pro turbocharger on this thing. Do you remember have you seen the Pro Charger? I don't know if it has made it to market. I remember a couple years ago, the Pro Charger had this cartoonishly gigantic. My head actually fit in the inlet of that thing, which is saying something.
The 1200 millimeter deal.
Yeah, it was the 1200. Yes, taking off some sort of a container ship. First gen Camaro, fourth gen Pontiac Firebird. Go time, baby. Here we are. See how hard both of these guys hit the tree. 0.76 reaction time there in the AAA side. First gen Camaro rips the tires off, so the Firebird at 129 in the 8th mile. Powers down, 853 with a 3 at 163 miles an hour. The first gen car, after spinning the tire, just going to coast it through, 1284.8 at 88 miles an hour.
Jeff Pagano here in the right-hand lane in the El Camino. He was a guy who we ran into in the parking lot of the restaurant yesterday morning, and he had a wheel bearing come apart. You see that actually quite a bit on drag week when guys try and run the regular roller bearing rather than a tapered roller. They've got a ball bearing in it, and it just does not like the side loads that they see on the winding roads during drag week. And it fragged, but he's obviously got it back together.
Off goes that Pontiac Firebird. A quick launch and a quick run heading down the AAA side. Pagano gonna watch the Firebird go down 985.2, 139, and Pagano goes 12.009 at 113 miles an hour. Here's a car that you've been kind of slobbering over all week.
Which one? I like both these cars. Steve Eden in the right-hand lane's a long-time drag weeker, and he came and lettered this thing up, so it looks sort of like a vintage race car. And I'm a little let down that it's now got an automatic in it, but a fun effort nonetheless. And so is the car in the left-hand lane, which has an Ironhead Pontiac 400 in it, with a turbo blowing through a carburetor with no intercooler, no refinement, just out having fun.
Steve Eden woke up and ate his Wheaties this morning. A great 138 reaction time for Eden, 98 in the 8th mile. And Eden on the loud pedal goes 10.91.0 at 120, 11.52.3, 119 on the AAA side.
On the right-hand lane here, you got Nick Taylor with his 80 Malibu, and this thing is capable of a low 10-second time. What's the Camaro on the left-hand lane got?
That is a small block third-gen Camaro, a consistent 11-second runner from Vermont. Matt Hoover, I believe the last name is on that car, as far as the driver goes. So the two Chevrolets stage up. Oh, and here we go. A big starting line advantage. Will look at the Malibu really hunker down over that right rear tire. The dude in the Camaro is saying, blessed mother of acceleration, don't fail me now. But guess what? She left the premises. The Malibu catches him just at the stripe. 970 with a 9.137. The Camaro goes 12.62 with an 8 at 110 miles an hour with the margin. Only 4/10 of a second at the stripe.
This pair is going to be a lot of fun. In the right-hand lane, Brian Gebhardt has brought out this 65 Dodge D100 powered by a big block Mopar. He's running in our gasser class. And in the left-hand lane, Mike Peavy, who was inspired to come do Drag Week because he watched our Roadkill episode about Drag Week a couple years ago. They dragged a Ranchero out of long-term storage, put a stroker big block Ford in the thing. He qualified second in this class, Street Machine Eliminator, and this is his first drag race ever.
And we need X235 to the staging lanes for round one qualifying. X235 competitors to the lanes, please. Getting it done out there in the Ranchero. 0.97 reaction time, and that big giant bucket of Ford Ugly is going to get down ahead of the Dodge. 10.048, 132 miles an hour. 11.32 with a 116 for the Barnyard Viper, but the Ranchero, or the Bamchero as they called it last night, moves on to the next round. X235 round one qualifying. to the staging lanes, please. X235 to the staging lanes, please. This is going to be another battle here of a turbo car that's going to sit and spool where, well, her competitor, I should say, well, her competitor runs down the other lane. Reaction time, about a half a second for the Buick, and just over a tenth of a second for the Valiant. And the Valiant may have just enough as the Buick's trying to catch at the stripe. Whoa, 10.039, 132. The boosted car does make the bigger charge at the big end, 10.90 with a 2.120. The reaction time differential there made that one closer than it should have been if they had both left at the same time. Here comes Kerry, who collected some great hardware in the Oldsmobile. Kerry had the quickest Oldsmobile here at Drag Week this year, and that little Chevy 2 Nova lined up on the AAA side, and the big Oldsmobile ain't having none of that little Chevy. The Oldsmobile is second off the starting line by only about 200ths of a second. And at the top end of the track, the big torquey Olds goes down through 12.17.8 at 108, with the little Chevy 2 going 12.38.5 at 111.
In the right-hand lane here, you got Keith Harrison. He's run Drag Week 9 times, but this is the first time with this car. It's a big block Chevy and a 34 Ford fiberglass deal, and he has run 1080s throughout the week after having it out for the very first time ever.
And the little Camaro convertible on the AAA side of the racetrack, the R designation on the window meant it was part of our Street Machine Eliminator category. We will see what Harrison has in store, but man, 10-second car like this Harrison's hot rod, really cool piece. And you saw the body kind of hunker over there as he hit the throttle, being torqued over to the right side. Good drag race going here as Harrison's trying to get away from the Camaro. Top end of the racetrack, it is going to be 10.52.6 at 124. The Camaro, with a near 4/10 of a second reaction time advantage, almost got him on a hole shot. It was only a tenth of a second, tenth and change at the finish line stripe for Harrison to move on to the next round. We need X235. X235 to the staging lanes, please. X235 to the staging lanes, please. Greg Mayton's going to come up and line up next to that little hellacious front-wheel drive turbocharged four-cylinder Omni GLH. This car makes 500 horsepower to the tire. It goes in the 10s. Mayton's car goes down in the 8s. But again, we talk about this thing consistency-wise. Mayton's car has been known to bust the tires loose, get a little bit sideways. If that happens, that little GLH hatchback will run down that AAA lane and likely leave Mayton at the altar. Let's see what happens here. The guy driving that little GLH is a heck of a wheeler, and he has gone first by 3/10 of a second. But Mayton, after a pedal job early in the run, caught him by the 330-foot mark. And Greg Mayton taking full advantage out there, goes 9:08.4, 158. The Omni goes 10:31.8 at 140.
When you go 1030s in an Omni, every pass is a win.
That's 100% true. We saw him go down the racetrack from our vantage point in Cordova, man. He's in there and hanging on to that thing. When the wheels that are steering the car are also the ones transmitting the power to the ground, it gets real interesting to drive. So now it's this real 1967 Shelby GT500 lined up next to the 1958 Chevy Del Rey. These guys are desperate for a 14-second pass, and I'll tell you what, they got way better air to do it. It ran way down to the bottom 14s. The Shelby going to have no trouble in the pairing, but we'll see if the 58 Chev can go in the 14s. 11.93.6, 111 for the Mustang, and the Del Rey goes 15.30 with a 3 at 90 miles an hour. Those 63 jets, that was going to be the demon tweak, but not so much.
Kimmo here in the right-hand lane shipped this car all the way from Finland to run Hot Rod Drag Week. Hot Wad. And next, you're dying.
Oh, that was awesome. That was like an Elmer Fudd situation.
Next month, he's going to be at the Optima Challenge in Fontana. This car has run 200 miles an hour in the standing mile.
We need X235. X235 to the staging lanes, please. X235. As Kimo comes off the starting line second with the Chevelle driver. Oh, Kimo's all over the place down there. The Corvette busting the tires loose. There is something drastically wrong with that thing as he is hanging onto it. It's bouncing left to right at the top end. 10.57.5, 127. I'm thinking something might have failed in the driveline attack of that thing, and only one rear wheel was getting power because, boy, the way it was moving left to right was really creepy. 10.57.5, 127. Or as David would say, queepy, because we were at Hot Wad Drag Week.
He did break a control arm earlier in the week, had to swerve off the road to avoid a deer, hit a rock, and broke a front or rear control arm on it.
I believe it was a front control arm. He gave us that harrowing tale this morning. It was Mike Myers in the Corvair wagon. Get a good look at it. Because Gebhardt gets out ahead of him, and Gebhardt is just going to drive that car down the laser lane, not going to overwork it. He goes 10:21, 5:122, put a couple lengths on the Corvair, and gets it done. 12:53 with a 0 at 105 miles per hour. X235 to the lanes, please. X235 to the lanes, please. We have our Pontiac coming up here. This is going to be our first car, our last car of round 1 in our heads-up category. Pontiac is the 1958 Chevy Del Rey. Comes around the top end. The Del Rey with the natural lightning program there. As you can see, the giant holes rotted through the body. Pontiac goes 1087, 123 miles per hour out the big end. And here comes some of the heavy guns. Got some exhibition machines coming right now. One such machine is that of Dave Schroeder, the Monty Smith tuned 872 cubic inch engine in the front of this thing. Multiple stages of nitrous oxide. It ran 714 at 199 miles per hour with the wrong timing curve loaded into it last night. What should you expect out here right now? Well, what are they hoping for? I would assume they're hoping for a lapse time that begins with 6 and a speed that begins with a 2. It would be a huge moment for these guys who have run this car for a few years now with the big, serious engine in it to get a 6-second time slip at over 200 miles per hour. They would not be eligible yet for the 200 mile an hour club at Drag Week because this is a supplemental event to Drag Week. It did not fall within the bounds of the event of Drag Week itself, so they would not be able to get into the 200 mile an hour club as of yet. Wow. So a very basic little tuning thing out here, right? So you saw the car go immediately into what Monty would call white smoke. What that means is too much power. It did not go into the shake smoke zone, which would mean you're underpowering it, but right there was right up on it. You heard the thing climb up on the tire and just blow the tires off. They will put it back to the pits, they will make a change, and we will see that car up here multiple times today. And I'm speaking only for myself. I am desperately wanting to watch that car go in the 6s at over 200.
I think you're speaking for everybody here.
Yeah. There goes Kimo around the corner out there. Kimo had done a great job with the Corvette and a very adventurous for a guy who shipped that car from Finland. Comes over to Drag Week and, as you said, was avoiding wildlife, taking off-track excursions, pitching the half shafts out of it. He had the full Drag Week experience.
We had more gardening this year than I think we ever have. We had one guy who had to swerve off the road to avoid a head-on collision. He went out in the weeds when he was out on the highway. Then we had Kimo there avoiding a deer. And then we also had, did we have more than one accident? I don't think so. We just had Dan Smith in that white 79 Chrysler.
Well, then we had the guy that fell asleep and went for the full-on Clark Griswold launch it through the air move.
Yeah, exactly. 100 yards, right?
Yeah, 100 yards.
No, it wasn't that.
Yeah.
But that was pretty bad. People get fatigued at Drag Week and sometimes need to know when to call it quits. I was thinking a few years ago there were some guys who pulled over at the side of the road to actually take a nap and foolishly left their car running.
Ooh.
Carbon monoxide poisoning. And at the time, I forget who it was, another racer pulled up at the side of the road and actually walked up to him to see if he could help him. They're in the car, and he pulled him out of the car and woke him up.
Holy cow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
Well, X235 should be in the staging lanes, please. MX235 round 1 qualifying to the lanes. Looking at our closed circuit television screen up here, we can tell you that there are many of them down there, but MX235 to the staging lanes here. You know, last night here at the Gateway Motorsports Park, they ran one of their Midnight Madness programs. That began after our Street Machine Eliminator ended. And boy, what a deal that is. They got drifting out here. They got all kinds of stuff going on. And it's, again, great to see a program like that went late into the night. They had a great time. And there was a ton, there was an absolute ton of cars here as well. Ooh, so we have our heads-up shootout second round list here, which is actually where we're going to put these cars on a ladder. So our quick car of the round was 853.3 at 163 miles an hour. And our slow car of the round that won was 12:17.8 at 108. So the 12-second dude is just again, find all the nitrous.
Yeah, the bulk of the cars right through the middle of that are in the 10s and 9s, so
It's
we
gonna
are
be
going to see
awesome.
some closer racing coming up here.
And there are cars running. Oh, no, actually, there isn't. Tom McGilton's going to be coming up next after we get that right lane touched up. Tyler's going to jump out on the tractor and give it a little drag out there. But Tom McGilton, the winner of the Pro Street Power Adder category. And like many things in racing, when you see the letter, you see a number and a letter on the windshield of the car. The closer you are to A,
The faster the car
quicker you
tends to
are.
be. Yeah. McGilton here's got a lot of Larry Larson rubbed off on him, not only because Larry built that car, but because he came out here with a fairly trouble-free week and won his class, first time out. Food getting delivered here into the booth, which is always an enjoyable moment for the crowd as we're announcing.
Yes, we slobber, and that the one that says Brian is mine. Right, just so that's how we're doing this.
It had actual vegetables in it, so I questioned that.
So it's Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015. So again, the keeping up on the racetrack here, we got some exhibition, then we got our X235 category. You're gonna love these things. This little narrow tire, no wheelie bars. They're gonna try to apply a ton of horsepower through a rear tire that is about as wide as something you'd find on a lame little front wheel drive car. So it's amazing what these guys and girls are able to do in this category. Looking for 4 cars in MX235, a final call for the last 4 cars for this round 1 of qualifying in MX235. I can remember the very earliest days of the live streaming stuff with the Hot Rod crew, back when it was just a fixed camera sitting in an empty room looking down the racetrack. I believe with the pump gas tracks might have been one of the first times you guys had live streamed anything.
It's a lot more entertaining than looking at us, but the video crew does an amazing job with cameras on track, following cars down, making sure you see the burnouts and the launches. Those guys have done an awesome job all week long.
So Tom McGilton comes up, the 2013 ZL1 Camaro. Ran high 7s at almost 190 all week.
And I'm presuming that Larry kept him smart and conservative, and I'm hoping that this pass is not.
Right, we want all rational thought removed from the equation at this point.
This needs to be piston vaporization mode.
Fully staged. And Tom's going to take his time and spool it up. Will we see the first 190-mile-an-hour run out of this car? Let's see right now. Hang on to it, Tom. He had to pedal it there at the top of the gear. Got a little bit, or a lot bit, sideways on him. McGilton pedaled it and lifted out of it as it started to really get up on the tire. So Tom will come back out. They're going to have a little bit of information to work with there, so that's going to be good. 1372 in the 3 at just 59 miles an hour for McGilton as he goes down to make the top-end turnout. If that thing had made it through that area, coming up on the 330-foot cone, that was going to be a real serious pass. That short time was the quickest we have seen out of that car all weekend. The 330 number was actually, despite the fact he lifted, the 330 number was in the ballpark of where he was earlier with the loud pedal down. So that thing was really cranked up. We hope Tom comes back up again.
Everyone go check out hotrod.com where you can see a lot of coverage that we've been doing all week long on Drag Week. You can check out the results. You can see the photos. Got hundreds of them posted. Hotrod.com. You should also browse through the social media that we've been doing on the Roadkill Show Instagram page, on the Hot Rod Magazine Instagram page. We got a lot of images from behind the scenes and out on the road and seeing what these guys have gone through all week long. X235, we're still looking for you in lanes. We need all of those cars immediately, if not sooner.
And so those of you just tuning in, this is the Heads Up Day of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2015. A little more of an informal environment, a little fun stuff as we are having our competitors run next to each other side by side in a heads-up format down the drag strip. We ran the first round a few minutes ago. Now we have some exhibition passes going on. Some of our competitors that decided they wanted to load up and run down the course after they... The reason these are exhibition passes is that the heads-up deal is only open to cars that actually finish the event. If you did not finish the event, if the car broke or you're unable to make the final push through yesterday, we're not going to throw you out of the place. We'll still love to watch your car go down the track. You're just not eligible for the fame and glory of the heads-up shootout victory.
Or if you're a guy like McGilton who actually won class, he's coming out here and wanting to do some test and tune, probably lay down the biggest number of his life, doesn't necessarily need a guy in the other lane distracting him for that. So he's doing a test and tune.
That's actually been my attitude the whole week in the announcing booth up here. But, you know, we fought through it, man.
No one likes you.
So I know we got our MX235 cars pulled up. I'm not sure if they're coming next or if we got any other exhibition stuff to do, but I'm guessing it's going to be MX235 next down the racetrack for their first round of qualifying. They're going to run to the 8th mile, so when you look down the course, the first double set of blocks down there, those are the 8th mile timers. That is going to be their finish line. Why do they do that? Well, because we're dealing with tires that are either an 8.5-inch wide slick or a 235 millimeter wide drag radial. And at the speeds these cars could run, directional stability at those speeds on such a small tire gets really, really creepy. So the majority of this style of racing, whether we're talking about 275 racing, outlaw drag radial racing, or this 235 stuff, it has been adjusted to an 8th mile format.
I can't tell you why it gave me this flashback, but I just saw this golf cart come out from under the tire, or under the tower. I can't speak today. And it reminded me of the last drag race at OCIR, 1983. And after all the class cars had gone down, they started running absolutely everything. They were running the tractors, they were running semi-trucks down the thing. The spectators were breaking into the thing and running their cars down the track. I mean, it went on and on and on.
Just
it was
bedlam.
Really radical, absolute bedlam. And that was the last night for that track. I had my last drag race OCR t-shirt for a long time.
Well, so you were at the last drag race at Lions as well, correct?
As a child, yeah. I apparently was there with my dad. I don't remember anything about that. Trying to think of all the tracks I've been to that don't exist anymore, and unfortunately there's quite a few.
Yeah, you guys out in California lead the league in that department.
I know. It's like drag racing started there. We had a zillion tracks every couple of blocks out there at one time. I understand how it's hard to keep that going in this day and age. It's amazing they could do it then. Sure. There was a time when you could race at Fontana and then go over to Irwindale. That's virtually across the street.
Well, we've talked about this before, but I believe it's actually in Missouri. There are 2 8-mile tracks in this state that are less than like 10 miles apart, which is incredible.
Yeah, San Gabriel, San Fernando, Lyons, all those right there next to LA.
So cars are running under the tower. They're going to be pulling up right now, and it looks like it's going to be X235 action. This is fun stuff. Round 1 qualifying. You're talking about a maximum displacement of 640 cubic inches. We're going to see engines that are big blocks. On nitrous, we're going to see engines that are turbocharged small blocks, and we have Kit Long from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. This is a mean car over there in the AAA lane. And Greg Fowler from Brighton, Tennessee, the 1969 Nova for Fowler. And Long, the 1989 Mustang in the French's yellow mustard painted machine. What should you be paying attention to? What should you be looking at? First thing we're going to do is we're going to look at those rear tires. Then very narrow 8.5-inch slick on the back of the car for Craig Fowler. And a 235 radial for Kit Long. Nitrous being purged for Fowler. It looks like Long may be getting ready to pull in. Long's car certainly sounded turbocharged to me. I don't have that direct information in front of me, but it had that nice, quiet, deep exhaust tone. You saw Fowler purging the nitrous on the multicolored green laser-sponsored Nova. You can hear Long get the revs up. In goes Fowler, and out they go. Long starts feeding the power to it. Down to the 8th mile. The record's 492. He goes 495 with a 4 at 152 miles an hour. So right in the ballpark of the class record, 495, 152. I believe that record's going to be blown to bits today. Fowler goes 781, 8 at 83 after wailing the tires as they hit the throttle. Again, Fowler was on a slick tire, which is legal, at only 8.5 inches wide. Brian Edwards from Bloomington, Illinois, and Brian Dunlap from Jonesville, Wisconsin, in a 1993 Mustang. You need to run a stock style suspension in these cars. No 4-links are allowed. So a very basic suspension configuration in all of these machines. The 60-foot times are going to be slow. No matter what we're talking about here, the 60-foot times are not going to be crushing because it's getting that mass moving. As David said the other day, it's an inertia sport. You need to get the object that is at rest moving as quickly as possible, and everything in the everything in the universe is trying to keep it from doing that. The available traction is great out here, but the available horsepower could overwhelm these small tires immediately. So what they do is they manage the power precisely. In these cars, normally in a 275 car, you see them wake up at about 200 or 150 feet. These guys have to be even more gingerly than that because they have way less tire to use than the 275 machine. Here comes Brian Dunlap. He hit the baby real hard. Brian Dunlap goes 495.6 at 139 miles an hour. Brian Edwards 595.8, 149. So Dunlap also just a couple hundredths of a second away from the class record of that. With that 95.6, it puts Dunlap in the number 2 qualified spot, only 4 thousandths behind Kit Long's 495.4. We ditch the Fox Mustangs for a second and go to a couple of different body styles. Justin Cernick from Rockdale, Illinois. It's a 2013 Mustang body car. And Brian Shoemake from Patton, Missouri, the 1994 Trans Am. The nitrous being purged for Bruce Shoemake. A small block turbo combination. We're going to run a smaller cubic inch there, but the nitrous engines, you need the cubic inches. The nitrous purged on Shoemake's cars, he inches his way up. One of the big misnomers about nitrous oxide is that it's the nitrous itself making the power. It's not the nitrous itself. What the nitrous allows you to do is force-feed fuel into that thing, so the increased fuel, the oxidizer uses the nitrous, you can burn all that extra fuel, and that's where the power comes from. Let's see what Bruce Shoemake can do here in the nitrous combo as Justin Cernick rolls up in the turbo car. There you see the nitrous car rip the tires off. Cernick goes through 509.2, 144. Shoemake made a pretty good charge of it down there after he got it hooked up. 564.6, 133 on the mile an hour. Cernick goes to the number 3 spot, 509.2, 144. Shoemake number 4 at 564.6 at 133. Steve Richards from DeSoto, Missouri, and Greg Watkins from High Ridge, Missouri come up now. And once again, the tale of two combos. Richards' car, with that biting exhaust note, either has a centrifugal blower on it or is a nitrous machine. And Watkins, the much quieter burnout, means that he's got turbochargers in the exhaust system to help make the power for the Camaro. Interesting move by Watkins' crew. They moved him to the left. They've kind of justified him. He's straight ahead, but he's justified to the left of the beams. And there goes Richards purging the nitrous on the AAA side. It is all about power management here, whether you're trying to feed the nitrous in a progressive manner or trying to work the boost as it goes down the racetrack. We've seen the nitrous cars really whale the tires today. Let's see what the turbo car goes out. Spins the tires. Richards' car just did not go anywhere when he stepped on the throttle. And Craig Watkins goes 780 with a 2 at 83 miles an hour. Steve Richards 842.2 at 84. Classic body style. That's Jason Collins from Blue Springs, Missouri in a 1966 Chevy 2. And Jay Wolf from Savannah, Missouri in the 1993 Mustang Cobra. The Fox body Cobra style Mustang here on the laser side. And again, we're talking a nitrous car on one side and likely a turbo car on the other. I wanted one of these Mustang Cobras so bad when I was a kid. They were 13 when they came out in 93, and those things were the kill. They had the cool wheels on them and a little short wing on the deck lid. And at the time, they made like, what, 20 more horsepower than the factory one or something like that. That was the early 90s when things were finally starting to turn the corner as far as performance goes. Jay Wolf, his crewman, leaning in on the car with the data recorder switch behind the fuel filler door. Switch flip, Wolf's gonna bump it in. Collins is already in. Collins rips the tires. Wolf walks it out of the hole. 157 short time, feeds the power to it. Goes 574 at 132 miles an hour. But if you want to be somebody, you got to be basically right up on the class record, down in the 490s. The MSD guys, racer Keith Harrison needs a shift light module. Harrison's got that 10-second hot rod. So the MSD guys, if you are around and we know you're there, we need a shift light module for Keith Harrison. He's got the red 1934 Ford. So MSD guys, if you are here, Keith needs your help. Or a racer in the pits, if you got one, Keith needs your help. A shift light module. Hook the dude up. So here comes Corey Stevens from Wentzville, Missouri, the 1991 Mustang GT. So Corey Stevens will be the next to take a swing at the racetrack. Oh, that looks and sounds real good. Stevens goes through there 552.8 at 135 miles an hour. Kind of a weird deal there. They're kind of almost like a rolling start for Corey Stevens. The 782 reaction time was kind of odd there, but that 552.8, 135 puts him in the number 4 spot. Ken Long still sits number 1 at 495.4 at 152. Well, the Huber Mustang was going to make a pass, and they have turned around and sent it back to the pits. So that is the 4-cylinder turbocharged car of the Huber family. And here comes that awesome nitrous Nova. That car will be making its way back up again when the next round of qualifying hits. That's Craig Fowler's car coming around the corner, the Laser Focused Energy machine. Laser Focused Energy, also the sponsor of the right lane here at Gateway Motorsports Park.
Drag Week racers, Jack Day from Rocket Brand is on his way out of the track today. Unfortunately, had to cut loose early, but he did leave behind his awards that are going to be happening for this race. We got a certificate for the winner, so we will be doing that in the pits in a casual manner. Later on, when we have a winner, we'll have the award from Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors. We'll also be passing out that special drum of fuel from Jack Day at Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, the sponsor that has been with us since day one at Drag Week.
So we're going to touch up the racetrack. I think we'll be making a call back for our competitors to the lanes in a couple minutes. We'll make that call when we get the word from our race control people. I got a question for you. What was the first meeting like when you suggested Drag Week to be an event back in 04? When you sat down with the brass, and you said, "Okay, I got this idea."
You think I asked permission? No, there was no brass. It was me, Jenny Schmitz, Michelle Turzen. That's it. made it happen. Called my friends Keith and Tanya Turk. Could you please help us out? They came out, made it happen.
Very cool. So it was the forgiveness rather than permission deal.
They forgive me now. Now that it actually is something. It took a while for Drag Week to get going, honestly. I mean, there was a diehard group that had been doing it the first 3 or 4 years. But man, it's just blown up hardcore. Probably with the advent of social media and the internet, just the word has gotten spread worldwide, and this live feed that we do is also a pretty big deal. That's why we see so many international racers out here. We saw guys from Sweden hanging out at the gas station just talking to cars. There was a whole pack of people from New Zealand who came to watch this. We've obviously got a racer from Finland, racers from Australia. It's crazy.
The racer from Australia that came here last year for the first time to check the event out, and I remember specifically having a conversation with him, and he's like, I will be here with my car next year. And then he shows up, third in class.
Yeah, it's amazing. There was one guy who's building a car who's in Aruba. Can you imagine the logistics of getting a car off a remote island?
I will tell you that they have down there in the Aruba and that the Caribbean islands have a huge, like a 4-cylinder pro mod scene down there that is insane. Like guys from Cameroon, Aruba, that whole kind of island area down there in the Caribbean. And they have some pretty nice facilities there, race at too, which is amazing. Again, Aruba's this tiny little island, and they have like a drag strip there, which is cool. But do you know what kind of car it is? Has he said anything about it, or?
No, it was a Ford. That's all I recall about it. But yeah, the difficulty of just getting parts and fabricators and things like that, that's dedication.
Oh, absolutely. There's, and his name is currently escaping me, and I'll probably remember it too late to make this relevant. But there was a guy who ran IHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock for years from Aruba.
Wow.
He was like, and the cool thing with that dude, he was like the government's like travel and tourism guy or something like that. Like the dude had like a real deal like position in the Aruba establishment, and he was using the car to promote traveling to Aruba. It was all lettered up with Aruba stuff, and he ran IHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock for several years.
Shout out to Mick Wilkes, who came to Drag Week, shipped his little Bedford van over here, and won our Spirit of Drag Week award. What year was that? I'm going to say about 3 years ago.
I think it was about 3 years ago. The coolest thing about that van is he had, and he calls it a van, we would almost call it a sedan delivery, is basically what we would probably call it in American. So he had a spare motor in the back of that thing. Did he have cylinder heads and stuff like that. Yeah, you're not allowed to carry a spare motor. He had a cylinder head and all bunch of stuff. But he had this whole big like modular cart. Remember that? So he would basically pull one thing out, the legs would drop out of it, and that was like everything he had for his parts and tools. He'd come up here and make some runs. It had a 4-cylinder, basically what we would call an Ecotech motor here in the States, like a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine, manual transmission, turbo 4, and I think we ran 11s, right? Wasn't his best pass down the 11s or something like that?
It was, but it didn't matter because of the personal impact the guy made on absolutely everybody there.
Well, we were all mind blown because we're like, dude, how do you do this? He's like, well, I put the car on the boat like 5 years ago. It travels over to Houston. I went and picked it up to Houston. They drove it all around the country as well. They went and visited you guys out in LA at the offices of the magazine.
They did, which was super cool. Well, I think they had to because that's where the port is that was close by. We shipped stuff in and out of Los Angeles and also Long Beach down there.
Okay, so was where it was getting packed up to get sent home.
And I think of John Ferrone, who's got that silver Charger, Aussie Charger that comes out here and races with us all the time, and he ships that back and forth, where some of the other Aussie cars are stored locally. This one actually goes back and forth. That's an effort. And this year there was some absolute snafu where the thing wouldn't come into the United States without a bunch of inspections and paperwork.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, we live in this age of, electronic communications and stuff, and he literally had a situation where some guy in an office, like, lost a piece of paper and then left that job, and then nobody could find him, nobody knew where the piece of paper was, and meanwhile, John Ferrone's car is locked in a shipping container for, like, a long, I don't know if it was a month or a month and a half longer than it was supposed to kind of be sealed off there. So he really had to go through some channels. There was a famous thing that happened a couple of years ago over in Europe where a car was discovered at the bottom of a lake, and it was a very rare like Bugatti or something, some one of these crazy hand-built, handcrafted thing from the early 1900s. And they found this thing literally sitting at the bottom of a lake. They did some research, and it was a customs issue. This thing got shipped into whatever country it was, or maybe it was the bottom of a port, kind of a harbor or something like that.
They just pushed it over the side
They
of the
literally
ship.
pushed it into the water. The customs guy, they didn't have the paperwork, didn't have this or that, and they just pushed it into the water. And this thing, in its unrestored state, they said it's worth $500 million. They they spent the money to raise it from the deep, so to speak. But again, the customs thing is so scary. I can't imagine the fear of putting your life's work in a shipping container with your fingers crossed and hoping it shows up on the other side.
Keith and Tanya and I shipped our Bonneville race car down to Australia one time, and I'll tell you,
how'd that work out for you?
It was stressful. Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, what you really want to do is spend 20 grand getting your car back and forth and show up at Lake Gardner and have it be too wet to race, which was information that we could have had like a week or two ago. Yeah, we shipped the car all the way down there and didn't even get to race, turned around and shipped it right back.
Speaking of Australia, your Roadkill Travels, one of your earlier episodes and one of your more far-flung travel episodes, took you to Australia.
It did. I went down there and we drove around in Gup's 727 cubic inch Holden, which that thing has no real guise of drag strip performance. It's all about the tire smoke. They call them skids. I just can't get used to that. It is a burnout.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of fun. You know, it's culture shock because it's almost like going to 50s America somehow. That's our perception of it. Going through the backwoods anyway. Yeah. I'm sure everybody from Oz is down in the pits going, jackhole.
Or worse.
Or worse, yeah. I had to pick the polite version, I guess.
Yes. So, no, I mean, you guys have certainly, we're talking about Roadkill, you guys have certainly had your adventures over the time the show's been on, and I know there's a lot more stuff that's coming in the future. So, if you're not watching Roadkill, you're missing out on one of the great internet phenomena that's going on right now. And
I can't deny it.
No, you can't. The impact that show has is amazing, even just this morning.
It was so cool. Had a guy walk in with his 4-year-old kid who was hardcore into the show.
Tell the story about the truck.
Oh, he knows all the episodes, and he actually said to me, I saw you were selling the muscle truck and I cried. Please don't sell the muscle truck.
Yeah, man.
The kid was awesome. That's one of the greatest things about Roadkill is that the YouTube platform is reaching this younger generation and getting them hooked on cars. And speaking of that, Brian and I sit up here all the time patting ourselves on the back because we see something different than a lot of people are seeing when they say drag racing is dead, it's over with. It's not.
No.
The guy who is running this X235 program down here is 16 years old, and he just put it together because he wanted to see these cars go down the track.
He is the organizer of this series. He's 16, Jordan, cool kid, and he's the guy.
And he's going somewhere, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Getting that together at that age is super, super cool. But there's examples of that everywhere that you look. We got some young people running Drag Week, which you wouldn't expect. Alex Taylor is the standout. I mean, she started doing this when she was 17 years old.
Absolutely. Required special permissions and waivers and all that stuff to get that done.
That was fun.
Oh, I'm sure that was great.
That was absolutely fantastic. But we did get it done, and here she is. She's come back 3 years later and ran her best time ever here at Drag Week. And that happens a lot. People often get their personal bests. I know I probably would, because running in California, you got to run on tracks that is like, you know, standing knee-deep in mud and having sand blow in your face. But out here, the track prep is amazing. I'm telling you, on pretty much the whole center of the country, Midwest thing, the tracks are just a lot better than what we typically see in LA because we don't run as often, and so they don't have as much rubber down and they don't prep as often. And honestly, generally, I'm running on a track rental deal where they are not doing the full double throwdown prep on it. So my life's just a little bit freakish.
So I believe we may be waiting for some customers, or we want some customers down there in our staging lanes for round 2.
While we're taking a pause here, I think on our live feed that everybody is watching worldwide, we're going to thank our sponsor, Eastwood Company, by having a look at a Eastwood tool tech tip. We're going to that right now.
Hey, I'm Kev Elliott, tech editor for Street Roller Magazine and Classic Trucks Magazine, and today we're going to be using Eastwood's bead roller. It's more than just a bead roller though, because it'll also form step flanges and it'll shear metal. It comes with various mandrels, so you can bead roll 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch and 1/2 inch wide beads. It'll also flange a 1/16, a 1/8 and a 1/4 inch step, and it comes with a shear mandrel so you can cut sheet metal with it. A louver cutting mandrel is also available. We're going to be using the bead roller today to form a step flange around the edge of this panel where I've marked it, and when it fits up inside what used to be a trailer fender, it'll fit flush inside it, and then when it's welded and ground down, you won't even see the joint and it'll look like a one-piece stamping. One of the advantages of step flanging sheet metal is it'll stiffen it. This is the sheet metal before we flange it, and as you can see, it's pretty flexible. And after it's flanged, way stiffer. As you can see, we got the new panel in here, and it's not flush. And there we have it, one step flange panel. And this is what the finished piece looks like. We've welded one piece to the other, we've ground down the weld, sanded smooth, then I fabricated 2 corner pieces, and the job's finished. Okay, so now we've got to change out the step flange mandrels and fit the bead rolling mandrels. And we're ready to bead roll. So as we feed this through, we follow the line by eye, while we turn the wheel slowly until we bring it way back round to where we started. And there we have a bead roll. This provides way more strength to the panel than just a flat panel on its own. And that's how the bead roller works. If you want to see more of their tools, visit eastwood.com. Hey, I'm Kev Elliott, tech editor for Street Roller Magazine and Classic Trucks Magazine. And today, we're going to be using Eastwood's 17-piece heavy-duty hole punch kit. It comes with this depth gauge, so you can accurately measure the distance from the edge of the panel to where you want to punch the hole. It features 7 different dies, male and female, from 3/32 of an inch up to 9/32 of an inch. It'll punch 14-gauge mild steel, as well as aluminum, brass, copper, and even plastic. We're going to be using it today on this 56 Ford F100 pickup that we fabricated new inner wheel housings for. We'll punch holes in the lips of those panels so we can bolt them through the sides of the pickup bed. So I've removed the wheel housing from the truck, and I've marked the outer lip equidistantly so I can punch the holes to mount it and bolt it through the bed sides. I'm using the 9/32 die, which will give me clearance for a 1/4 inch bolt. I set the depth gauge using the tool provided so that the die is halfway across the lip of the fender. All that's left now is to line up the die with my marks and punch it. So here's our lip that we just punched the holes in, and this will face the bed side. Once we've trimmed out this section, we can clamp this on here. We can reach inside here and we can mark through each of our holes that we just punched. That tells us where to drill the holes in the bed side. And we can bolt the 2 together. Well, these little pieces that you take out with the punch, you can use them to fill trim holes if you're de-trimming a car. It can be used to make holes for bolting pieces together. It can also be used to make holes so you can plug weld steel together. And that's it for the 17-piece hole punch kit. To see this and more of Eastwood's great tools, visit eastwood.com.
Hey, I'm Tony Angelo. You've probably seen me host Hot Rod Garage. I'm actually here today to talk about the Eastwood Abrasive Blast Cabinet. This thing is pretty cool. It's got a large loading door, it's got a vacuum port on the back, it's got a light, and it's got a large window for you to see what you're doing. Sandblasters are really cool. You can use them to clean rust, corrosion, scale, or grime off of parts that would take you forever to do by yourself. The one thing about them you have to remember is you're going to want to vary the media depending on what you're cleaning. If you're cleaning a soft aluminum intake manifold like this, you would use crushed walnut shells or maybe even glass oxide. Since I'm going to be cleaning up some steel bits today, I'm going to use aluminum oxide, the most abrasive thing we have here. Here's a good tip. It's really much better to use one of these things with a shop vac than without. If you use it with a shop vac, it'll suck all of the airborne media out of the air, and it'll be much easier to see while you're using your sandblaster. If not, it's going to kind of turn into a hazy fog in here really quickly, and you won't be able to see what you're doing. Now, there's not a lot of technique to this thing. It's really just point and shoot. So here we go. All right. The Eastwood Abrasive Blast Cabinet did a good job of cleaning the rust and scale off the side of the metal. It looks great. It's a pretty cool little unit. You can find it and other tools at eastwood.com.
Oh, hey. Just picking stuff out of my face.
Getting a little punchy here on day, what, 6 of thrashing on the mic
Day
here at
6
Hot Rod
of Hot Wad Drag Week, according to David Freiberger.
Are you done with that yet?
I'm not done with that. I'm hanging on to that one for a while.
I think so. We can go ahead and tell a story about back when we were running, CarJunkieTV.com.
Oh, way back in the day.
Yeah, and you borrowed that Mustang.
That ended well.
Yes, it did. Here I am trying to do a startup business,
Yep.
and I had gotten Brian involved in actually doing some work for me, back when he was actually willing to work. And he's like, I'd really like to try out the new Mustang. And so we called the press
It was
guy.
a Roush. It was a Roush Mustang.
Sort of the first time we had really done a new car loan. And yeah, you found the tree.
I ended up in the woods, avoiding an accident on the highway. We ran into the drag strip, rained like crazy. We filmed a bunch of stuff that was basically unusable. And on the way home, I'm just driving down the highway minding my business, and a semi-truck made a abrupt lane change with me in the middle of it. I went down and basically slid down the side of not an embankment, but it was kind of a tapered shoulder on the thing, and slid into the trees.
It was your fault.
Tore the car up mightily.
So every time I hear you making fun of Hot Wad, we're just going to call another new PR guy and go, hey, are you familiar with this guy at Bankshift? Because
he wrecks stuff. He just absolutely wrecks stuff.
One word, blacklist.
Yep.
You know what's funny? The media guys who loan out PR cars, they actually do have a blacklist.
Oh,
there
yeah.
are people who are just not allowed. Shockingly, I am not on it.
Yeah, how is that possible?
Even after that Dodge episode of Roadkill where we absolutely destroyed, well, we didn't destroy actually, we gave the illusion of destroying a brand new Hellcat Challenger, a brand new Hellcat Charger, and a Viper by running them around a motocross track. And it looked real bad. It really wasn't that bad. We, of course, ripped the front fascia off all of them, which that's just stuff. It's plastic,
Sure.
right? Snaps back on. And we put a hole in the air conditioning condenser on the Challenger. And really, that's about it. We got those cars fixed. They're still on the road. In fact, you'll see them in a new episode of Roadkill that's coming out September 25th. We took the Charger that we had, the real Hellcat Charger, and painted it up to look like my General Mayhem 68 Charger.
That thing is cool. It kind of made its debut at the Roadkill Nights event in Detroit, right?
That's right, during Woodward Dream Cruise. So you want to check out that episode. It'll be on the MotorTrend channel YouTube on September 25th. Lots of fun stuff. We also put a brand new Hellcat motor in my 68 Charger.
So car number 327 is the number 4 qualifier after our first round, and I believe as the ladder shakes out with 19 cars, he has the first round bye. Turbo car comes off. You can see it really start to make the power right about the 330-foot cone. And the Malibu goes down the laser side, 973 with an 8 at 137 miles an hour. You can see that car, pretty kind of a walk in the park kind of run out there. 155 short time, 113 in the 8th mile, and picked up about 25 miles an hour on the back half of the course.
Brian, whip out your expert tutelage.
Okay.
And give me the fun fact to know and tell that I did not know about what happens when you have a 9-car field on an NHRA ladder.
Yeah, so on a laddered field, if you have 9 cars on a 9-car ladder, it is the only time number 1 and number 2 qualifier race each other before the final round. So again, if you have a class with 9 cars in it, you set them up on a ladder, number 1 qualifier and number 2, which on a normal ladder every other count, race each other in the final. They actually race each other in the semifinal of a 9-car ladder. It is like the Twilight Zone, and whenever it happens, all the racers come running to the tower and scream and yell about how it's wrong, because it's just such a weird scenario, but that's the deal. A 9-car ladder, number 1 and number 2 race each other in the semifinals, and nobody's going to be lining up next to this guy down here, Dave Schroeder. Coming back up to the starting line. The first attempt resulted in a big smoke show out of the back of the gorgeous Corvette.
Pulling him in, Monty Smith from NOS, who's been with us here at Drag Week all week long, giving guys free nitrous, but not today.
Monty Smith has been a big part of this build of this car and its evolution. And he's out there because he is helping these guys. You know, Monty Smith lives in the southern part of the United States. These guys live in Canada. So it's very difficult for them to spend a whole lot of time together doing this stuff. So when they have an opportunity to get to the racetrack like this, they take it and they go and run as many times as they can to learn the car and get better.
Pretty much a maple syrup and moonshine program.
Yes. Which is actually really good if you've never done that before. So, Monty Smith steps behind the car, and it is in the hands of... getting there. It was close, believe it or not. It doesn't look close, but it was close. As you saw the thing hit the tire. By the time it got to 60 feet, it was spinning, but it didn't wad the tire up. It went about twice as far as it went the first time. And they're going to go ahead and kind of read those tire marks, almost like they're going to read those things almost like a fingerprint. And those do tell an interesting story. They will tell you basically exactly how the car went before it smoked the tire. It'll tell you if the car is shaking the tires, of course, and also how the car is tracking. You can see from our vantage point, it was tracking perfectly straight ahead, which is good. You can also see that it wasn't shaking the tire as much as just spun them.
You always go by those guys' pits, and they're always super cool, but they are cranking that Celine Dion. I just don't get it.
The Celine Dion. Celine. She's a national hero up there, man.
Right.
Celine Dion. I thought they'd be more of the Rush, Neil Peart and Rush situation, also Canadian rock gods.
And Triumph, right?
The Incel Comedy Dog?
No.
Oh.
Triumph, the band, the other three-piece band out of Canada.
Oh. Never heard of them.
Okay, let's just go into hair metal trivia now.
Let's do that.
Here. We can do that.
Well, I do like the fact that we were trying to explain to people the other day at Cordova what we meant by a day being certified.
Oh.
I said, listen, it's just the same thing as if Whitesnake plays 3 songs, it's a full concert.
Right. You don't get your money back. Like, oh, I get it now. Perfect.
So it looks like pairing is being completed down there in the staging lanes for our heads-up competitors. Waiting on a word from Lonnie, making sure we have everybody down there. If we're missing any cars, we'll call them out. Car 305 to the staging lanes right now. Last and final call, car 305. Drag Week car 305 to the staging lanes immediately. You told the story the other day, but during the Power Tour stop here, doing the burnout contest, blew a tire. The chunk of the tire hit the tower. You can still see it. And kid came up today with the tire.
I signed the tire.
You signed the tire.
The hunk of tread that was on that thing. It looks like he had like an over-the-road, semi-truck bias ply or something like that. But it's funny. You can see the tire mark almost right below us where we're here in the tower. There's a white and blue sign, and if you look at it, there's a big tire mark on it where that tread flew off all the way from the burnout box and hit the tower. It actually hit a spectator back there, too. He was fine. He was totally cool, but that was kind of a scary moment and a learning moment also about, don't stand there.
But when I was in high school, I was at a car show in Worcester, Massachusetts with my buddy Brian, and he did get hit in the face with
Worcester,
$1.25, please. He did get hit in the face with basically a big hunk of the tread of a tire that exploded. And it was one of these deals where I was kind of standing there and we're talking and blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden he just hits the deck. Like he goes down like somebody shot him. And I go, whoa, what's the deal? And then I look over and literally it burned his face from where it hit him. And man, you wouldn't believe how nice the car show organizers were to us after that happened.
Oh, I bet.
You guys want to come back tomorrow?
Here's $100.
Luckily, we were a couple 18-year-old kids, because I'm sure if we were older people that had means, it probably would have gotten ugly. But yeah.
This reminds me of a time that I was at a chassis dyno, and they had just made a run, and the drum was actually spinning down, and some guy's absentmindedly walking with his cell phone and steps on the drum, and I mean, bam, straight down on his face. It was bad. You got to pay attention to that stuff. I've seen some gruesome stuff in the dyno cell as well. There was one time where what were we running? Might have been an LS engine, and the damper came off the front of the thing.
Whoa.
And I mean, we took a lunch break while it was circling the room. It pretty much went on a path of destruction, wiped out the whole place. There's still some holes in the ceiling at West Tech where that thing was bouncing around.
Holy cow.
It was
when
bad.
you think of that, that's wild. I mean, every once in a while you'll see a bouncer come off a car out here, and it'll just pinball its way back and forth the racetrack. It's the amount of inertia there is oof.
Well, it's been damped, probably hitting a frame rail or two before it comes out of the car here, but there was just nothing stopping it from sawing through the whole building while we were there at the dyno. And it really gives you pause about safety, because I can't tell you how many times I have stood there in the
timing
room,
light or something.
Timing the thing or listening for weird noises or anything like that. And,
Well, in terms of gruesome car stories, if that's the road we're going down as we wait for our second round to get paired up, was at my ancestral home, New England Dragway, years ago. These guys had just put together, they restored a dragster as a cackle car. Very nice late 60s Woody Gilmore front engine dragster. 392 Hemi on fuel. Everything was cool. They were basically just getting used to setting the thing up to cackle and do all this stuff. They initially wanted to make some 8th-mile runs with it, so they also wanted to get it so they could get it down the racetrack. Anyway, these guys, a bunch of old salt nitro guys that hadn't really done it in a long time, but they knew what they were doing. They fire this thing up. It's cackling at idle, and it blows the left-hand side of the engine block completely off. I mean, the left-hand side of the block came completely left the building, and connecting rods and stuff, pistons, flailing, whacking the ground. It was incredible. It actually ran for maybe another 4 or 5 seconds after that with its ventilating itself, but it gave me a new appreciation for really how dangerous a lot of this stuff can be.
As you know, the nitro will ignite under compression. So if they had a cylinder full of fuel and the piston's on its way up, stuff's going to go bad.
Well, that's why you'll often see, if you pay attention, if you're a fan of maybe alcohol, the top alcohol dragster category, or really a fan of any category that runs nitromethane, when you see a team run a nitro engine, they will run it if they're warming it up or whatever, and the first thing they do is put a bar on it and spin the engine backwards. And they spin the engine backwards so they can ventilate the pressure out of each of the holes. Like you said, if you don't do that and the thing is sitting there, it can explode. And there have been more than one occasion of a car sitting in the staging lanes, doing nothing, blowing up, sitting still, because again, like you said, pressure and temperature will ignite and it blows itself to pieces.
Here's a genius moment from my teen years. I was somewhere where I actually got a little flask of nitromethane. And someone told me that it would ignite under pressure. So what do you think I did?
Whacked it with something?
Hammer. I actually poured drops on the ground and I was whacking it with a hammer trying to get it to do something, and I'm still here today, so it didn't work.
Yeah, nitromethane is really is fun stuff to watch, especially guys that know what they're doing with it. It has all kinds of crazy properties. It has a lot of oxygen in it. That's why you can burn it at huge volume. One of the interesting facts about nitromethane, it actually, like if you were to haul it on a truck, you have the flammability placard is actually below the one for gasoline.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it won't ignite with a match as easily as gasoline. It doesn't vaporize quite as much. Interesting talking to Don Schumacher, who is like one of the leading distributors of nitromethane, and the flaming hoops they have to jump through to actually deal with the government on that.
Right. Well, there obviously over the course of time, there's been some dudes who have done some nefarious stuff with nitro, and that's why it is a lot of paper trail to buy this stuff. But we are done with paper trails, and we are now going into round 2, heads-up action, and Kerry Watson is going to need to call upon all her leaving skills to get a leap on the Chevy 2 Nova coming up on the AAA side. Like the wheel and tire package on the Chevy 2 Nova there, kind of looks like an old spindle mount style Halibran on the front and the bear claw style wheel on the back of the car, kind of a nice nostalgic look.
Yeah, those would be ET3 wheels. They sell those. They're really cool. They also make a reproduction of a Mini Light. Which I like
Mini Lights are awesome.
And they look right, because I've seen reproductions before where they don't have just that right curve on the spoke, and it's like, no, that's FUBAR. They make the right ones. I had them on that orange 79 Z28 that Copeland built for me. It was pretty good.
And for those of you, Mini Lights were more of a road racing wheel. If you like vintage Trans Am cars, virtually every vintage Trans Am car from the 60s had Mini Light style wheels on it. Yeah, actually, Dave Schroeder's car would actually look at home with a set of Mini Lights on it with the road racing paint theme he's got on that thing.
It would. If you're in the stands, you should probably go visit these guys with the incredibly clapped out 69 SS396 Chevelle out here. They're from Australia. They flew in a couple weeks ago and bought this thing out from under a tree where it reportedly had been sitting for like a dozen years. And they got it running and they took it out here to Drag Week and flogged on the thing. I couldn't believe it actually ran in the 14.0 range. It's a 4-speed and they had the transmission held together with like a open end wrench that was tack welded across the seam or something. You gotta see it.
Yeah, it's a really cool piece, and they beat on it. They actually had some issues with the ring gear bolts coming out. They removed the seatbelt mount bolts and then used those because they were the same thread and length as the, I'm sure not the same grade of quality, but it was the same length and thread pattern as the ring gear bolts. So they actually drove for several miles with these seatbelt bolts retaining the ring gear to the carrier.
Josh Norris in the left-hand lane in that 67 Chevy 2. He's been running as good as 10-0, and he is going to win that round.
Kerry Watson, a 303 red light, knew she was going to have to hit the tree, and on a pro tree, if you're not very familiar with it, you got to kind of take a shot. She jumped a little early, 11:28.5, 124. Watson goes 11:86.6, 110. Carrie's drag week officially ends now.
Now, in the left-hand lane, you have a original GT500. This guy's owned this car for 30 years. It's running in the 11s. And check out the treatment on the hood. Obviously painted a long, long time ago. Looking to me to be about 1972 era traffic.
Oh, and Gebhardt smokes the tires. That is a very healthy Wedge Chrysler. He still might have enough to catch him, and he does. So Gebhardt has to lean into the throttle to catch the Shelby. 10:04.8 at 142. There's still a bunch left there. The Shelby, one of the best runs he's made all week, 11:61.0 at 114 miles per hour. Greg Mayton comes up here, the laser side, made in that Fox-style Mercury Cougar with the black and orange two-tone paint. And that late 1970s Chevy Nova on the AAA insurance side of the drag strip. Mayton's car has gone down in the 8s. I believe about 870 was where it was happiest, so to speak, over the course of the week. Mayton has some trouble off the starting line, but again, he may have enough horsepower to overcome the differential of the Nova, and he does. In this wide open grab bag here, we do have the cars on a ladder now, but as we ladder them up, these first round anyway will show you kind of a disparity between the quicker qualified cars and those that are on the other end of the spectrum. Third gen Camaro going to roll up next to Keith Harrison. Keith Harrison in the hot rod. Wondering if Keith found his shift light module, or if he's just going to be shifting this baby by ear, or if you having to look down at the tack to make those gear changes down the racetrack. Next one's going to be good. Harrison took his time making sure. Oh, the door comes off the car. Look at that. Man, the door come off the thing. The glass is out of there, and the door is absolutely flopping around like a suit jacket out there on the right-hand side of the car. Wow.
What a bummer for Keith Harrison, who just got that car together in time for Drag Week. It is a fiberglass car. I don't know if
maybe really?
The latch came out of it or something. Well, I was trying to inform the people that that wasn't like original Ford sheet metal dangling down the track.
Man.
And on our live feed, we're going to go to the instant replay of that. So those at home, or if you want to go back to YouTube later, you will see the door flying off this thing again.
So yeah, suicide-style door on that thing, and once it got the air behind it, it was over with. And there's going to be glass to clean up, of course, and the door panel is the least of the worries, but the glass looks like it actually made it across both sides of the strip. So we're going to have to get down there and assess the situation just before the 8th mile. Very tough break for Harrison. Did win the round, 11:31.7, 100 miles an hour. He out-Baileyed Tom Bailey on that one because, of course, it was a couple years back, the first time that Tom Bailey won at Drag Week. It was at Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky, that Bailey actually blew the door off of his car, but certainly not in this dramatic of a fashion. As you can see, the track worker has the entire outer door skin in his hand. So we have made multiple calls for car 305 to the lanes. Wow, literally tough break. There is the door being brought up to the towards the starting line there by the track worker. I'll tell you what, imagine if this had happened, say, at day 2 when you're hundreds of miles away from your stuff. You need to drive the thing around with no door on it.
Makes it plenty entertaining for us.
It's like the old, remember Trains, Planes, and Automobiles, the John Candy and Steve Martin movie? They get pulled over after the car has the fire, and the cop says, you have no roof, you have no mirrors, you have no brake lights, you have no headlights,
but the radio still
the
works.
radio still clear as a bell.
That's kind of what Drag Week's about. What parts are remaining functional on your car by the time you're done with the week? That was pretty wild, though. The 34 Ford Coupe comes factory with that suicide door, and obviously that ended poorly when the latch caught the wind or whatever happened there.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a weird deal, but the air, one of the things that's kind of the unseen enemy of all these cars is air, and one of the first, probably the first car that's been built for this type of competition with aerodynamics in mind is 6 Seconds 2.0, Tom Bailey's car. They did wind tunnel that thing. Of course, he has some goals on the land speed racing side for that thing as well.
Frightening goals.
He wants to, when that car was first built, the stated intention was to have a street legal car that would go 550 in the quarter mile and 300 miles an hour in the standing mile.
So you help Keith and Tanya run the ECTA events. You're a partner with them. Would you let him come do that at Wilmington, Ohio?
As we'd have to talk about it, you know, and the reason is it's, a place like Bonneville, there's virtually unlimited run out. If you have some sort of a problem, you just kind of roll until you stop. On a runway, that is not the case. On a runway, you have things like lights and stanchions and things that are down the end of the course. So that is a very high-risk activity.
And what's worse is he would have to put weight in the car in order to get that done. He may have had it through the wind tunnel, they may have controlled their lift, but nevertheless, land speed cars typically are far heavier than an equivalent drag racing car. Our own Camaro, we've run it down the track at 5,300 pounds at Bonneville, and you're doing that for traction. Not so much an issue when you're doing it on the pavement, but still, I would think that he would want to keep that thing hooked up while he's running 300 miles an hour.
Absolutely, and then the next thing that comes into question when you have a car that's likely or trying to go 300 is what is on it for tires.
Right.
And a drag radial tire, you cannot run a slick tire like that, especially on a course like ours at Wilmington with the siping and stuff, and it would not end well. In the sustained, yes, drag slicks go 30 miles an hour on a top fuel drag strip, but
for a moment,
instantaneously.
Right.
Versus that would be a very long sustained deal, and I'm virtually certain that I know we would not have that allowed, and I know most of the sanctioning bodies are not fans of land speed sanctioning bodies, not fans of the drag slick style tire.
And you go the other way and look at a dedicated Bonneville tire, which is rated for up to I think 400 or 500 miles an hour they've got a tire, but those things are almost balloon thin.
Wow.
They have a lot
so they shed the heat?
Well, they have cord in them to retain them, but they don't want the tire to have a lot of mass because they don't want it to have the centrifugal force that pulls it apart. So their main focus is keeping the thing held together, but it ends up being thicker than, say, a funny car front runner.
Okay.
But not as much as you would see a drag railer or something like that. And I wouldn't want to go down on the concrete on one of those either. However, I will say that I've seen guys like Al Teague come back after a 400-mile-an-hour run, and you look at their tires, and you can see the cords on them.
Wow.
They've spun the tires that hard. And also there was a time when they were not making those high-speed tires, and so guys were running on what was available, and they ran them on the cords for a long time.
Yeah, we talk about land speed racing and speeds and stuff like that, and one of the interesting things I've been able to do over the course of the years of doing all this different types of car stuff was Art Arfon's a personal hero of mine. Of course, he's since passed away, but one of the great kind of crazy gear-headed minds of the 20th century. I know he's the Arfon's brothers or half-brothers are talked about a lot in the latest issue of Roadkill magazine, and he still has the world record for the fastest survived car crash. He crashed at 605 miles an hour on the Bonneville Salt Flats in the Green Monster and lived. And why did he crash? Well, a wheel bearing failed. Why did the wheel bearing fail? Because they used a Chevrolet 3/4-ton truck axle with what was virtually stock wheel bearings in it. And it worked for years. I mean, they ran that car 500 plus miles an hour multiple times, but this last time the thing melted. I actually held the wheel bearing in my hand.
No, you fondled it.
I did. It was inappropriate, but it was my time with the wheel bearing, so no one can judge me for that. But it literally looks like somebody took a wheel bearing and put it in a blast furnace for 30 seconds. It just melted the thing. And this all kind of goes back around it links us back to Drag Week in the sense that the parts failures we see here are wear and tear usually wear and tear from the driving, less so on the racetrack.
It's true. I mean, guys do break stuff on the track, and we've talked through this a lot. Transmissions, they get destroyed out here by those turbo cars when they end up building boost for a long time and build heat. That's often a problem. Electric fuel pumps die out on the road, which is typically an installation failure in truth. The thing to do on those is often you want to get that pump inside the tank. That's where they're going to be cool, but it's also really important that you run a return style system and you're paying attention to how you're returning. You can run the thing through a heat sink on its way back to the tank, which ends up being pretty effective. And guys have learned this over the years at Drag Week. You can't just build a drag car and expect it to survive. You got to deal with some changes to the valve train. Eddie Miller came out here for a couple of years and he would actually change his rocker to a 1.2 ratio for the drive just to take a bunch of wear off the valve spring, because a gnarly valve spring controlling, an inch of lift doesn't like a fatigue life of driving down the road at 3,000 RPM for 4 days in a row. Lots of technology like that has come out of Drag Week. The Gear Vendors unit itself, it's pushed Rick to go look at some different metallurgy inside those things. He makes a Pro Mod unit that is specifically for these types of cars, and that's the type of R&D that has, again, come out of Drag Week.
So the track crew is working diligently down there, picking up the remains of the door and the window that came out of Keith Harrison's hot rod. A very tough break there for Keith, who was, again, a long-time Drag Week competitor. He competed for years in the gasser category in a high-riding 55 Chevrolet. And, of course, he came this year in the 1934 Ford, which a 10-second capable car like that is really, really cool, because we see so many of them that are just kind of, they're nice and they look good, but they don't really run, and that one certainly does.
I was about to say I'm not certain that he lifted, but I am looking at his ET and realizing, yes, he did. But he won that round. So that's what's important, right?
Yes.
He's going to go dig up, a door off a 73 Chevy truck and duct tape it to the side of that thing and keep on going, I hope.
In terms of, and obviously things got very loud and windy for him inside the cockpit of that thing.
It must have been unusual.
It had to have been freaky. As far as the doors coming off, we'll see it. You don't see it often, but you see it every once in a while with a Pro Mod style car will shake the tire so bad that the door unlatches and just, that's just a little pin deal and it will shake itself right out of the pins. But that is maybe the first time I've ever seen just a kind of a hot rod or a street car literally blow a door off.
To go back to Bonneville, what's interesting there when you see the production cars that are running, in the 200 plus range, pressure actually builds inside the car. Actually, vacuum builds outside the car, or more accurately, a low pressure areas outside the car, it's higher pressure inside, and they will push the windows out. If you have a frameless window on your doors, you'll often see them pop out of it. And part of that is they do not allow glass at Bonneville at all. You have to run Lexan windows for the exact reason of what we've got going on the track right here. You do not want to be picking up safety glass pebbles for 100 years, especially trying to find them on the salt surface. It's just not going to happen. So the Lexan has to be really beefed up or it'll pop out. Scarier than that, there's a guy who's out there, I'll remember his name in a minute. He's got the helicopter business, and he's got a 300 mile an hour third gen Firebird factory turbo TA car, and the thing has gone 300 a couple times and broken the windshield, cracked it.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're talking, there's a very high pressure area at the base of the windshield, and the way that the thing is made, he just has put a crack right down the middle of it a couple times.
Holy cow.
Yep.
Yeah, the air, like we said, the air, the kind of invisible enemy out there, and it's amazing. The land speed guys, of course, concentrate a lot on aerodynamics, and modern funny cars, of course, have their current shape, if you want to call it that, certainly dictated by aerodynamic efficiency. Top fuel dragsters, believe it or not, it's the most aerodynamic thing you've ever seen. That's not really the case. The top fuel dragster is certainly not ideal with the big giant tires hanging out, and they got the little canard wings and stuff like that. But
the frontal area is small.
Yes.
So your CD is independent of your frontal area. You multiply the two, you get drag area, which is what's important. So a 0.5 CD on a tiny object is better than a 0.2 CD on a giant object. So that helps those out. But you're right, the wing is critical on those cars. You've seen many times what happens when they break a wing off or something.
Yeah.
It becomes a yard sale real fast.
Yeah, if the wing breaks off, it's all instantaneous loss of control. And there've been guys that have been able to manage it a little bit, but if you're at 330 miles an hour in the rear wing of a Top Fuel dragster decides that it no longer wants to be, part of the car, it is not a good day at the office for you.
You were talking about our Roadkill magazine, which is on the stands right now. You should go pick it up because it's super cool. And we have so many younger readers that I wanted to introduce them to sort of the legacy of hot rodding and the crazy nutso things that these guys did back then. So I did a story called What Were They Thinking? One of the cars that I included was, as you mentioned, Walt Arfon's Westinghouse Jet in a Mercury Comet, and he also had one Smokey the Cuda in a 67 Barracuda.
And these were, and just to clarify, stock-bodied cars, steel-bodied stock car. These were not a jet car, funny car like you see today. This was a production-bodied car with a Westinghouse jet engine stuck up its keister.
And the detail photos that we have in the Hot Rod Magazine archives, you can look at how these things that were constructed, and it's amazing that this sport continued because all those guys should have died in about 1968. And what made me bring this up is you're talking about the Top Fuel and guys getting out of control. I did a section on the Golden Greek, Chris Karamessinas. This guy had stones of steel.
Yes.
You talk about the old days of Top Fuel and front motor dragsters. He had been a circle track racer and was known for absolutely dirt tracking those cars. The legendary moment, I believe, at Lions, he was racing Tommy Ivo, actually got on the track. I think Ivo saw it, lifted, and Karamessinas gets back on the track, stands on it, and wins.
Yeah, he's over in the grass, he drives it back on the track, keeps in the throttle, and wins. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, known for that. And he's still racing today. I mean, an abbreviated schedule.
Yeah, he races. He's has a Lucas Oil, basically a lifetime sponsorship from Lucas Oil, and he obviously he's Strange. Bob Stange has been involved in that car forever with Strange Engineering, and they race out of the Chicago area. He pulls in with a dually truck, a nice old school triple axle Gold Rush trailer, and they're still throwing down. With a modern Top Fuel car, they have to take the wing off it because it's too high to fit in the trailer. They bolt the wing back on it. Fun fact about Chris Karamessinas, he was a guard at the Nuremberg trials after World War II.
That's right. And so Greek is somewhere between 82 and 85 years old. For some reason, I think maybe he's forgotten.
That's the fun debate we always have at the races. No one actually knows how old the dude is, and no one can pry a license out of his hand. Still spry, still getting it done, and like you said, they don't have the huge budget, but they got modern stuff, and they're out for more races this year than I think we've seen in the last couple.
MX235, we need you in the lanes. MX235, hustle over to lanes on your tiny little tires.
On your tiny little tires.
Steve Eden in the left-hand lane, Mike Peavy in the right. Couple of great cars from Drag Week. This guy on the right-hand side says this is his first drag racing event ever, and he's been running 10-0s on the bottle with a big block Ford in this haggard-looking 73 Ranchero.
The Ranchero stays down, and away we go. Steve Eden has a better reaction time by a bunch, but the Ranchero with the Roadkill sticker on the tailgate, no worries getting around the Nova. He's going to coast it through 10:33.3. It's just 106, and again saving the equipment down there. And 11:01.6 at 119 is Eden.
Okay, do you see a first-time drag racer looking over his shoulder, seeing where his competitor is and lifting?
I see a guy he's racing with that might have done this before and said, "Don't blow this thing up."
Yep.
Rick Johnson has entered the building, and he's holding the heads-up trophy in his hand.
Didn't know if you'd want to show it.
We should definitely show it. So this is the Gear Vendors heads-up trophy right here. Dude, Hemi, Speed.
Tell them the Steve Jobs story.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we went
Speak up so they can pick us up here on the live feed.
All right, so we're trying to pick up some of this, cool. And so I thought, okay, let's do it like kind of like our T-shirt, our logo, where we got this, we call them the GB man. Our kids draw him and stuff, all of the guys that work in the plant. And so I got the name. And so in Taiwan or something, they have all these knockoffs that are popular, right? You could actually buy a
The trophy, if you can't hear it here on the live feed, is modeled. He made the prototype with a Steve Jobs action figure.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly. So that's Steve Jobs action figure, and there we go. That's the trophy.
And the guys who win Hot Rod Drag Week get one of these in black. Last year, I think you had a gold one for the winner of the Heads Up Shootout.
This one we did silver.
This one's silver. So there you go.
There we go.
That's what everyone is here fighting for. That cars. A lot of fun. Thank you very much, Rick.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Lux just asked for an overdrive.
Okay.
Ooh, there you go.
Jeff Lott's putting an overdrive in Pro Mod. Perfect. Yep. I was telling everyone earlier how you come out with that Pro Mod unit, so there's a perfect example of how that's going to go into use.
986 down the top end. Gebhardt moves on to the next round, retiring the Turbo Buick. Now, if you say, wait a second, this dude lost first round at the El Camino. Why is he back? Well, he's back because his competitor ran quicker than their allowed tech speed. If your car was tech to go 950 and you go out here and go 875, you're bounced. And your competitor's reinstated. That's why the El Camino is back in the competition as the Manchero comes around the corner.
That goes back to the first or worst rule I was trying to describe earlier for bracket racing, and failing your tech speed is a worst. So you're gone.
MX235 to the lanes, please. MX235 to the lanes as the Pontiac goes 10, 83, 8, 124, and 1180 with an 8, 114. That's one of the best runs that El Camino has made all weekend long, or all week long. Chris Bisher coming up the return road, as is Tom Hogshead. And this looks like it's going to be our bye for round number 2. And this is the Pontiac Firebird. The flat blue paint job. Whoa, baby, that car picked the front end up, and once the boost came on, it just ripped the back tires right off it. Big time tire smoke going through there before the 60-foot cone. So on the solo pass, the Firebird will work its way down the laser side of the strip. And here comes the Malibu rolling up on the laser side. So the Malibu going to run down. I don't see competition here. I'm not sure if it's comp single or what the program is. Might be a competition single here for the Malibu.
You can see Hot Rod Magazine photographer Wes Allison out there absolutely killing himself, running back and forth, getting all the photos that you can see at hotrod.com.
Malibu doing what it does out there. 152.60 foot time, 112 in the 8th mile. And the G-body goes 975.5 at 136 miles per hour. This is an exhibition run, so what? So Fred Simmons Jr. coming up now. Simmons Jr. going to line up next to that Dodge Omni.
X235, you seem to be hanging out in the pit staring at your car, wondering why it's got this funny little tire on it, when what we actually need you to be doing is coming to lanes.
So move this way gingerly, please. We do need all MX235 cars to the lanes, all MX235 cars to the lanes. So Fred Simmons Jr. heads down in the Firebird next to the Omni, and the Omni goes down through 1036, 140 as Simmons goes 1176.0 at 114 miles an hour. And David, you have breaking news off the wire.
I do. It seems that Keith Harrison in that 34 Ford that chucked its own door off, he is patching the thing up, trying to make the next round.
Nice.
So that again, drag week stick-to-itiveness. Press on regardless. I've also got word that if you have an exhibition car, if you're doing a test and tune, get into lane 7. If you're not in competition, just want to make some passes. If you happen to be Dave Schroeder, let's say if you happen to be Larry Larson, lane 7.
So the MX235 racers are working their way into the lanes. Thanks for that, boys and girls. Tyler's going to jump out on the tractor and do a little preparation out here. We get it ready for the radial tires, drag it, spray it, get it ready to go to watch these very, very quick and hard hooking MX235 cars. We had 2 machines in the first round run within 300ths of the record. So if we can get a couple at 492 is the high water mark, if you will, for this category. We had a couple of 495 runs laid down by our 2 quicker cars in MX235. You know, it's funny. You try to you always try to reference historically, like, all right, what is this the equivalent to from back in the day? And I don't know what the small tire equivalent was back in the day.
Every single stock eliminator car?
Well, I mean in terms of the popularity, like, you know, we look at, to me, you look at pro mods and you go, okay, you can draw like this dotted line from a pro mod to a gasser. I think you can look at the gasser era and the big blown motors they had in those things, and then work your way forward to the chassis and everything and get to a pro mod. I don't know where you work backward from with these cars to find something else.
Fastest street car racing.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you're right. No,
Yep.
You're right.
It's exactly where it came from, because that's where NMCA really shifted from being a resto car, come out and run for fun sort of sanctioning body, and started shifting into the faster and faster cars. And we had initially a super street category, which was for the small tired cars, and it just expanded from there. And it really turned into people who are like, well, forget the street part of it, we're going to go ahead and build race cars, and NMCA went like this from there.
Sure.
So I'm going to draw that line for you.
All right, man. I like that. I'll buy that. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
That's right. I think it's interesting to watch everybody thinks it's interesting to see the progression into funny cars.
Yeah.
That was the fastest period of change and growth, I think, ever. As you look at, I'm going to say 1963, they started just barely fiddling with wheelbase, although go back to the High and Mighty, which ran in 59 and 60 at the Detroit Dragway for the Nationals. That was that big old 49 Dodge or 49 Plymouth. It had an altered wheelbase and a 4-link in the back, I might add.
And the first tunnel ram ever invented, too, with the rubber hoses.
Exactly. And those were Chrysler engineers. And Chrysler was the first cars, well, they were the first engineers to start moving the wheels forward in the front of the car. As a matter of fact, Bill Maverick Golden, who passed away last week, had one of the early cars that just had a small bit of altered wheelbase on it. Then Dick Landy was known for having the really radical altered 64 Dodge, which was then dipped and the car's basically falling apart. It was so lightweight. And that progressed into the steel-bodied funny cars. In fact, I was seeing some of those at Brent Hayek's place when we visited him in Ames, Oklahoma a couple weeks ago. Just crazy Mustangs that are steel back half and big old long stretch nose.
Yeah.
And then from there, it went into the flopper. Help me for a minute, Fran
Hernandez.
Fran Hernandez, who, as you may know, what is his actually first drag racing success?
He beat Tom Cobb in 1948 at Goleta Air Base.
You're shitting me down, Brian. I was hoping you didn't have that. But yes, he did.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Did you know?
Boom goes the dynamite.
Right, boom goes the dynamite.
He was on. He was running nitro, and Cobb had a blower.
Exactly, and he was running a motor from Bobby Meeks at Edelbrock. It was a pretty interesting deal. They were just street racers, and we're talking about the very first so-called sanctioned drag race that ever happened. And it was at Goleta, but did you know that it was not on the runway?
I didn't know that.
Nope, it was on the entrance road.
What's the word beyond minutia?
That would be Brian Loans.
No, that what just happened right there was beyond minutia.
Yeah, but it's really good.
No, it is cool. It is cool.
Anyway, Fran Hernandez, to bring this whole thing and tie it up in a ball, was the guy who was working at Mercury at the time who said, you know what, flopper funny car. And he had all of his guys, the very first one being the Gate Job funny car, and they were the first floppers. However, you will find people who believe that he got that idea from the Big Al 34 Ford, the one that was running the Allison motor in it, and was probably the first fiberglass flip-top car. Although going back in the Hot Rod archives, it is interesting. You can see some steel-bodied cars that guys built as floppers clear back into the 50s just for ease of maintenance. And of course, you know that when Gasser sort of started to lose the plot, we still look at them as cool, but it was the turning point at which
67.
Yeah, Gasser started going the other way. Some of those little Anglias, well, actually more, the 33, 34 Willys cars were floppers as well.
Sure, yeah, the F-Troop was the most famous one of those. Tom Prock and Jay Howell had that car.
I have sat in that car, and it was frightening.
Yeah, and that thing was nasty. They ran fuel through that thing, too. That was like an outlaw deal, and it was like stupid fast.
Yeah, terrifying. And a roll cage that was basically, you know, a square bit of tube that looks like they pulled it off a jungle gym somewhere, and they called that safety equipment, but they didn't know any better,
Right.
or they just had the cojones that they carried around in a wheelbarrow.
Exactly, the racer mentality. Man, well, we could put another down bar, but that's another 5 pounds. So, yeah, we're good here.
Yeah, we're absolutely good.
Well, you know, along those lines, as we got our MX235 cars coming around the corner, another guy you had in that great story in the Roadkill magazine was E.J. Potter. And E.J. Potter had, of course, a small block Chevy powered motorcycle, small block mounted lengthwise. And E.J.'s claim to fame on that thing, or his great idea or discovery, was running a clutch was just way too much trouble. So it was basically a direct drive, a dog box style, you know, deal. So he'd put that thing on a kickstand, engage the motor directly to the chain was hooked directly to the motor, and he would wing the thing up on the kickstand, kick it off the stand, and smolder the tire the entire length of the track. Very early on in his career, he tried to use a clutch. He tried to make a clutch out of some tractor parts.
Failed.
The first time they went and ran it was at Detroit, I don't know if it's Detroit Dragway, Onondaga Dragway, one of those places up in Michigan. But John Lundberg was announcing.
Oh,
He
cool.
was very early in his career, and Lundberg's up there talking, and at the time Potter was either in high school or just out of high school, and they had towed this thing to the track on a small trailer with 2 guys holding it up as the car was going down the highway. So anyway, Potter gets on the racetrack, lets the clutch out, the thing gets all squirrely, he drives off into the grass, nearly wipes himself out. We need round 2 winners back to the lanes, round 2 winners back to the staging lanes for the heads-up shootout. So he goes off the track, barely gathers it up, gets back on the track, and Lundberg opens the window and he leans out and he yells at Potter's friends, "Your buddy's going to kill himself. Tell him to stop." And they turn around and they said, "We don't give an F if he kills himself."
It's going to look good.
It's going to look good, yeah.
You know, on that note, you said that the V8 was inline in the bike. It was actually transverse.
No, I'm sorry, I meant sideways.
It was transverse because what you want to do is basically aim the rotating assembly directly at the family jewels
Right
while you're
there.
going down the track at 180 miles an hour on a motorcycle with a small block Chevy.
He crashed it. He only crashed that thing a couple of times. He crashed it in England. He was doing a show over in England, and the chain adjuster had somehow broken, which had actually tweaked the rear tire a little bit. So the rear tire, you need the rear tire mounted in a very straight line with that thing. It was out of whack, and he said he knew right in the beginning of the run that he was in big trouble. So he crashed the thing, and his famous quote on that one was, "It cost me X amount to ship it there as a motorcycle, and it was only half as much to get it home as assorted motorcycle parts."
Of course, EJ also built an Allison-powered Dodge Dart.
Yep.
And he also had the electric car.
Yeah.
It had an electric engine on each corner, and it actually went down the track on extension cords.
Right. He had an Allison engine, and he was EJ
Electric
made a
engine.
lot of money. EJ made a lot of money on Allison engines. How that thing worked was it was an Allison engine mounted on a trailer that was the generator. And they had 2 reels of cable that they would lay down the entire length of the racetrack. That thing then had pickups just like a slot car. He actually called it the super slot car that would sit on those cables, and it was a little like Morris Minor or something, a little very small English car with electric motor at each wheel. They would set the car on the cables, which had been reeled out by his truck, the Allison generators at the big end with the providing the power, and he would throw a knife switch. That's all it was. There was no gas pedal, nothing. There was a knife switch, and he only actually ran the thing a couple of times because no one would book it. No one would book it in. And he said, what he said to me one time, he said no one was excited about a car that sounded like an electric shaver going down the racetrack.
And they still aren't.
No, that's the truth.
Fast forward to the new electric
Yeah.
cars, and there you go. He also went into tractor pulling and had Allisons in those things too. Allison, by the way, being the V12 or 16?
12-cylinder, V1710.
Right, and that would be the engine that you would find in, say, a P38 Lightning.
Yeah, there was the V1710 is the 12-cylinder, and 1710 was a displacement, 1,710 cubic inches, and they had them as naturally aspirated engines. They had them as with big centrifugal blowers on them. There was a very rare engine they made as almost a test. It was called the V3420, and it was 2 1710s joined together. So it was a 24-cylinder engine. Only made about 100 of them. So EJ, being a dealer, he sold hundreds and hundreds of Allison engines over the years. That's how he made his living for a long time. Anyway, he's talking to a guy who knows these deals in Allison engines, and he says to him, "There's a guy with a used car lot like 150 miles from here with some weird version of that engine." And he says, "Tell me more about it." He says, "Well, it looks like it's 2 of them stuck together." And he said, "What?" Yeah. And he knew exactly what it was. So he drove up there, and sure enough, he gets to this used car lot, and the guy just has the thing basically sitting in like a planter in the middle of the car lot as some sort of a thing to get your attention as you're driving by. paid the guy, I think he said he paid the guy $100 for it, or whatever scrap value would have been at the time, tows it home, rebuilds the entire thing, puts it in a tractor called the Double Ugly, and goes out there and just annihilates everybody that came across his path.
That is awesome.
Yeah, he was a really cool guy.
My favorite quote of all time, ignorance, when properly applied, what is it?
It's a powerful tool. Yeah.
Often even exceeding knowledge.
Often even exceeding knowledge,
Right.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Fun guy.
A lot of those guys, and we have, the cool thing is, we kind of look back, I think, at a lot of those guys and go, man, it's not the same today. But when you look around at some of the stuff that's going on today, there are some people doing some really impressive and creative things out there. So,
like running on a 235 radial down here as fast as these cars are going.
So just finishing up with the track prep, we need all round 2 winners back in the staging lanes for the heads-up shootout. All round 2 winners back in the staging lanes for the heads-up shootout, please. Got a couple of you down there right now. I believe after we run round 2, the next round will be the choose 'em up round.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So what that's about is when we're down to 8 cars, we're going to put them right out here in the starting line. We do have to get them in front of the tower so that the camera and the audio will reach. We're going to put the 4 faster on one side, the 4 slower on the other side, and let them choose off. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Not to go the full Potter route here, but you talked about the Dart. He had a 1963 Dart station wagon that he put an Allison V12 airplane engine in and ran it as a car called the Nightmare 2, I believe is what he called it.
It was in the back.
Well, the beauty of it was he bought the wagon from a dealership, brought it to his shop, cut the entire floor out of it, put the motor up inside it, and when he was done, took it all out, welded the floor pan in it, and his wife drove around for about 5 years as their daily driver car.
I have heard that.
So Kit Long and Craig Fowler coming up. This is round 2 qualifying in the MX235 category. Long is from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and Fowler from Brighton, Tennessee. The turbocharged combination for Long, who is the number 1 qualifier right now, and Fowler is the number 9 qualifier. Is this still qualifying for these guys or round 1? Okay. So the nitrous being purged here for Fowler, just confirmed with race control, make sure we were still in qualifying mode, and we are. So the air bottle being turned on there for Kit Long. See the crewman kind of leading him into where he wants to put him. Two very different approaches to making horsepower, big inches and lots of nitrous oxide, or the smaller inch engine being force-fed by the exhaust-driven turbocharger. And the Fox Mustang goes 497.5 at 147 miles an hour, backing up its earlier 495 run. Not inching any closer to that potential record, though. Craig Fowler goes 520 with a 2:137, his best run. Kit Long stays number 1, and Craig Fowler goes number 4 with that 5:202 and 137 on the AAA side of the strip. Brian Dunlap and Justin Cernick coming up now. Cernick got the 5.0 Mustang plate on the back of his car. I wonder if that thing might have been featured in the magazine at one point. Brian Dunlap from Jonesville, Wisconsin, in the 1993 Mustang. So Dunlap backs his way up after his burnout, and Justin Cernick inching his way towards the pre-stage position. Drivers in the turbo cars using a device called a bump box to help them stage, which is actually an electronic device that helps you move the car a preset amount of distance per time, and to get that car up on the pipe like that, you need to bump it ahead. Try not to roll all the way through the beams. It can be tricky to stage one of these turbocharged cars. Let's see what happens as Brian Dunlap purges the nitrous. Justin Cernick going to be second to stage. Man, sideways action for Dunlap as Justin Cernick goes 5:10 with a 0, 142 miles an hour, running just 8,000 slower than he ran last time. Again, consistency here. You're going to try to consistency people to death rather than hit the big home run pass. Reaction times are great, a 74 and a 91 light. Bruce Shoemake and Brian Edwards coming now. Edwards from Bloomington, Illinois, the 1993 Mustang, and Bruce Shoemake from Patton, Missouri, 1994 Pontiac Trans Am. So Shoemake and Edwards get ready to run down. Both drivers inching their way in as Bruce Shoemake getting some direction out the side window from the crew as Brian Edwards does the same thing. Nitrous and turbo again. We go down the 8th mile. Brian Edwards on a pretty good pass out here. Edwards goes 492 with an 8 at 152 miles an hour. 492, 8 at 152 for Brian Edwards and that 235 radial tire. That is incredible stuff. 492, 8 at 152. Going to get the 3rd digit on that record to see how close they are to it. They either set it or they're within, or at least challenge it or within a couple thousands. 152.8 the big speed so far in the category for today. 124 short time, and then the power came on from there as Jason Collins and Craig Watkins get ready to go down the racetrack. Watkins from High Ridge, Missouri, and Jason Collins from Blue Springs, Missouri, the 66 Chevy 2 and the 2002 Chevy Camaro. So Jason Collins and Craig Watkins, both drivers pre-staged. Jason Collins goes 494.2 at 143 miles an hour in the classic Chevy 2. Craig Watkins goes 653.6 at 134 miles an hour over there on the AAA side of the strip. So John Huber from St. Louis coming up now, going to line up next to Jay Wolf. Here's an important note, Huber's car, a turbocharged 4-cylinder combo. So Huber giving up literally half the displacement plus of the other competitors out here, but the Huber family has long been known for making big, crazy power out of these Ford 4-cylinder motors with turbocharged power adding action. Jay Wolf from Savannah, currently the number 9 qualifier. John Huber is not on the sheet as yet. He went 880 at the quarter mile of this thing last night. Let's see what he can do in the front half of the racetrack. Huber, the turbo 4-cylinder fully staged. He's going to build a boost stand on it. Smokes the tires early in the run. Meanwhile, Jay Wolf is on it, baby. Wolf goes down 5, 29.4, 144. 140 with a short time, made a big move in the middle of the racetrack, but 5:29.4, 144, 8:15.4 at just 73 for John Huber, puts him number 11 of the 12-car field. So we got some cool stuff coming in the lanes here. I just got a text from Lonnie. 7 or 8 exhibition cars coming to run, including Larry Larson in the 1966 Chevy 2 Nova and Dave Schroeder in the Corvette. They are following our MX235 category as those competitors make their way up the return road to get ready for their next round of action. So Larry Larson in the 66 Chevy 2 will be coming. So some exhibition action coming, and then what we're gonna do after our exhibition runs, we're gonna bring the 10 remaining cars up here, and the fast 5 cars will choose off against the slower 5 cars of who they want to run. If you're the quick car, you get to choose off your opponent. And it goes down the list. The quick guys, we're taking them off the ladder and turning it into kind of a grudge situation where they have to point at somebody and say, I am faster than you, and I will outrun you, and the other guy can only do what he can do to stop it. I need the car numbers. So I do believe we're going to see a rental car grudge match of some sort coming out from under the tower first. So the MX235 cars put on a great show for us, and now we're going to take you to the next height of performance, the rental car showdown. I don't know what precipitated this, but we're about to find out. So we got our qualifying information in for MX235. Brian Edwards, the number 1 qualifier, 492.8, 152. Jason Collins, number 2. In the 66 Chevy 2 at 494.2. Kit Long from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, 495.4. Brian Dunlap is the number 4 qualifier at 495.6. Then we go to Justin Cernick in the number 5 spot, Craig Fowler 6. Jay Wolf 7th, Corey Stephen 8, Bruce Shoemake 9th, Craig Watkins 10th, John Huber 11th, and Steve Richards, your number 12 qualifier, rounding out the field in MX235. So we have Cody and Jeff DeLynn, so 2 Hot Rod Magazine staffers down there, one in a Chevy Impala, the other in a Ford Transit van, which will be coming out from under the tower to give us a rental car death match here down the quarter mile at Gateway Motorsports Park, as our remaining, we have 10 cars remaining in our Hot Rod Shootout. They will be coming under the timing tower, and we will be having them choose off the fast 5 versus the slow 5. So Cody in the Ford Transit van, that is the XLT model Ford Transit van. I don't have no idea what that means, but I'm just reading it off the back of the thing. And the Chevy Impala for Jeff DeLynn. Now, if the Chevy Impala fails to outrun a Ford Transit van, that is a very bad thing for the folks at Chevrolet. Come on now. Maybe some EcoBoost power there for the Transit. Jeff DeLynn waiting patiently for the Transit van to go all in. Cody's got the thing up on the converter. Somebody, okay, the green light's on, guys. There we go. There we go. Easy now. Easy there. So DeLynn a whole shot with a 1.87 second reaction time. And the dude in the van, who we're going to actually check for a pulse at the top end of the racetrack with a 3.5 second reaction time, clinically dead, I believe, a 3.5 second reaction time. 1750 with the 1 at 81 miles an hour, 1821 with the 3 at 75, and at this moment, Otto Crocker is somewhere blaming himself for the creation of these racing clocks. This is the Nova battle. This is, again, a little exhibition stuff going on here, a little grudge match between a couple of our Nova racers of the disco era, who will reign supreme out there. Both cars are 10-second pieces. Tom Hogshead has the 632 motor in his car. The Blueprint engine that came right out of the crate went right into the front of the car, and Tom has just been beating the thing mercilessly ever since. Reaction time separated by 800ths of a second, and not in Tom Hogshead's favor. He is not going to have enough real estate to catch the car in the other lane. 10:55.9 at 128 on a hole shot. Beats a 10:52.0 128. A hole shot, of course, meaning the starting line advantage got him a win light. 10:55.9 128 is Hogshead. The quicker 10:52 gets to the stripe second. Will we see the 13-second run from the Aussie campaigned Chevelle?
Powered by Corona. It's almost like nitrous.
It is almost like nitrous. The decision-making process is affected the same way as if you were humping nitrous oxide.
Can't be fast, be flash.
It's a winning burnout right there. Crab walking the thing towards the starting line. And Crab walking the thing past the starting line. He's an Australian guy, so the burnout thing is kind of some
skid.
It's a skid.
Skid.
That's a power skid, which means something entirely different
in the United States.
If you have a 14-year-old mentality like we do. So the Chevelle backed up past the starting line. He's going to restage it. It's the 4-speed car, as we've told you. They blew up the 4-speed that was in the car, broke 2 ears off of it.
I like this one. They pushed a push rod through one of the stock stamped steel rocker arms, and they used a dime and bent it and somehow attached it to the underside of the rocker that had a hole in it. And here they go.
So the 396 with a set of headers on it, Edelbrock intake manifold, the 4-barrel carburetor atop, gets down the top end, a 14.62.9 at 93 mile an hour shot. They've been desperately seeking that 13-second time slip, just haven't got there.
And I think it did run 14 beans one time.
14 like 02.
Oh, did it?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
All right, baby, here we go. Dave Schroeder coming up, the 872 cubic inch nitrous mill in the front of this Corvette.
Schrody baby.
Schrody baby. So the Schrodemeister blast 2 times up, big smoke early in the run. But they made a little advancement each time, and it seems like, oh, they smoked the tires immediately. That was a big waste of time. Not so. Monty Smith paying attention to the racetrack. They go back, they look at the race pack. They understand what's going on and make adjustments to get the car moving. If it'll go 60 feet, hang on tight. Visually, one of the cars that just carried has so much visual impact down here. Just beautiful. Come on, man. Come on, man. Schroeder going to hang on to it through the 8th mile at 164, and Schroeder goes 696 on the 9.
He did
it.
Been working on that forever.
209 miles per hour out the back door. That is flipping awesome. 696.9 at 209, and that was a long time in the making down there. Congratulations to Schroeder, to John Enns, to Mr. Nitrous himself, Monty Smith down there. A very, very cool deal. And Dave Schroeder has that 6-second time slip with a 209 mile an hour terminal speed. And I'll tell you what, if you look at the tracks that car laid all the way down to the 8th mile, he drove that thing like a boss. Very cool stuff for Schroeder's 117 short time, 4:59 of the 8th at 164, and it powered through 696.9 at 209 miles per hour. Wow, that thing with the big 3-wheel motion. Again, that right rear tire, left front up, and the Malibu. Working good, goes 975.9 at 136 miles an hour. And of all the cars that have ever competed in Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, there are very few that have the aura, the mystique, and the history of this one. Larry Larson comes up, his 1966 Chevy 2 Nova that is known the world over.
How cool to see this thing again. After it being out of Drag Week last year, and this year, the legend is back.
Larson, of course, has the Lenko transmission in here. He has a, I believe it is a 565 cubic inch twin turbocharged combination. Yeah, based out of Oak Grove, Missouri is Larry Larson. Yeah, he has owned this car since the late 1980s. It has gone through a bunch of changes over the years. At the very first drag week, it was bright pink. It had a 555 cubic inch big block Chevy with a 12 or a 1471 blower on it. It went 838. It made the quickest single run of that week, but ultimately lost out to Carl Scott at the end of the contest. After that, Larson went on kind of a rampage from 2007 to 2012. This car dominated the event, winning the overall championship 5 times in a row. Oh man, ripping the tires, he pulls the gear. Look at that thing laying tracks out there. 134 in the 8th till he finally has to say uncle and lift. 882.2 at 113 miles an hour. It was 128 to 60 feet. You can see it was absolutely black tracking its way down there, just about to the 8th mile. And Larry has made more runs in that car than anything else. He knows exactly what that thing's supposed to feel like and how to drive it. And mere mortals probably would have lifted before that, but he knew exactly what that car was telling him. The man who has built so many successful cars here on Drag Week and has had a hand in everything from top sportsman cars and pro modified cars. He has built them all. He's got a long resume of winning automobiles, and of course his S10 pickup truck, which came to Drag Week last year, won the top sportsman category at the NHRA race in Topeka, Kansas this year, which was a very exciting weekend. Being able to call that thing romping through the top sportsman field was certainly a highlight of my 2014. As Tom McGilton comes up now here on the laser side. So McGilton completes his burnout. He's going to back up there after watching the boss run down. He's got the cars coming in. He's going to set the 10 cars up down here, like now. I don't even have these guys' names. Can we dig the names up quick? The results? Do you have the result sheet? Tom McGill, it shakes the tires bad enough. It actually broke the rear valance, or the rear bumper cover. The thing came loose as it was really wadding the tires up hard. It got out of its own way hard in the first 60 and 330 feet of the racetrack, but by then he had to lift as the tires went square in that really gnarly ZL1 Camaro, the winner of the Pro Street Power Adder class this year at Drag Week.
Dustin, you copy? We are going out front.
I have.
Go yet. Dustin said don't go.
So as you can see, the 10 remaining cars coming up here. We're going to be coming down to trackside here momentarily once we get clearance from the video boss, and we'll head down there and set up our kind of grudge deal here, which is the faster cars will be able to pick off who they want to race on the slower side of the deal, and it's kind of a survival of the fittest situation, and we're going to be trackside momentarily, getting a little grudge talk going on down there at the starting line. Hang with us for 1 second. We'll be right back.
There's only one remote. I'll stick here. It's going to be Brian alone. There's only one remote mic. I'll stay in the tower. Tempo.
they made all the selections already.
See, Keith has a mental advantage. He throws parts of the competition.
All right, so Lonnie Grimm has been.
Greg Camaro, out first.
Can someone run up to race control and get the wireless turned on?
So what's going on for those of you listening to me here at home is we are on the starting line right in front of the tower here at Gateway, and we've got the final 8 cars in the shootout, and we've got the 4 quickest on one side, the 4 slower ones on the other, and we're in the process of letting these guys choose off, which apparently they did before we even got down here.
Yeah, Lonnie Grimm, our race operations guy down here, kind of took control of the situation.
As he does.
And had them pair off here against each other. So I don't even know what the pairs are at this point. They're going to kind of form up here. The quickest car will get the bye, and that is that great 73 Camaro that Adam has been wailing through the low 9-second range all weekend. So
not the quickest car.
What's that?
That wouldn't be the quickest car.
Chris Bisher, I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay.
The 880s pickup truck, I believe, will be the one with the bye. So again, what's happened here is the quicker cars. Here we go. We got a mic now. So what's happened down here in the starting line as Lonnie kind of seized control of the situation, the 5 quicker cars have been able to pick off what they perceive to be the slower car, and they got to make their picks. So we got the 1.5 doored hot rod back there, Keith Harrison. He will be racing against somebody who's the guy said he's already trying to take weight off that thing. So he's a baller back there. But we're just about a minute or 2 away from, I think, sending cars down the racetrack. The quickest car is going to have the bye. And Lonnie, who is the quick car? Is it Chris Bisher here in the truck?
It was Chris Bisher. He had the option for the bye or pick a race because he does not have the option for additional bye rounds. We have 9 cars available for first round of the Grudge. He has chosen to take the bye.
Smart man. Okay, so who is the first pair that we're going to be seeing up here? Which 2 cars?
The first pair will be car number 291, the gray Camaro, will versus the red Firebird, car number 91.
Okay, sweet. So if the gray Camaro is on the faster side, so he figures the dude in the Pontiac is just backing up and he can walk around.
What we did this year is as the choice came down, whatever competitors were left, you got to choose from any competitor.
Oh, okay, so he could have gone wherever he wanted with this thing.
Correct. He could pick an easy race, or he could pick something with a lot of character.
I like it. Thank you, Lonnie Grimm. So I think we got guys in cars. We're going to get out of the way and let these guys go drag racing.
And I guess we'll head back up to the tower.
I guess we'll do that.
Yeah.
We'll do the same thing when we come back around.
Okay.
We'll do it one more time when we come back around. Do you want to?
Yeah, next time when you're doing the pairings, I'll come down. We'll do them live on the mic.
Yeah,
okay.
Perfect. I'll pull them up here just like this.
Perfect. Just assuming people will walk up and talk to us all the
And
time.
I won't start till you're here.
Okay.
So I didn't know you guys were coming down that time. Sorry.
Something else to keep in mind. The Firebird went a 16 something last round, so he's a duck. The car's an 8.
Yep.
As our first pair is coming up, Adam going to roll up in the Camaro, and I believe that's Greg over there in that first generation Pontiac Firebird. Adam's car again, the single turbo LS combination versus the all Pontiac powered, beautiful first gen Firebird on the laser side of the drag strip. We think an upset right off the bat or what?
don't know what the numbers are on these two cars right now, but my money is on the left-hand lane.
Kind of where mine's sitting too, but you never know. If the dude in the right-hand lane can pull a huge hole shot on him, we'll see what happens. Both cars three-stage now. The Firebird kind of inch his way in. Adam's going to start building some moves there in the Camaro. At 123 miles an hour. Greg Maton's going to roll up on the He's going to go ahead and take on the little 66 Chevy 2 or 67 Chevy 2 Nova here, stack injected car. This guy had some trauma over the course of the week in the Nova. We saw the photos. His trailer didn't just fall off the back of the car. The thing absolutely fell apart, and the box of the trailer ended up laying up against the guardrail on the left-hand side of a highway. Multiple trailer failures this year. Oh man, it's going to be the 72 out of the gate first, but Maton's going to have a problem. It's our first big upset out there. It's Greg Maton, the 8-second car, unable to complete the run, and the 10-second car, a second and three-quarter behind him, is going to take the win. 10:24.5, 124 miles an hour. Never been to a drag race before, a longtime circle track racer. He saw an episode of Roadkill and decided to come out here and have some fun. Well, he had a lot of fun. He went a couple rounds in the Street Machine Eliminator race last night, and he's now found his way down to the round of 10 here in the Heads Up contest. Got a really big competitor in the form of Dale Gebhardt and the Gremlin. That's sitting over there. Oh, the Gremlin is out of competition. It popped on the starting line, so it will be the Banchero. Against all odds, moves on to the next round. The Ranchero shuts off early, coast 10:43 or 10:42.3 at 1:03. And for the second pass in a row, as it always happens at this thing, humongous upset. Gebhardt's car is like a 7-second hitter. That thing's a killer, but it didn't move 6 feet before it popped out of the hood scoop. So we're going to have one full pair left, and then Chris Bisher will have the solo pass in his S10 pickup truck. And the pair will set a 4th-generation Pontiac Firebird lined up next to Keith Harrison, whose car literally blew its own door off last time down the drag strip. Looks like Gebhardt is going to fire the Gremlin up and take it down the racetrack. Of course, he's eliminated. We're going to let him make a rip here. This is a 451 cubic inch stroker big block Chrysler with Indy cylinder heads on it in this car, and it is a mover and a shaker for a little no wheelbase. Oh man, it's popping again out there. It is not a happy camper. So Gebhardt just trying to keep the thing running at this point, and I think that is going to be it for the Gremlin. Tough way to go. That thing went very deep in the rounds last year at the Heads Up Shootout we had in Tulsa, but it's just not his day for the Gremlin of Gebhardt today. All right, he's going to lit off now, and he's going to back around there and drive it down. There he goes. So Gebhardt, I'm not even sure the starting line, I'm not even sure the tree was armed at that point. Gebhardt goes down to the top end and gets a whole bunch of blankness down there. The Christmas tree had not been armed yet, so no data there for Gebhardt. So the final pair of this deal, then we have our solo pass for Bisher is coming up right now. That flat blue 4th-generation Pontiac Firebird. Again, Keith Harrison, the 1934 Ford Coupe. The big block Chevy, naturally aspirated single 4-barrel motor with 1.5 doors on it. 9-inch Ford-style rear end, got the coilover springs, almost like a ladder bar set up underneath there for the hot rod entry of Harrison. Fun to watch this car go down the racetrack. All the torque in that big block takes the body and hunkers it right over the right side. Blue Firebird pulled a pretty significant wheel stand last time down the racetrack, but when the thing got up there, it busted the tires loose, so it couldn't pull it out. As David has talked about, this is a single turbo LS combination with a massive single turbo on it. So Harrison goes right into the fully staged position. In goes the Pontiac. Here he goes. He's rolled in. Naturally aspirated hot rod versus the turbocharged fourth gen. And the turbocharged fourth gen having no problems walking away from the big block Chevy Power 34 Ford of Harrison. 883 4 147 for the Pontiac. 1054 1 124 for the hot rod, and one car remains. And that car is, of course, a truck. This is Chris Bisher. And as we've told you multiple times during the week, Bisher actually works for Lingenfelter Performance Engineering, works out there in Indiana for the company. This is a 5.3 liter, basically a stock short block with a single turbo on it. Basically opened up the ring gap on this thing, puts a bunch of boost to it. And so Chris Bisher going to try to put another 880 lap down the racetrack in the truck. And so Bisher heads down the racetrack past the 8th mile, the 1,000-foot clock, and he lifts early, goes 879 to it, 134 miles an hour. At 879, the speed way off there as he was out of the throttle, probably about 1,000 feet, maybe even a little before that, to roll through at only 134. So that ends that round. We're now down to 5 cars in the heads-up shootout. They will come back in just a few minutes. We have our MX235 cars yet to run, and a lot more exhibition coming as well. Maybe Schroeder will come back, try to improve on that 696 he made with the 208 mile an hour speed. Might see Larry Larson again. Hopefully we see Tom McGilt again as well. I think I'm going to head back up to the booth and hunt down Freiberger as he has completely disappeared.
Switch to one, so I'll be on one for the same. Yeah, stand away from the noise so you can see the numbers and so we can see the track. Like it's.
Finally.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I promised you would give me the deal a long time ago. But if you give me your address, I'll get it mailed out to you next week. Hey, as long as it's 235 guys on the hour. So, dude, we saw it happen again.
What's that?
2 humongous upsets. Maton's got the 8-second car. The 10.5-second car beats him because his car gets loose out there. Gebhardt, who went did he win the thing last year? I'm trying to remember. Gebhardt went way deep in the rounds in the heads-up deal in the Gremlin last year, and his car absolutely almost popped a couple times pretty hard on the starting line, so he didn't go anywhere either.
Henley won last year in that car that used to belong to Steve Boyer.
No, he won Street Machine Eliminator.
Oh, that's right.
Heads-up deal, yeah.
You're right. I forgot about that. I'm backwards. So what's happening right now?
So right now we're going to prep the racetrack. We have the tractor coming out. We have the MX235 cars that will be coming around the corner here in a minute, and we have a bunch of exhibition cars yet to run as well. We're down to like 5 cars in the heads-up deal. Chris Bisher had his bye run this round. He took it, so he will have to race somebody next round. He doesn't have a choice. The second quickest car in left will get the bye next round if we have an odd number, which I think we will.
How many cars total are left?
5.
5.
As best I know.
They'll come back here and one guy will get a bye and we'll choose them off.
Absolutely. So we'll make sure we do a little bit more public embarrassment and or egging on in the choosing off process. This time we'll get them on mic so you can actually see what's going on. Lonnie did a nice job of it, but we want to get a little trash talking going as well.
Because that's why you watch the internet.
Yeah, that's what the internet's about. It's about anger and being mad and yelling at people.
And being right.
Yeah, nothing is ever everybody's right on the internet. I mean,
no.
Except for the person saying whatever the fact is.
You are right. Everyone else is wrong.
No, that's what it is.
The problem with that, though, is that you are right and I am wrong all at the same time, and that's what social media is all about.
Your opinion is wrong.
Well, it's kind of nice to be outside here at
I'll
Gateway.
tell you what, yeah.
We've been trapped in the booth the whole time.
This is what it's like out here. I like this. You can hear there's something going on in the circle track behind us over there. It sounds like motorcycle racing or something.
Finally, we can show the tire mark that we've been talking about a few times.
Yeah.
See it above the Via lighting thing? That is from a burnout contest where the tire blew, and he was in the burnout box or even ahead of it. The tire heaved all the way back to the tower and hit it right there and left the mark.
Yeah, that's like the proverbial, you know, someone backed the bus over me, I got tire tracks on my back. Like that's the proverbial actual thing.
Yeah, tattooed on there forever. This drag strip used to run the opposite direction, from there to here. Had a little timing tower, crossover, the whole deal. And they tuned it up. Now it's like a pro facility. You said NHRA is coming here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, man, the NHRA race is next weekend, 25th to the 27th. So,
are you announcing it?
No, because I'll be at the final ECTA meet of the season. So we have a land speed meet next weekend, but they will be out here with the pro mods and everything else for, you know, they're down to the countdown to 1 now, so it's a big part of the season. So if you're out here in the St. Louis area, you want to catch some NHRA action next weekend right here. Or if you want to come land speed racing, come up to Wilmington, Ohio.
Yeah, the ECTA thing is something you should check out. It's East Coast Timing Association in Ohio for reasons that are historic. And it's run by Brian and Keith and Tanya. It's a standing mile on an old airport runway, or actually a fairly new airport runway, which is unusual. The concrete there is awesome. We do the Hot Rod Top Speed Challenge there every April, which is a shootout of street cars, see how fast they can go. And Brian and I have been talking about bringing some more smack to that by giving a street drive, or requiring a street drive in that class, and probably changing the rules out a little bit so that it's not land speed cars that are putting lights on them.
Yeah, just like this stuff out here, we want to get an accurate picture. If you're going to enter a class called Super Street, then by God, let's see the street part of that.
Right. Just the same way here at Drag Week, we do allow unlimited cars, but we've also got the more stock-bodied stuff. I think we're going to lean towards stock-bodied at the Top Speed Challenge.
I do agree with that as well. So, it has been a spectacular week here so far. We're getting down to the end. We have our MX guys that are going to be coming around the corner. 5 of our Drag Week racers are left in their Heads Up Grudge Challenge. And the reality is, this isn't technically, I mean, it's a part of the Drag Week experience, but not actually part of Drag Week. That ended last night with our award ceremony, where Tom Bailey was awarded the big Gear Vendors Trophy for his overall championship. He got the guitar. Goldstone got a guitar, and Joe Barry got a guitar. The guitars are awarded to the 3 fastest cars, or the 3 quickest cars, not necessarily the 3 cars in Unlimited that are the quickest, or the 3 cars of any specific class, because Bailey was in Unlimited, those other 2 guys were in the Unlimited Iron category. So with that, very cool validation for the existence of that brand new category this year.
Yeah, Ultimate Iron actually, which is for the stock-bodied cars, which a lot of people like to see. And a few minutes ago, you saw sort of the prototype go down the track, which is Larry Larson's 66 Nova. I wonder if Larry will be back trying to put together a better pass after that.
I think he will. He really was aggressive with that car. He went through the 8th mile, basically turning the tires, and he finally had to lift at some point where I think it was making enough speed and moving around. He said, I don't really want to do this. You know?
He's got a lot of experience in that car, and he knows when it's going to get ugly.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know what's funny is the first Drag Week, it was like Chevy 2 City out there. Remember that? Carl Scott's fast car was a Chevy 2. Larry, Phil Cooper. There was like every guy with a fast car in America somewhat, for some reason, had a Chevy 2 Nova.
Yeah, pure coincidence. And now it's all Camaro all the time.
Yes, with varying lengths of nose, width, and shape.
And body material.
Body mass. Well, that's us, not them.
Right. We put a lot of cars across the scales this week, and I think we kept a log on that. I'll be really curious to go back and actually see
average weight. Yeah, see if
weighs.
you get the average weight of the average weight of a Drag Week car. It would actually be kind of an interesting little factoid to have.
It's going to be heavy because we have so many production muscle cars with steel bumpers and steel hoods and all of that stuff. They're even running 7s with those. What are we doing?
We're going to go up to the booth. You're going to get a behind-the-scenes tour of walking up the stairs to the booth. This is how the magic happens. This is how the sausage is made.
You notice it's always windy underneath the tunnel at a drag strip.
It's nice.
It creates like a Venturi effect. It's essentially a giant carburetor.
Thanks, Bill Nye.
Yeah, that's true. It's a big carburetor.
I wonder if this crossover bridge was at the other end of this place and they just relocated it down here.
That is a good question because it looks familiar because the old tower was that color.
Knowing the drag strip owners like to spend $4 to complete any project, they likely did not spend that much more to move that thing down here. All right, so we're making our way up here to the deluxe apartment in the sky. Should we show them the control room?
We should. Check this out. Live streaming. Stay out. This means you. Seriously, not joking. Do not enter. Questions upstairs. Yeah, they're not kidding around.
These signs don't apply to us, so look in here. Here's what the control room looks like for the live feed. Let's see this.
Boy, the world's going to implode. Can you imagine live feeding the actual live feed control center?
So here we are this is where the magic happens. This is the live feed control center. That is Dustin over there. And Dustin, as you'll notice, has not seen sunlight in years, because this is what he does. He sits in dark rooms and looks at computer screens and presses the buttons. He also says mean things to me in the earpiece and makes mom jokes and offends me, but I keep it together because I am a professional. So he's got all the buttons here and the knobs. You have Julia over there, and she is on Facebook on her computer right now. She's doing social media work for herself. And then we have all the equipment, which goes into a rental truck that hopefully doesn't get stolen when we leave the track at night. So, should we go upstairs now? We're out of here. Keep it real, Dustin.
Look how much cable we have to run to get this done. There is a hard cable that goes out to every camera out on the track. There's more that even go upstairs to us.
Do we know what the original intent of this pipe was?
Yeah, exactly. That's PVC, polyvinyl chloride, not positive crankcase ventilation, which is PCV, and I always get that wrong. Okay, they're telling us to get to lanes and call those 235 cars back, or get in the booth. Get in the booth! This right here, by the way, is the time slip room that you want to check out. This is where Keith and Tanya and Tara, Sean hang out all week long. And normally,
wait. They have French fries in here.
They do.
We haven't seen a French fry in days.
What happened to the cookies? We need Chips Ahoy. Those are gone. They're gone.
We're going back to the booth. Okay.
So that's what goes on there. This is the command center for the entire track. This is where it all happens over here. And this is our booth, where, as you can see, we've got LED lights so that you can see our faces clearly, because what a disaster it would be if you couldn't.
That would be a shame.
Yeah. And a camera, a couple of mics here. That one's yours. This one's mine. And we've got our computers, which are going live here all the time, because we're checking on results and looking at videos and looking at the chat and things like that. So there's a little behind the scenes.
So we got a bunch of our cars back already. We got 4 of them down there. We're looking for 5. But man, the Bamchero is one of the upset winners. That thing is leading a charmed life, man.
He's got some roadkill stank on that thing.
He does have some roadkill stank on that thing. Absolutely. So the Bamchero, one of the great stories of Drag Week 2015. We're looking for our MX235 machines as well. MX235 final qualifying has been locked in. We got 12 cars in the class, and they need their first round of eliminations. To the staging lanes, please.
Many people who are watching at home have been posting on the chat, why are these guys running 8th mile? Well, let's explain a little bit. This is a different category that's running that is completely divorced from Drag Week. It is MX235, and they run 8th mile. They only go to the 8th mile because it's safer, whereas our Drag Week cars are going to be rolling all out to the quarter.
When you consider these guys are going 160 miles an hour in the 8th mile on a 235 wide tire, it is incredible. These cars, of course, have the horsepower to spin that thing at 200 miles an hour, likely at the top end. And the reason they run 8th mile is just that, to manage the speeds. And again, manage at some level the budget as well. It's certainly not cheap to go out here and race one of these things, but when you start to run them the full pull down the racetrack, you know the last 300 feet of a racetrack is where all the bad stuff happens. Whether connecting rods are going to give up or oiling system's going to fail, that's where it usually happens. You take this stuff back to the 8th mile, you have a less of a chance of seeing somebody bounce one off the walls, and you got less of a chance of having somebody lunch a motor and end their season early.
And besides, 8th mile has become sort of the standard in many parts of the country, or at least in the Deep South.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pervasive. On the door slammer side now, it is pervaded pretty much everywhere. I mean, the PDRA is an entirely 8th mile sanctioning body running their door slammers and stuff. There are several traveling door slammer and pro mod shows that have gone all 8th mile. And the reality is that most of the small tire stuff across the country has gone 8th mile as well. The exceptions being events like the PSCA. They have PSCA Streetcar Super Nationals in St. Louis and in Las Vegas, and they are one of the few places where you see these guys run full pull. Paul Moyet in his Pro Mod ran 274 miles an hour out there, which is faster than the fastest alcohol funny car in the world.
The little voice in my head is telling me that we need gas for our generator for the live feed. So if we have anybody who is out there in the pits who can lend us a couple gallons of gas, and actually we are not going to be giving it away, so you're just going to go ahead and consider that a gift.
Racer in need, us.
Yes, us. We need it for our generator. So please, come give us a couple gallons of gas. You can come see, let's say, Corey on top of the big green thing. What's it called? Scissor lift. Scissor lift is where it's needed. Half track. Check out our scissor lift, and that is where we've got the generator running. Scissor lift.
We're going to go to a Q&A session here. Is that what's going on?
I think so. I'm going to turn on the live feed right here in the booth and see what some people are saying and see if we can answer some questions, as there's been many. We're live right now, 2,000 people watching worldwide. We've had as many as 47,000 people in a day check out the live feed as it's going. Oh, this is hideous. We have to look at ourselves while we're talking.
MX235, MX235 to the staging lanes, please. MX235 to the lanes.
So we are now on our live feed looking at the chat room. If anybody who is on there wants to ask a question, we might address it. Earlier I was commenting on there and people were saying there's no way this is the real Freiburger. And what's funny, it's because there's a little bit of a delay in the feed. So I'm answering while they're watching me talking.
Okay, I see.
And they're thinking this isn't happening. But yes, that was me on there because of the slight delay. We got a lot of people just wanting to say hello. Hello from Sacramento. Say hello to me, yada, yada. What's your favorite cars of the week? This is something that Kyle from 1320 Video asked me earlier today. You got to go with Bamchero.
Bamchero's right up there. The Gremlin's right up there for me. Tom McGilton's car part of it, and Goldstone. I mean, with
There's too many.
With 300 of them out here on the first day, there's a lot to pick from.
There is. Yeah, it's an impossible question because I like them all for different reasons. You can find a reason to love any car, which is why you have to own 20 or 30. People always ask me that question, why don't I run one of my own cars at Drag Week? Well, you see what I'm doing right now. It is difficult to race down the track when you're actually announcing, running around, dealing with awards, dealing with race operations and things like that. I'm actually less busy now than I ever have been because the operations have been turned over to Keith Turk. We got Lonnie running the lanes. We got Jenny handling all of the paperwork. Michelle doing all the other little details. She used to sell t-shirts. We've now got another company doing that. So I don't do as much. I just stand here in the booth and make a fool of myself alongside Brian Loans.
Somebody just asked if you'd ever consider bringing a Drag Week competition to the UK or Europe.
No, I don't think so. It is enough of a hassle trying to make it happen right here at home that I don't think we'll be doing that anytime soon.
One of the commenters just mentioned that they love the fact that you can't say hot rod, you say hot wad. Which you've done that today.
Yeah, let me see. Oh, the guy's talking about how you wrap that Mustang around a tree.
This is a scorched earth policy going on right now.
Someone's asking here for a motorcycle class at Drag Week. Once again, no thanks. I don't think we'll be doing that. Doesn't really fit the theme of Hot Rod Magazine.
Where is Finnegan? Mike Finnegan is home this week celebrating his 10th wedding anniversary with his wife and his kids. As you guys well know, that David and Mike spend a lot of time on the road with Roadkill, and when you get an opportunity to spend some quality time, especially on an important anniversary like your 10-year wedding anniversary, you do it. So
and that's really why we've spent this week together.
Yes.
I think it's roughly a 10-year anniversary.
I think it is a 10-year anniversary.
Or
it's
11.
Great, with none of the marital issues that come with it.
I have some people demanding a BAM from me and other people asking what is going on with the BAM. And I think we talked about this yesterday. BAM is something that came out of a quick commercial that I was shooting, and for whatever reason, we did like a camera trick where we started the process and then we cut to a shot of it being done, and I went BAM as if it was magic. And then Brad Alicia, who's the editor on that thing, started using the BAM, made a mixtape out of it, and then put it at the end of the show where it still appears on Hot Rod Garage on the YouTube channel. And it's become a thing inadvertently. So BAM! There you go.
MX235, MX235, you should be in the lanes. MX235, you should be in the lanes. When does Roadkill start again? When's the next episode coming up?
There's a live episode right now that for some reason people haven't figured out it's up there. We raced the Rotson at 24 Hours of Lemons. That's live right now. And on the 25th, you'll see the episode where we had that complete debacle with Gas Monkey Garage, but did end up putting a brand new 707 horsepower Hellcat Hemi in our 68 Charger known as the General Mayhem. So that's coming up on September 25th. Oh, we got a guy walking up with a gas can to help us out at the scissor lift. Thank you very much for that. Yep, thanks for giving us a wave. We appreciate that a lot. You just saved a lot of entertainment for people worldwide, and you are worldwide right now. We owe you a Corona or 6.
What about a real beer? What if he wants to drink a real beer? Can we get him one of those too?
What are you going to give him, a Bud Light? That's what I saw you guzzling last night.
What do you want? Oh, come on, man. That's uncool.
Well, you know,
you're stuck to the Boston roots, man.
You're going to go with a hot wad. I'm going to go ahead with the Bud Light.
Right in the feels. Letza will not be making an exhibition pass this afternoon, as best we know. I don't think Jeff is going to make a pass. He had a rear end issue with that car yesterday, so that is going to prevent him from being on the racetrack today. Will you guys be on video on road time? Well, no, there is no more road time. This is the final day of the Drag Week 6-day experience, and this is our heads up day. So Drag Week, as far as the driving and all that stuff, ended last night. This is a day of fun and heads up racing.
I desperately hope that one day the technology gets to the point where we can feed live from the road, because that will just open up a whole new level of Drag Week experience for the people back home. It's really the most mind-blowing part of it. I mean, the speeds are one thing, but seeing a Pro Mod car going down the highway and over speed bumps and through a McDonald's drive-thru is really where it's at.
Ooh, what is a good first car to make into a drag car? That's a really good question.
Fox Body Mustang.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the easiest thing. You can buy them almost all over the country. If you find only rusty ones, you know what? Fly out to California. You can buy every convertible Fox Body that we've got in stock for $1,500.
We have in stock.
They're all convertible.
Push it, pull it, tow it.
I can't tell you why, but you could get that car, and the thing is, that is like the universal drag racing platform these days. You're not going to be the most original guy in the world,
but it works.
At all, but it will work. Hey Freiberger, why are you not uploading videos to your channel? My own personal channel on YouTube, yeah, it's there, it's kind of stagnant. All I really do is make video playlists because I'm a little busy.
I figured you'd be making like cat videos. You a cat video person? That's what I figured, you know, Mr. Twinkles or something like that. TV is dead, pretty much. What's your plan for the live feed now? The plan for the live feed is to do this until things go zoom, zoom down the racetrack.
Right.
And then we'll go back to doing that.
Just imagine if we weren't excruciatingly entertaining, how bad this would be.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, if we weren't bringing this much to the table, if entertainment value was measured in weight, we would be Elvis.
That's right. Not exactly sure where you're going with that. Would we be like early Elvis or
no,
fat Elvis?
No, we would be fat Elvis.
Oh, I got it.
But he still could bring it before, you know, ate the sandwich. And
here's the thing people ask a lot. Someone's like, why aren't there more Mopars at Drag Week? You know what? It's not like Hot Rod makes a selection of the brands of vehicles that are going to show up at the event. It's an open sign-up. I can't help it if mostly Chevys sign up. You know?
Yeah, someone asked what's the most common, you know, combination out here, and right now it's big block turbocharger for anybody that wants to go really, really fast. And I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, but that's the most common way, with the LS turbo stuff in a close second, and probably eclipsing that over the next couple of years.
Yeah, if you want to make a small fortune out of Drag Week, you want to just stock up on big block Chevy head gaskets and have them available at the front gate. That's kind of how to do that.
In multiple thicknesses,
Yeah,
yes.
a lot of JB Weld zip ties, duct tape, and ratchet straps as well. Other questions? Why doesn't Brian know the difference between a Dart and a Barracuda? I think you probably do, but I'm just going to go with this because it makes you look bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably said a word wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
I haven't done that.
I said roughly 40 million of them in the last like 9-10 days. So I likely did make a mistake. I'm going to come right out and say that. But I do definitely know the difference between a Dart and a Barracuda.
Would you allow a hybrid car at Drag Week? Why would anybody want to bring a hybrid car to Drag Week?
We do have hybrid cars at Drag Week. They run on gasoline and we add nitrous to it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look who just walked in the building, Dave Schroeder, who we're going to have a tough time talking to the way our live feed is set up. But congrats on that 696, 209 miles an hour.
That's right.
That was huge. We love to see that. We're talking about the blue Corvette that you saw go down.
Yeah.
Our director's saying if you roll on down here and stand right between us, we'll probably be able to pick you up on our mics that we're wearing right here. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it was a long week, and it's been a couple of years trying to get that 6 and the 200. So our first goal was to finish, but definitely wanted that 6 and the 200 this year.
It was a driving 6-second pass too, because that thing was trying to go to the left. You had to get some steering in the thing as well.
Yeah, we were turning on the kits a little more aggressively, had more timing in it today. So we were having trouble getting it hooked. So Monty just wanted to get it down the track. So we when that third stage turned on, though, they started glazing the tires a little bit. But
oh, you drove that thing, man. Totally.
Yeah.
So are you thinking about hitting it again, or have you already hit the Molson Golden down there?
Well, we looked at the data. Monty looked at the data. Yeah, I had a celebratory beer ready. We got a 410 gear in there. It went through the traps at 8,200. When that third stage came on, it flashed through the converter. So we need a converter change and a gear change.
And just to remind everyone at home and on the live feed, 8,200 RPM with an 872 engine. Does that thing have like a 5 1/8 inch stroke?
Yeah, it's something like that. It's
It's
huge.
gargantuan.
Tugboat stuff.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Man, we were thrilled here in the tower when we saw that. You've been fighting for it so long. I know you didn't make Drag Week this time, but you got another kind of victory. It's super cool.
Yep, thanks. And Larry was the one that told me at the big end, which made it even.
Oh, wow.
sweeter.
That's cool, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah. Okay, well,
all right.
you guys are.
Congratulations, man. Absolutely.
Are we going to see you next year?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Thanks.
I mean,
awesome event. I mean, it's every day doesn't go by. I don't think about it and plan for the next year.
Yeah, you probably got the credit card out every single day for this thing.
And I'm spending your money here, but 903 is kind of the new thing.
Actually, no, 950.
Oh, whoa, hey now.
he's ahead of you on that.
They put a bigger crank in those motors. It'll bolt, it'll go right in there without too much fuss. But
well, that seems like the self-evident solution. I think that's where you should go.
We'll see.
Well, Dave, congratulations, man. It was awesome to see it. And I know the people in the stands went nuts, and all the people on the live broadcast, the comments just went totally nuclear when it happened, man. So everybody was pulling for you.
Yep. Yeah, it was a long time coming, but thrilled to do it.
Congratulations.
Okay. Super cool. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
That's a big moment. I like seeing those people who actually just working at it for a personal best, and that is a huge personal best right there. I've never been anywhere near 6s. I think I'm 908's probably the quickest I've been. How about you?
I've not even been that quick. I went, the quickest I ever went was a high 9-second pass at the bracket car my dad and I ran for years that he still runs now. Yep.
What's it run these days?
So he's got two Novas. One's a tube car that runs a 434-inch small block on alcohol, and that is a low 8-second, 150-odd mile-an-hour car. And then the other car is a more tame combination that he's got set up to run Super Street, which is like 1090 index racing.
People ask me a lot about what I'm doing with my fast cars, most notably the F-Bomb, my 73 Camaro that's all painted army green, twin-turbo Nelson motor in it. What happened is we ran that 908 number with the thing. We finally got the converter sorted out. We're starting to work on the traction, starting to feed it boost. I go 908 at the end of a track rental session, and they're like, guys, we got to go. And we're getting the thing quicker and quicker and quicker every pass. Just another click on the boost controller. It probably would have been into the 8-somethings, but bench racing is bench racing. That did not happen. And we ended up taking it back a couple weeks later and turning the boost way up, and I fragged a turbo. And for me, that's a very big issue. There's just a lot that goes with that because the turbos that I had, they don't make the housing anymore. So that means you end up having to redo your inlet plumbing. And while you're there, why don't you just spend the fortune to change the intercoolers that you didn't like to begin with? And then you got to change the header on it, and that's $1,500 worth of material. So it's a big deal. But it's got some of those Nelson mirror image turbos on it right now. We're going to go that way. You'll see that car coming back. My Super B, and this will be breaking news to the entire audience, especially to you Roadkill fans, I am going to be removing the Landy 484 Hemi from my 1970 Super B. That was my first car, and we are going to put in a 572 all-aluminum Indy motor. And I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, man, that's going to be nasty.
That is going to be epic. And the Crusher Camaro, which has gone through a lot of iterations over the years, is currently working on taking the 700-horse mast engine out of it because he needs that engine back. And we're going to go with a stock 6.2 liter with a supercharger.
Oh, sweet. So Kit Long and Craig Watkins going to kick us off here. Round 1 eliminations in MX235. 12 cars on the qualifying sheet. Brian Edwards being the top of the sheet, Kit Long being the number 4 qualifier, and Craig Watkins qualified number 10. I'm sorry, Kit Long was number 3, and Watkins is number 10. We've already seen a 492 pass, which is within a couple thou of the record for an X235 machine. Both of them bump in, flickering that bottom bulb. Oh man, it's going to be long. It's going to smoke the tires. And Craig Watkins from the number 10 qualified spot goes 5:39.6 at 140 miles per hour. Goes on to the next round. You can see how fickle, David, this type of racing is. You got a good handle on the tune-up. You go a couple of runs in the high 490s, and the next time you come up, and it's smoke.
Fickle, man. Fickle.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Someone else here is asking what's going on with the crop duster. We are putting that thing together, and the plan is for Steve Dulcich and I to run that at Hot Rod Drag Weekend at the end of October.
So Brian Dunlap and Bruce Shoemake. Shoemake from Patton, Missouri. Dunlap from Jonesville, Wisconsin. And Dunlap is the number 4 qualifier in the blue Mustang. Shoemake in the red Pontiac Firebird. Shoemake purging the nitrous, Dunlap purging the nitrous. So a pair of nitrous cars here.
Someone here on the live feed says, those look like Model T tires. Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point. That's what these guys are doing here.
And it will be Dunlap, if you look at the back of his car, he is actually, looks like he is running the 8.5-inch wide, it looks like an 8.5-inch wide slick to me as opposed to the 235 radial on Shoemake's machine. There is an outlaw 8.5 category out in the West Coast that's pretty popular, guys. Again, trying to get all that power down through these very narrow tires. Either way, whatever Dunlap has in the back, it ain't much contact patch. Going to try to feed all the power to it. Both drivers are pre-staged. Oh, Dunlap, the better reaction time in Shoemake's car, popping and smoking as he heads off to the 60-foot cone. So Dunlap, 5:00:05:138, the number 4 qualifier. Dunlap advances, and Shoemake, after smoking the tires early in the run, is out. Next pair coming up, Craig Fowler and Jay Wolf. Wolf completing the burnout over on the AAA side, the 1993 Mustang in red. Fowler in the 1969 Nova. It is once again a nitrous and turbo combination as Fowler has the nitrous car and Wolf with the turbos.
Guy on the feed's asking for an outlaw donut spare class.
I like that idea. Wolf and Fowler. Fowler is pre-staged, and here comes Wolf. Data recorder turned on, the gas filler door closed, and the 93 Mustang Cobra puts a hole shot on Fowler, but Fowler is just going to run away from him. The Nova goes 5:72:01:37. Wolf's car just did not get out of its own way. 60 to 330 foot times were not good. The car did not accelerate near what they wanted it to. So Craig Fowler moves on to the next round. John Huber is coming up in the 4-cylinder turbo car to take on Jason Collins in the 1966 Chevy 2. Collins was the number 2 qualifier, 494.2, 143. Huber coming off the other end of the ladder is the number 11 qualifier, 815.4 at just 73. So two completely, and I mean completely different approaches out here. The Huber family, long known for the prodigious power they're able to produce out of these 4-cylinder turbo engines. Collins purging the nitrous in the 66 Chevy 2. So Huber needs to leave, and Huber needs to get that car rolling and give himself a fighting chance here. Collins, as is the case for all these guys, just going to try to not blow the tires off on the hit of the throttle. 60-foot time may tell the story on this one. Both cars are now fully staged as Collins goes in. Collins leaves with the wheels up, dead hook the thing. And up the top end of the racetrack, 5:14.8, 141, 5:58 with a 3:125. Jason Collins moves on to the next round, wheel standing his way out of the starting blocks, 121.60 foot time. Huber was 136 to the 60, and Collins goes through the 660 at 5:14.8, 141. Justin Cernick and Corey Stevens. Stevens was supposed to be appearing out here, but it looks like Justin Cernick will have a competition single as his competitor, Corey Stevens, has not come into the water box as yet. Justin Cernick goes all in. Oh man, it's a good thing there was nobody in the other lane as that thing just vaporized the tires on the hit of the throttle. Absolutely up in smoke. as Cernick goes 871.5 at just 68, rolling through slowly through the 8th mile. This is the car that had the bye run. He comes into the water box right now. And it looks like our five remaining drag week cars are ready to roll. So this round of 5 will set up a semi-final in our heads-up category. So now it is going to be the Mustang of Brian Edwards, the number 1 qualifier. He has the bye. He went 492.8. And Edwards has to pedal the car. It's pushing itself to the right side. He's going to smoke the tires all the way to the 8th mile. 5:13, 8 at 151. A kind of giant stretched S shape as that thing was black tracking from the hit of the throttle all the way down to the 8th mile cones. Edwards moves on to the next round as he earned the bye as the number 1 qualifier. So it looks like some motion going on down there by our 5 remaining drag week cars. I think those guys are going to get loaded up and start headed toward the starting line. We'll find out what the pairings will be. There goes this mean little 500 wheel horsepower Omni GLH. Beautiful run out of that thing. 10:46 with a 4 at 135 miles an hour. Sure, it's front wheel drive, but boy, is it fast. So we get word from the control room. We got a little time here, and just waiting online to load these babies up and send them around the corner. We're going to keep you apprised of who is racing who down here with the final 5 cars. Looks like Dale Gephardt's going to come around the corner in his Gremlin to make a hit here as well.
Gremlin.
The Gremlin.
Should we repeat our Richard Teague trivia? The designer of the Gremlin?
That is a good, yeah, that's a good tidbit. Richard Teague designed a lot of cool stuff, but the Gremlin is definitely one of his signature mobiles.
Yeah, and the Hornet, and perhaps a hand in the Marlin. I'm not exactly sure.
AMX for sure.
Yeah, the AMX, the Jeep XJ Cherokee. Did you know he worked for Packard?
Yes.
And then they folded up, and they owned Rambler at the time, which became AMC. He moved to Chrysler and GM very briefly. But the designer of the Gremlin, who did in fact sketch that car on the back of an airplane barf bag, is how it began. And you might also know they did the Gremlin first and then the Hornet.
I didn't realize that.
The Gremlin is not an abbreviated Hornet. A Hornet is an extended Gremlin.
Wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, minutia. But the guy who designed that car played a girl on the R Gang shows that became Little Rascals.
Bizarre.
That's bizarre.
Totally bizarre. I can still see the meeting where their parents are like, listen, you're a child actor. We know you don't want to be a girl, but you got to be a girl. Mama needs a new pair of shoes.
It was pretty normal back then, not too surprising. In fact, in Shakespearean days, it was only men playing all the roles.
Ladies and gentlemen, Masterpiece Theater with David Freiberger. Well, you know, in Shakespearean days.
Going completely off the reservation.
I'm more of a Plato fan. I'm more of the earlier OG playwriting, but if you want to go Shakespeare on me, that's fine, I guess. So the R Gang trivia just flowing here. at Drag Week. Is Dale Gebhardt going to come up in the Gremlin?
Our director Dustin just informed us that his wife's grandfather was also on the original cast of Our Gang. So it all just ties together in a nice little bow.
Man, this thing is mean. He pedaled it. He was headed towards the wall. He pedaled it, wrestled it back to the middle of the racetrack. And Gebhardt goes 9-10 with a 2 at 149.63 miles an hour in that 451 cubic inch Chrysler wedge-powered Gremlin. There's a 10-second Omni coming around the corner. Gotta love that thing.
More questions on the live feed. Somebody's asking about the crop duster. Answer is, that car is getting put together to go on Hot Rod Drag Weekend at the end of October. And hopefully we get that done and you'll see myself and Steve Dulcich racing that thing.
So, Lonnie, we're going to stay up here because of the fact that it's a little bit on the technical side. We're going to stay up here, and you can relay to us what the pairings are going to be as the 5 remaining cars pair off. Again, the slower cars here on the right side, the quicker of the cars on the left-hand side.
Another question, people are asking, what happened to that old blue Jeep that I worked on with Fred Williams on the Dirt Every Day show? He still has that thing. He fragged the transfer case on it hideously here a few weeks ago, but you can get, maybe this is trivia for you, Brian. Did you realize that Crown Auto Parts makes absolutely everything you need for a Dana 18 transfer case or a T93 speed transmission?
Did you realize that Crown Auto Parts is like 6 miles from my house?
I would probably live there if I knew
it's
that
a pretty
was
awesome
true.
place. So I did.
Yeah, I'm moving in.
I did the swap for. I put a Jeep Cherokee steering shaft in my car. It's a bolt-in for a B body or G body General Motors piece to get rid of the rag joint, have a U joint on it, and that was a literally drive around the corner and get one off the shelf rather than it was just kind of cool to go into the place, to go into Crown and actually buy stuff as opposed to that. I know obviously most people order mail order or whatnot over the internet, but yeah, they're right around the corner from me, man.
Super cool. What's that auto parts store you did a story for me on? The old vintage place.
Place called Then and Now Automotive in Massachusetts, around where I live. They specialize in old stuff, and when I'm talking old stuff, I'm talking like 16-cylinder Cadillac distributor cap old stuff. They have stacks of aluminum high compression heads for Essex 4-cylinder engines. They have more cylinder heads than there are Essex vehicles left in the world.
Do they have a Willy Willy head?
I don't know if they have a Willy Willy head.
Do you know what a Willy Willy head is?
If you answer this question the way I'm expecting, I will punch you in the face.
A Willy Willy head is actually a high compression aluminum flathead head for a Jeep 134 Go Devil 4-cylinder.
So what? 60? It bumped it to 62 horsepower, or what was the
38? Yeah, and actually, I believe those were made in Australia.
Oh, that's
There
cool.
are other ones that were made. I think Confer might have had one, or at least Peak Condos in the very early days. We're going deep.
Well, no, actually, the other day we were talking about how you mentioned how old cars had the the cloth roof with the metal or the wooden ribbing in it because no one could form that shape. Well, somebody sent me a message after that, and they said Holden of Australia was the first car company in the world to have a stamped roof.
That's great.
It's cool.
Meanwhile, they have no manufacturing in Australia at all anymore, correct?
Right. That's the downside.
Yeah.
Everybody pulled the plug down there. It's a pretty tough deal. Ford and even Ford and Holden, of course, and then Toyota announced that I think they were going to pull the pin on it too. So
yeah, that's a total bummer.
Yeah.
There's someone on the live feed who claims he loves the trivia. So the rest of you can just suffer through it. That guy is entertained.
Oh, absolutely. Does Hot Rod Mag have an official drag car?
No, Hot Rod Magazine does not have an official drag car. It's been a long, long time since Hot Rod had a logo on a car. In '98, we actually had one on Cruz Pedregon's Funny Cars, a deal that we had made as a trade-out with Interstate Batteries, who was the sponsor at the time.
You know what? If you can relate the story of the Camaro, the infamous Camaro Pro Stock incident of the 67 Camaro that became iconic that Vic Edelbrock has in his collection.
Right. This is the 67 Camaro, which was the very first Camaro on the West Coast. It was a press car, red with a red interior. Hot Rod Magazine had it, and Jim McFarland was in charge of the project. It became a whole lot of things. The very first hopped-up 67 Camaro. It was the first big block Camaro because they dropped one in before one was actually available. But they had a 502 or 496 stroker in this thing, which was a feet before they had a big bore block. And they actually beat Grumpy Jenkins at the Winter Nationals with it, and they were so shocked by it that they went and admitted, no, we're cheating. No, you got to put Grumpy back in. They're like, nope, too late, and they didn't even come back to the next round.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough one for your favored Bamchero, as Chris Bisher in the turbocharged truck has picked the Bamchero. Can the Bamchero pull off another miracle?
I may never forgive Chris Bisher for this.
This was hurtful.
Yeah, I love that guy, but you know, we're done.
We're done. We're seeing other people, man. It's over. We're dropped the big one.
Because the Bamchero has a special place in Roadkill lore. Bamchero wins. That's what I'm saying.
Even if the Bamchero goes down here, if he can put a 9-second time slip on the board, that would be kind of cool.
That would be amazing. But I'm thinking Chris has probably got a little bit of fear in him right now. He might be hitting it too hard, blaze the tires, and the Bamchero's going to the next round.
I would be afraid if I looked over and saw that thing. Afraid of what, I'm not sure, but I'd be afraid of something.
This thing won 2 rounds of the bracket race yesterday, which is awesome.
And the dude had never bracket raced literally in his life. No one's rooting against Chris Bisher, but we may all be rooting for the Bamchero.
Oh, maybe he's going to burn him down. Look at that.
Well, he better hurry up. There he goes. Huge hole shot for the Bamchero. 8th mile, Chris Bisher coming on strong. Bisher passes him, and the Bamchero done for. 9:55, 7 but
996!
Yeah!
He did it! 996, 132 miles an hour, and also treed bad a .088 light for the Bamchero.
Yeah, the 088 light was nasty. The 996 132 ET was awesome. And Bamchero, dude, carrying your jump pack away. Thanks for coming out to Drag Week, man. It's been a pleasure watching you guys have some fun this week. Absolutely awesome.
Never seen anybody so happy to lose. Man, his 60-foot time was essentially the same as the truck.
Yeah.
Crazy town.
So now we got the little Nova, the naturally aspirated motor in here versus the turbocharged LS combination of the Firebird. And once again, it's a huge gate job by the NA car, but the Firebird going to catch up. The Bird 126 in the 8th mile, and the Pontiac goes down 883 153. 10:15, 9 129 for the Nova. So that's going to set up our semifinal round with 3 vehicles left. That 883 is the quickest so far, so the Pontiac is going to have, unless we can see a big number out of Adam here, the Pontiac will have the ability to choose his opponent. Actually, the Pontiac's going to have the bye. If he's quickest of the round, he will obviously have the bye, and it will end up being Bisher versus this Camaro, which could be pretty entertaining.
My crystal ball says Bisher versus Pontiac in the final.
I wouldn't bet against that. They got a little aggressive then. This was the first time I think I saw this car actually spin the tire a little bit early in the run. And Adam in the 73 Camaro goes 976.1 at 140 miles per hour. Rubicon Joey, not gape job, but gate, G-A-T-E.
Gate job.
G-A-T-E job, gate job, meaning he ran out of the gate first.
And the very first funny car, as you know, called the Gate Job.
The Gate Job.
Very first flopper funny car, I should say.
Here's a good suggestion. John Rogers says, what do you guys think about the Roadkill guys as NHRA crew members for a race weekend and using the muscle truck as a tow vehicle?
I'm thinking guaranteed lose if we get anywhere near that operation.
Right, that's just nitro. You can handle it.
Yeah. It's actually shocking.
There it is, folks.
What?
The 9-second Bamchero coming up the return road. Like a conquering hero that got conquered, but you understand what I'm saying.
A conquering hero that lost. Yeah, you know, when you're Roadkill, losing is winning. That's really kind of the motto of the whole show. That and bad ideas, brilliant execution. I was saying it's amazing actually how many pro crew teams are into Roadkill. We hear it all the time. Guys sitting around a Top Fuel shop, NASCAR shop, and they're watching Roadkill.
And Drag Week.
They're pointing and laughing, more at than with. But yes, they're watching the thing. And Drag Week, yeah. We hear about that all the time too. They follow this closely.
Will the Hellcat engine become as popular as the LS? No, because they're production-wise, it's low volume, and the cost, of course, very, very much higher. Not to say it's an incredible piece, obviously, but just not got a two different deals totally there.
Yeah. So let's just go with no.
Shout out to Joint Venture Racing. If we're talking about the Joint Venture Big Rig Bonneville truck, or are we talking about Joint Venture somewhere else? But that truck was actually supposed to be coming out again this year. Of course, Bonneville not happening.
Yeah, Bonneville Salt Flats is tough. 2 years in a row, all the events canceled. During this week, Mike Cook's Showdown was going to happen, but apparently, once again, it's either too wet or not enough salt. A lot of hot rodding legacy being stripped out of there by salt mining, unfortunately.
Oh, there's actually a team that they want you to do this with that would be receptive to you doing it.
Really? Yeah. Who's that?
Johnny Eth and the Top Alcohol Dragster Crew.
Oh, I don't mess around with alcohol. I go straight to the fuel guys, right to the top.
I believe it's an injected nitro car.
Okay, well, that's good then.
Yeah.
All right, I can almost go there. But, I'm going to go ahead and just call the Don since, we're tight.
Are you going to make that call?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to make that call. You know who else is tight with him, of course? Jeff Lutz.
That's true.
Jeff Lutz's car ended up at Don Schumacher Racing this week. After it failed to make it under its own power to Indianapolis, he needed to work on it, and so he made a couple of phone calls, and it spent a night or a day or two over there at Don Schumacher Racing where Jeff was able to work on it.
When we were in Indy for the PRI show a couple Decembers ago, and we did that live feed of an engine swap where we pulled a blown big block out of the Crusher Camaro and installed the LS7, cool. We had problems late in the day or at the very end of that program and ended up getting saved by Tony Pedregon.
Yes.
We went
and
over
Steve
to,
Schmidt,
And
right?
Steve Schmidt Racing Engines, exactly. There's so much race stuff going on over there, and it just becomes a real small world real quickly. Of course, we do have friends like, say, Uncle Robin Lawrence at Holly, who sort of hooked that up for us, which was super cool. The blown big block out of the Crusher is still sitting in a mammoth crate in our shop at the El Segundo office. And I get reamed, I'd say, every other week to take that thing home. Like, no. You see my garage, you realize that thing would be sitting pretty much on the front porch for 6 months.
Put a trash bag over it, it'll be fine.
What's your tractor count right now?
My personal tractor count right now is 1.
Is that a letdown for you?
Yeah, my tow truck count is 1.
Okay, that's gone, right?
No, I have my tow truck.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I have a 1968 Chevy C50 tow truck. That was kind of a roadkill-y deal before the roadkill thing happened. And it was inspired by some of your antics, of course, but it was I had a 65 Chevy C50 truck that was converted into a pickup truck. It was a big, giant monster truck-looking thing. So I sold that because I wanted a tow truck. And I found this truck for sale on eBay, 68 Chevy C50, twin boom, 15-ton winches, 292 straight six, and a 4-speed.
How do you pass that up?
Exactly. And it's 600 miles away. And it's a C50, so it's a big truck. So I dragged my wife out there. We drive out over the course of a weekend. This thing hadn't been on the road since 1992. I went out there, swapped a set of outer rear tires on it, changed the fluids out of it, jump-started it, and we drove it home at 54 miles an hour because that's how fast it goes. And it took us a couple days. Unbeknownst to me, during the entire first day, there was gear oil barfing out of the rear end. My wife was following me, so the entire front of her car was completely slathered in gear oil that smelled so bad.
Perfect.
Yeah, man, it was a great trip, and I still have that truck and bomb around with the kids around town. I rip stumps out with it and lift things up and put them down.
In the next episode of Roadkill, not the one that goes live on the 25th, but the one that is coming up in October, we buy a 1950 Ford F6. 2-ton truck.
Heavy duty, man.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my knees wobbling when you say things like that.
I know it. That thing had some worn out tires, and the guy we bought it from said that he would give us tires with it and install them. So as you know, it's got the Widowmaker split rims on it. And this guy worked in the 110-degree Atlanta sun all day long by himself, by hand, changing all those tires, and lived to tell about it.
When I had an old farm tractor I had split wheels on it, and I literally went to 9 places before I found an old guy who was willing to do it. But nobody wants to touch those things for obvious reasons. For those who aren't familiar with a split rim, we're basically talking about a 2-piece style wheel that has like a retaining kind of ring deal on it, and why everybody's afraid to work on these things. Because when they were new, they were deadly, and the ring could blow off and really hurt you. But now that they've been aged, what year is the truck?
50.
Okay, so that thing is, what, 66 or basically 65 years old. So that thing, for 65 years, those wheels have been exposed, both moisture outside and inside. So they are very dangerous to work with, and if you're an old dude that knows stuff, you could probably get away with it, but most places won't touch them.
Oh, this guy went Viking on these things. He had like a pickaxe and, you know, a high lift jack and all this stuff trying to make it happen. That was worth the price of admission alone on buying that truck, was watching that guy do that. From a distance, I might add.
So we are going to run our semifinal right now. Actually, no, we have Tom McGilton first. And the semi-final coming. I think you should consider this alcohol thing. That might be fun for you guys.
That would be. If they want us to ruin their weekend, I'm all down.
So Tom McGilton coming up. We saw him turn the tire pretty hard on this thing earlier. It actually shook bad enough that the outer kind of rear bumper cover skin loosened up on that left rear side. They have fixed that with tape. They have put a little tape on the seam. That'll be fine. Nice burnout. Twin turbocharged big block, as you would expect. That is the kind of atypical, or the typical combination used in our real fast classes here.
What's our quickest pass ever in Pro Street Power Adder? Would it be Mike Roy, 756 neighborhood?
You know, I'm going to have to look. Hold on.
Yeah, don't fail me now. I bring it up because I'm just wondering if they're looking at putting a hurt on that right now.
Just a note for our MX235 racers. Here is a note. We're going to run your next round at 3:10, so I'm just letting you know so you can get prepared. Your next round will be run at 3:10. We're going to expect you in the lanes just after 3 o'clock to run for 3:10.
As a reminder, anything that happens here is interesting and fun, but has no relation to the finishing positions at Drag Week or any effect on Drag Week records and things like that.
So Pro Street Power Adder, the quickest average is 7:48, or coming into this year was 7:48. Oh, Tom McGilton trying to hang on to it, but he's got a lift. Oh, man. Right there when it shifted into second gear. Shifted into second gear, that's when the thing started to move itself sideways. And he had to lift, but that was 130 to 60 feet. Certainly getting it there out off the head of the throttle. And you may say, oh, 130 is not some spectacular number. That's a 4,160-pound car. Yeah, Mike Roy's car stands as the quickest Pro Street Power car. Hey, Joe Barry coming out to make a run. Nice, the 1956 Chevy Joe Barry.
This car, one of our top 3 quickest finishers here at Drag Week, coming back hopefully to put up a good 6-second number.
Would love to see a 6-second number here out of Joe Barry. He had said last night to Lonnie Smith that they were looking to make 2 passes today, so maybe this is the first of 2, or maybe they decided just to make the 1 hit, but it's great to see the 56 Chevy out here. Certainly an iconic car, a car that Joe has owned since high school, correct? It's one of these cars that has gone through the whole full hot rodding evolution from his daily driver to a street machine to a modified drag car into what you see out here right now.
He ran this as a nitrous car in the old days of NMCA Fastest Street Car Racing.
So Eric Rude confirming that Mike Roy, in fact, the quickest Pro Street Power Adder car.
Is 756 the number, though? That was my question.
I don't have the individual number here, but I had his average of an 84 from 2014, so Eric may be able to dig that number.
Yeah, I'm looking for single pass. The Mike Roy that we're talking about is that car that is a burgundy-colored Monte Carlo, first-gen Monte Carlo. Been involved in Drag Week a long time. He's won his class, Pro Street Power Adder, many times, and unfortunately did not make it the entire trip this time. He went out on day 1.
Yeah, he didn't have a turbo 400 in the car. He had a Fukushima 400 in the car on the starting line. Meltdown. So Joe Barry, all eyes on the 56 Chevrolet. Man, started to move right, got the tires loose, started to go left, and the discretion being the better part of valor, Joe Barry going to cut it off and bring it back around again. I'm sure we'll see him again by the end of the afternoon. 120 to 60 feet for that car, and then that is about the time it started to shake the tires.
You could actually hear it driving over itself. It was pretty gnarly. Like you say, the difference between that kind of tire shake and white smoke is the world. And it's finding that sweet spot right in between them.
There are some times that a guy like Joe has made enough runs and is comfortable enough in that car. There are times where I'm sure he'd be able to kind of gut through it there and keep his foot down. But when it starts to try to change directions on you, that is when you need to lift. This is a test pass, obviously. There's nobody in the other lane. There's no value in trying to be a hero out there. And you get a lot of emotional and personal investment in that car, and you don't want to frag it on the walls out here in Gateway.
What's happening down here on the starting line right in front of the tower right now is that Lonnie is talking through these competitors and having them choose each other off. And are we down to 3, Brian?
Down to 3. So the Pontiac, I believe, will have the option of either a bye or choosing an opponent. We'll see if he decides to shoot his way into the final or if he decides to take the bye, which he has earned by being the quicker car in the previous round.
The handshake signifying an agreement down there.
You know what? It's pretty awesome. You got 2 8-second cars and a low 9-second car down there to finish this thing off. I think that's really cool. And they're all, again, 1,000-mile proven, driven, streetable. So once again, our MX235 competitors, we're going to be running your next round at 3:10 p.m. We would like you rolling towards the staging lanes within the next 10 minutes. We want you rolling towards the lanes within the next 10 minutes, and we want you on the racetrack at 3:10 p.m. So act accordingly. MX235, act accordingly. We're going to have you hot on the racetrack at 3:10. Start your roll towards the staging lane sometime in the next 10.
Thank you to all the fans watching the live feed and also coming out here to Gateway today. When you get home, please check out hotrod.com, where we've got all sorts of videos from the whole week long and a lot of photo galleries and inside information on a lot of the racers who have been doing this with us all week long. Hotrod.com. And of course, also check out bestofeastwood.com. Eastwood Company is sponsoring our live feed, which is super cool because this absolutely would not have happened without them. And at bestofeastwood.com, you can give them your email address, and they're going to have a sweepstakes where once every 2 weeks, they're going to let guys win something pretty significant. You can pick from 5 or 6 items that they've chosen for the sweepstakes. So thank them by going there and signing up to let them give you free stuff.
Also, if you just need to buy some stuff from Eastwood, when you're doing your checkout, if you go to eastwood.com and make a purchase, you can use the source code DRAGWEEK. You plug that in there, you get a 10% discount on your order. So it's one of those deals where you're kind of considering maybe buying yourself a welder or buying some other products. You can save 10% off if you use the source code DRAGWEEK when you're checking out of buying anything from eastwood.com.
So if you buy enough stuff, Drag Week is essentially paying for itself.
Right. See, that's good logic. It's really good logic.
It's what I use with my wife all the time. Here's a theory that the editor-in-chief of Hot Rod Magazine, David Kennedy, has, which I really appreciate, which is your next car will solve all your problems.
I like that.
No, it's perfect. That's exactly what happens is, oh man, you know, my this and that, my Super Bee is not fast enough, and this one doesn't have air conditioning, my kid can't get in the back one. What I really need to solve all of this is a 63 Wagoneer with a turbo LS motor in it. It'll have all the bases covered. So you pick that up and then you're like, I don't have time to build this Wagoneer. I kind of like it as a 4-wheel drive. I don't want to do the engine swap. What I really need is a 540 in a 70 Chevelle wagon.
Yeah,
that will solve all my problems. And that's how you come to own 20 cars. My lifetime peak, I forget, it's 41 or 42. Right around the time that I was doing Car Junkie
simultaneously.
TV. Simultaneously, yeah. It's absurd, right?
And of the 41, at that point, 2, 3 ran?
Roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3 were worth more than $500 even. No, it's true.
Well, not to go into a dark, deep, sad part of the history, but when the Car Junkie deal folded, you had to move all that stuff. And I remember your life was absolute hell that time. You were renting parking lot space. And
I'm still recovering from that, honestly. I mean, that's why I had to trim down. And I can't get below 10. That's my problem. And it's somehow crept up to, I think, 18 right now. But, you know, I'm also counting like a rolling Jeep chassis with a body on it in the backyard. You know, that counts as a car. And literally most of this stuff is $500-800 just junk that's collected.
As a wise man once said, there's a fine line between hobby and mental illness.
Yeah, well, I've took the catapult directly across that border.
Oh, man, good stuff. So we have our semifinal coming here momentarily. They're just pairing out. They're going to get in the cars and put their fire jackets and helmets on and get ready to go ripping down the racetrack. You know, one of the things we talked a lot about the rules enforcement and everything, but the reality is, you know, when it came to Tech Day, many of these cars as they get thrashed together at the last minute, and they may not be in the best prepared state to go fast on the racetrack, mostly everybody comes here prepared to actually pass Tech. You don't certainly see about a lot of guys getting bounced around the Tech area.
Keith Sturck always tells me this is the place where you run into a million guys who can make 1,500 horsepower, but they cannot make a left blinker work. It's usually what happens. We do require all the street legal equipment not only to be on the car, not to give the illusion, but to actually function. I remember one of the big deals in the early years is I required them to have wipers, and that just turned into meltdown.
Oh, man.
Come to find out that virtually no street hot rod that runs in the 10s or quicker can have wipers on it. It's just not a thing. I don't know why. One year we had a guy in, I think it was a 67 Belvedere or something along those lines, 66 Coronet maybe, had built an external rig that went across from like the door hinge mount up through the crack, across the windshield, just to mount wipers just for drag week.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's dedication.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
So when we look down at these three things, what is the unifying concept down here?
LS motor.
And?
GM product.
And?
They all finished drag week.
And? Turbo.
Turbo.
All right, so the not dipped Pontiac will be facing off against the 1973 Camaro.
Looks like Bisher chose the buy. Or is it that this guy chose a competitor? Who was our guy?
Actually, you know what? This guy chose a competitor because Bisher had a buy previously, so he wouldn't. The only way he got it is if the dude in the Pontiac chose a competitor.
So he's got to run him down.
MX235 to the staging lanes, please. MX235, now's go time. We need you to the staging lanes, please.
1320 Video Kyle is also advising that all of these cars are from Indiana.
And the kid that gave up the buy said he showed up here to race. How cool is that? And boy, did he ever. Oh, 35 reaction time on the Pro Tree. 128 at the 8th mile on the Pontiacs going to the final. 871 with a 3 at 152, and that is about what Bisher's truck runs, so it is going to be a barn burner. Adam and the Camaro's got nothing to be ashamed about. 976 for 140, made the semifinal round in a great effort in a car that he races a lot. So the 73 Camaro retired, and ultimately it will be Bisher taking on the turbocharged Pontiac Firebird. Hashtag not dipped.
Not dipped. Roadkill owns a little S10 truck just like this one, and I'd probably do a Turbo 5.3 in it just to demonstrate how much worse I am than Chris.
And he just made a quick hit. Yeah, I think that was an on-purpose deal. 176 short time, just wanted to feel it out, and rather than really wind her up through the trap. So Chris Bisher will take on that Pontiac Firebird in just a few minutes in the final. We need MX235. MX235 to the staging lanes, please. MX235 to the lanes.
Alana says, Firebird guy gave up every buy run and still makes the final.
That's the way to do it. One guy says he'd like to see the Rotson go down the strip and asks would it actually make the full trip under power down the quarter mile.
No.
Negatory.
Yeah, you would see parts fall off. It would be, once again, the automotive leprosy.
What have those 4.3 V6s died in the same manner, or has it been different things that have killed them? Because you guys
we have
stacked them up.
skills. No,
Yeah.
no, you want to go with a variety as a spice of life. If you're
Okay.
going to kill some stuff multiple times, you might as well mix it up.
Okay.
I don't know what happened last time. When we were at 24 Hours of Lemons, I kept on saying the engine seized because we were trying to push start it. The thing would roll in neutral, but not when we put it in gear. Maybe something's locked up in the transmission, but I don't think so because we tried to crank it and that wasn't a good scene either. And we don't have time to troubleshoot the thing once we get back home. So I don't know what went wrong. It could have just hydrolocked a cylinder. There might have been gas dumping in the thing. I don't know. I'm done with it. Finnegan still loves that thing.
He's going to the final round of the Pontiac, and that S10 pickup truck will be his Huckleberry as we are down to the final 2 cars in the Roadkill Heads-Up Showdown Day here at Gateway Motorsports Park. A fun story I can tell you. David Kennedy, obviously the editor of Hot Rod Magazine. I went to college with David Kennedy for a couple of years. We were part of a motorsports club at UMass, which was like a giant scam that a guy started where the university gave us money. We ran an SCCA road racing car, and it was a little Volkswagen Rabbit. Anyway, we get the bright idea one time that we're going to take this thing to an endurance race. We're going to run 12 hours at Summit Point in Virginia. So, of course, in typical fashion, we get the car ready by pushing it on the trailer because it won't run. So the car will not run. We pile into the cars. We drive down to Virginia. We basically have to push it all the way through tech. So we spend I think we got it on the grid to start, and it came in like after the first lap. So we spent a couple hours trying to work on the thing. It was the most miserable 12 hours of my life because neither Dave or I were driving. We were just there to work on the thing, and that's all we did. We had a Russian kid that drove the car named Yuri, who was a pretty good driver, but he didn't know anything, and he would just, this car is crap. This is crap. So he's coming in. The car is slowing. It keeps slowing down. So we're like, dude, we're trying to hold the board. Like, come in. Like, there's something wrong with the car. The fuel pump had fallen off. We opened the hood of the car in the pits, and this was at night, and the light emanating from the header, it was absolutely nuclear. I mean, full-on nuke hot. Dave and I don't know if Dave and I slept more than 20 minutes, just laying in the pit stall, praying to get run over by the car. But it's, but those are the stories, and that's the kind of stuff that attracts people back to Drag Week, is that kind of stuff. And I look back in those days, like everybody does when you do stuff like that, and you're like, man, that was so fun. I mean, at the time, it was the worst thing that ever happened to you, but you look back on that stuff, and it's like defining moments. It's great.
That's what Drag Week is all about. The further it is away from the actual time, the better it gets. Yeah. 10 years from now, this will be amazing. Guys, we're running in the 3s.
With rocket-powered cars, yeah. So Tyler fogging the traction compound down. MX235, round 2, should be in the lanes right now. MX235, no excuses. You need to be in the lanes right now.
And unfortunately, because the way our live stream is set up with YouTube, we're going to need to go dark on the live feed as soon as we are done with the Drag Week Heads-Up Shootout portion of the program, so we will not be seeing the rest of the MX235s live. After the next round comes up, the final round of the Hot Rod Drag Week Heads-Up Shootout, we will be going dark on the live feed and thanking Eastwood Company for paying for this deal for the entire week. And once again, please go to bestofeastwood.com and enter your email address so you can be in a sweepstakes to win stuff every 2 weeks.
And you can follow him on Twitter at David Freiberg. You can follow me at Twitter at TheLoans, TheLohnes.
I'm actually more of an Instagram guy.
Okay, there you go.
At David Freiberger on Instagram, at Roadkill Show on Instagram, at Hot Rod Magazine on Instagram, and on Facebook it's kind of the same stuff. Hot Rod Mag, Roadkill Show, David Freiberger, and I also have one called Freiberger's Junkyard.
Yes.
Yep, which your website was briefly named for 15 or 20 minutes one day.
Interim name, yeah.
And it was so horrible, I decided to revive it. So all I do there is post up pictures of rusty stuff. So it's pretty good. And you, of course, bangshift.com every day?
Yep, every day.
That's your life.
All day, every day.
That is sort of my leftovers.
Yes, exactly. The crumb trail. Hey, I'll take it.
To clarify what went on there is I spent 1 year away from Hot Rod Magazine while we were trying to do web TV with an outside company, essentially doing the same thing that Roadkill is right now.
Just ahead of the curve.
But it was 2008 and the entire economy crumbled and that folded up. And I took the leftovers of CarJunkieTV.com and turned it into Freiberger's Junkyard, which I knew was a horrible name. It was really temporary. I had nothing else to do. But then they asked me to come back to Hot Rod, which was super cool. And at the time, I just handed the whole thing over to Brian and Chad, and here you are today
Yeah.
with Bang Shift.
Yeah, man, it's been a cool thing, and it's I first met you back in 2005 at the first drag week, I was there covering for Comp Plus, and you were there obviously the staff of the magazine, and we were having some yuck sitting in
This is our 10-year anniversary.
It is, man.
You forgot.
it's like I don't even know you anymore. So yeah, no, it's been a really fun 10 years. It was a great week, and I just remember that week as being just a total, it was totally foreign to everybody. A lot of people, this event now is kind of well known in the popular hot rodding lexicon, but to tell people in 2005 what was going on, they didn't believe it. You'd say, they'd be like, okay, whatever. It's like, no, man, this really happened,
And there was a lot of, why would you do that?
Yes.
And there still is a lot of, why would you do that? But in a glorious way.
Absolutely. MX235 to the lanes, please. MX235 to the staging lanes, please.
One of the things I remember from that first drag week is that it threatened rain on the very last day, and it started to actually rain, and we called the event, and we gathered everybody together, and we were going to do the awards ceremony, and then it stopped raining. And I looked at the track, and I was like, do you have a jet dryer? And he's like, yep. I looked at everybody, you want to do awards, or do you want to keep racing? And everyone's like, keep racing!
Yeah. I had to bail before the day was done. I had a flight leaving, I think, from Grand Rapids or whatever the airport is out there. And I waited and watched Larry went 8:38 in his car, and then I was like, I got to go. And I jumped in the car and left, and you guys went for another couple hours. But Scott Clark, who was here this weekend, was hanging out with the Hubers. They had a problem with the Christmas tree. So once we got ready to go, all of a sudden the Christmas tree wouldn't work, and Scott Clark ran down there with like a multimeter and a bag of electronic magic and managed to get the Christmas tree working again.
Yeah, which was super cool. I also remember the year that we had so much rain that we had driven to Indy. And we had a small enough group of racers at the time that we were able to get them together and stand around and go, what are we going to do with this? And we decided to look at the radar, and we drove back to Cordova, where we had come from, so that we could run again. Because everybody here is more dedicated to racing for 5 days than they are in making it convenient by cutting down the event and giving them a better chance of finishing by cutting down the event.
So MX235 racers, you should be in the staging lanes now. The plan is to run the semifinal at 3:45 and the final round at 4:30. And between those two times, Grudge races. So if you want to make some Grudge runs between the semifinals and the finals, or actually after this round as well, the lanes will be open for that to happen. Our final round in the heads-up shootout will be coming after the MX235 cars run down the track. And they're wanting to run that MX235 round at 3:10, and it is now 3:05. So get yourselves to the lanes.
As punishment for your week of mediocrity, I really feel that you should make a pass in the Nissan Anguish.
I would do that in reverse, and if the car is on fire.
That would be the only way it would be fun.
Yeah, that would be the only fun that would come of that. I bet, as bad as it is to say, that car would be unbeatable as a bracket car.
Oh, I'm sure it would.
That thing would be totally, because that stupid, soul-sucking, life-wrecking, CVT transmission, there's no shifting. So there's no chance for the thing to have a weird shift or anything. There's no chance for it to spin the tires. On a frozen lake, it would bog when you hit the gas pedal.
Yeah, I am just not used to driving stuff with a CVT. I don't think I ever really have. So it's more a function of me not being used to it than anything else. But it's like driving a car with an $8,000 converter on the street.
Yes, exactly.
It is so weird. You floor the thing, it just goes $6,000 and stays there, and sort of the snowmobile transmission as something that's moving around inside it that decides to keep it right there in that van.
The belt sliding around just stays in that one spot. It's a really terrible thing.
It is pretty strange.
Yeah. Yep. But on the flip side of that, you got companies like Chrysler and GM developing these multi-speed like the Torque Flight that Chrysler has. That is a really good transmission.
Yeah, the 8-speed is in the Hellcat cars, and that's the only situation where I believe I would rather buy the automatic than the stick. And that's because the Hellcat is so violent that honestly, it does better, longer burnouts with an automatic than it will with a stick.
Yeah, you had them obviously for a lot longer and a lot more aggressive time than I had it, but I did have a Hellcat for several days to test, and I had a 6-speed version of the thing, and like you said, I mean, if you shut all the nanny stuff off, inadvertently you'll be pulling away from an intersection in a cloud of your own smoke. It is ridiculous. If you're moving along at normal highway speed, you decide to wing the revs up and dink it down into third and stand on it, it'll actually turn the tire a little bit before it decides to get out of its own way. So they are incredible. They are incredible. And it's $62,000. And I realize that is a lot of money. It's not like $5, but for what you're sitting in and what you're driving for that price point, it's insane.
It is, especially compared to some of the other luxury BMWs and things that you could buy. I'd rather have that. Did you know that the Torque Flight 8-speed automatic first gear is deeper than 4 to 1? It's like 4.2 or 4.7 to 1. And the rear gear on the thing is like 297. I'm going to be wrong on my numbers by a couple points, but in general, that's what it is. Because they want the car to go 200 miles an hour, and they need it to have a deep overdrive and a high rear gear to meet emission standards and drive-by noise and engine wear and tear and all that other kind of stuff. So all the gears in the front half of the transmission. Second is 3-something to 1.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's the reason they do such killer burnouts, because the wheel speed is ludicrous, because it goes right through first and second. In fact, it zings through first so fast, it hits the rev limiter. Straight out of the factory, it's just like, before it'll shift.
Jeez.
Because it revs that fast.
Yeah, they're amazing engines, make just gobs and gobs of torque as well. And it was to me, the car, I said, the car is like, it was like drugs, man, because you get in and you do it once and you're like, oh, I can't not do that again. And next thing you know, you've gone through a tank of gas in 80 miles.
And you need stock in a tire company too, because if you own one of those, you're going through a set of rear tires every month.
Well, apparently, Joe Timney, who's a mutual friend of ours, there's a chassis shop, Delaware Chassis Works. He had a customer bring a car in, bone stock, brand new one, and Joe went in there and altered the inner fender so he could put a 315 on it, and it would fit and not rub and all that kind of stuff. So I believe it's a 275 on the back of it from the factory. Those cars come with not a drag radial, of course, but a regular 275 tire. But this guy wanted to put a 315 tire on the back to see if he could alter or slow down the wheel spin situation. But come on, man.
I put a 305 on ours on the stock rim with no modification.
Nice.
Worked fine.
Nice.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, we'll be racing those here on Tuesday.
Sweet.
Yeah. Be making runs on our general maintenance, which is what we've dubbed our 2015 Charger that's painted up to look like my clapped out old 68 Charger. We call it general maintenance because that's all you ever have to do to it. Here we go. .235 cars.
So Brian Edwards and Craig Fowler coming up as we move into the next round of the MX 235 category.
Monty Smith standing here in the tower gloating on that 690, 290 mile an hour pass they just made in that Corvette.
Yeah, big moment for Dave Schroeder and John Enns and the whole crew down there. It's spectacular to see that thing with the 6 in front of the ET and the 2 in the front end of the Speed.
Was that all timing that got that there?
Well, we tried to get after it a couple times early, but it's got way too loose a converter and way too much rear gear. So just to get him to slip before he went home, I just
So Edwards is going to be second to stage. Fowler's in there with the nitrous car. Here we go. Ooh, Edwards comes up and picks the tire up. He pedals the car, and it's going to be Brian Edwards down through the 8th mile. 492.2 at 152 miles an hour through the 8th on a 235 radial tire. What, are you kidding me? Greg Fowler goes 546 or 549.6, 136, but Brian Edwards may have just made a record-setting pass out there, 492.2, 152. We know that the class record coming in here was 492 something. So Brian Dunlap and Craig Watkins come up. Dunlap in the 1993 Mustang on nitrous, and Watkins the turbocharged 2002 4th generation Chevy Camaro. Watkins bumps in, there goes Dunlap. Dunlap is going nowhere in a hurry, and Watkins 127 short time, goes 5:10 with an 8 at 141 miles per hour. Once again, the semifinal round of MX 235 is going to be running about a half hour. Burnout for the Mustang of Justin Cernick and Jason Collins coming up now. Collins from Blue Springs, Missouri, the 1966 Chevy 2 Nova, and Cernick, the 2013 Mustang with the 5.0 Mustang plate on the back of it. Yeah, that Chevy 2 is a really nice looking car down there. Once again, it's a nitrous combination and the boosted combo. Jumps up on the tire, busts him loose, and his goose is cooked as Justin Cernick goes 5'10" with a 5 at 143 miles an hour. Collins, the 179 short time to 60 feet as things went awry very quickly for him. The thing, you saw the suspension go to work, but boy, it jumped right up on the tire and just blew him off there. He pedaled it, black-tracked his way to the 330, but the race was run at that point. Collins had a double 09 reaction time out there. Man. Cernick 5'10" with a 5, 143 in the Mustang as we now go into a little test run here. That just set up the semifinal round of MX2 35, 3:45 p.m. is when that will be run. As David said, as far as those of you watching the Eastwood live feed here from Drag Week Heads Up Day 2015, once we run our final round, we will be cutting the live feed off at that point, so we will not have the semifinal or final rounds live for you on the internet from the MX2 35 category. So again, this is a test pass being made by the racer out here. You can see him purging the nitrous at the base of the windshield. Some people on the chat talking about LS engines and people in drift cars, and LS engines are like Skittles and in drift cars, they're everywhere. And again, you can buy them out of the wrecking yard so cheap. Those guys just put them on the chip the entire time and blow their tires off sideways. So the nitrous Mustang blows through the beams, will not receive any information out there. Turns the tire pretty hard early in the run. No elapsed time, no speed as he went early before the tree was activated. So the data recorder will provide them with the information, not the time slip.
How early was he?
So early he saw the future.
Thank you.
The Dodge Omni is coming next. Went, what, a 1040 last time down?
Thing's clean, too.
It is. So the front runner's on the rear, as the power, of course, being applied through those front tires. 4-cylinder transverse mounted engine there, manually shifted car as well. Man, you can hear the tires just tearing at the earth out there. 112 in the 8th mile. Dude can wheel. He goes 999 with a 7. Wow!
That's awesome.
At 143 miles an hour. Holy Christmas. 999, 7 at 143 in that little bread box of a car.
That is winning.
Wow. You got to be kidding me. 112 in the 8th, picked up 30 miles an hour in the back, 660 feet. 2.2-liter 4-cylinder in there, or some variant thereof.
I don't think Iacocca ever saw that coming.
Man, K-Car goodness, 999, 7, 143. And he's going to be real happy with that time slip. Going to have to give him the hero's welcome when he wings that thing up the return road.
People are going wild on the live feed chat room.
Oh, holy sugar, some guy says. Faster than my 68 GTX Hemi. Use your inside voice for that, sir. Use your inside voice for that.
It's true. Thing's faster than my Hemi Super Bee.
Oh, it's faster than a whole lot of stuff that was here competing at Drag Week.
It also
As he was too.
It also doesn't weigh 4,100 pounds like my Hemi Super
That's
Bee
true.
does. So that's my excuse today.
Oh, then you're going with the weight? You're going with the
Sure.
weight into things?
Yeah. I'll just go ahead and pick the thing I didn't build on the car and blame that. Sort of a Drag Week tradition. What's up, Lonnie?
Wants me to look at your communication device.
Lonnie would like to see a burnout.
Grudge
in
race
3
or
minutes.
exhibition cars, if you'd like to make one more hit this afternoon, now is the time to get in the lanes. If you want to make a grudge run, or if you would like to make an exhibition pass, now is the time to get in the staging lanes. And don't look now, but coming up the return road behind those two MX235 cars is the now 9-second certified Dodge Omni. Mother of mercy. So our final round in the heads-up shootout, the competitors say, listen, there he goes, purging the nitrous in the and then over there for the fans as he comes by. And there it is, $9.99 with a 7 and the Dodge Omni. Whoever thought we'd be saying that out loud? That thing is fantastic, man.
Look at him losing his
Absolutely
mind down
awesome.
there. Look at his friend.
So good. It's got M&H Racemaster tires on it, too. How about that?
Those are the rear runners.
Yeah, well, I think the fronts might be M&H slicks as well.
But they're rear runners.
Oh, I understand. I see what you did there. Because
Yeah.
normally they're on the front and they're called front runners, but now they're on the back and you just call them rear runners. See what I know. I know what you did. Oh my God.
Go home.
M&H Tire used to be based in Watertown, Massachusetts. And so when I was a kid, I remember going there with my dad. We'd go buy slicks.
Go see Marv.
You go see Marv. You walk in, you talk to Marvin, and he wouldn't you walked in and he just asked you what the car was, and you told him, okay, this, that, and the other thing. And then he would go shuffling out into the back, and he would roll you out a set of tires, and that was how it worked. There was no, you didn't go in there with a part number or anything like that.
Yeah.
You told him what the thing was, and he went there and got you the tires. And Marv was involved in the sport of drag racing for ages. And even after, when he was in his older years, and I think he was 90 plus when he passed away. But even in his later years, he used to always go to all the nostalgia races because all those front engine top fuel guys run the M&H, the narrow M&H slicks still. And he would walk around with his no gauge, and he would go to each pit and make sure that the guys were running the correct width tires. And that's another one of the great stories of the 1960s too. That'd be a good Roadkill story, man. How he really, you had Firestone, Goodyear, and a guy from Massachusetts, and he really stood toe-to-toe with those guys in a lot of respects, and his tires were as good as anything those guys were making. And in the end, obviously, the big, giant industry business, they didn't put him out. He stayed in business for a very long time, but he lost, he didn't have the horsepower and the advertising to compete for market share, but his stuff performed, and his tires spurred those guys to spend millions and millions of dollars in R&D.
Well, weren't they the first dedicated drag slick, not
were.
a recap like a Bruce or Kasler or any of those?
He talked Garlitz into running a pair of them, and Garlitz put them on the car, and he's like, you are never getting these back from me. Along those lines, I was telling you, Herb McCandless, when we did the Hemi Shootout at the U.S. Nationals, Herb McCandless had all these awesome stories. So back in the day when Herb McCandless had the first set of 14-inch wide slicks that Firestone ever made. And so the Firestone guy called him up and said, hey, we want you to test these things out. Now, at the time, I think he had said everybody else was on like a 12-inch wide tire. Puts them on. First pass, picks up 400s. And so he was supposed to run them for a night and then send them back so they could, get them back and analyze them and stuff. He had them for 3 weeks. And by the time when he finally called the Firestone guy, the Firestone guy says, did you race everyone in the country? Like, what do you mean? He's like, every single person has been calling here begging me for whatever you have on the back of that car. And the only reason they knew there was something different is because the sidewalls had no markings on them whatsoever. And that was kind of the giveaway. But he said, man, I got those things. He's like, I ran every race I could. And he's like, and I won every single one of them.
Huh. And now we're going the opposite way. Let's get the tire that's going to give us the most traction difficulty that we can possibly pull off, and let's race with that.
So Tom McGilton is turning his car around. We're going to see that ZL1 Camaro come back out one more time this afternoon.
And the shootout final is looking to be about 10 minutes away.
Okay, so about 10 minutes till our shootout final, and it's going to be a no-holds-barred slugfest out there. Yeah, there's going to be an absolutely no-holds-barred slugfest for our two shootout cars. If they've had anything hid in their proverbial back pocket, that is all going to go out the window. They want the Gear Vendors Trophy, and they want to be able to say that they won. the 2015 Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week Heads Up Shootout.
Another reminder to check out Hot Rod Drag Weekend.
Yes.
Happening at the end of October from Tucson to Phoenix to Fontana. We're doing just a quick 3-day trip. Look at hotrod.com for details on that.
I'm going to try to go to my fellow compatriot NHRA announcer Alan Reinhardt to come out on that thing. 'Cause he just finished up a 67 Mustang, small block Ford motor, stick in it, goes 1080s, street car. It's his first car. He's had that thing since he was a kid. And he lives in Tucson, so he's got no excuse. Tucson.
I know that Total Seal Kevin is going to come. I
Nice.
think Bill Fowler is going to come. I hope Randall comes. Be good to see Randall.
It would.
Silver Buick guy.
It would get him into that desert environment, which he's not used to seeing either.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So under 10 minutes till our shootout final, and we'll finally put a button there to close on Drag Week 2015. And the preparations will begin for 2016. Technically, there are guys driving home right now. They're already preparing for 2016. The plan's already being hatched about how to go a little bit faster and how maybe to enter a dedicated class and how to, maybe put something else together. And
Well, Schroeder did not hesitate when we asked him what his next package is going to be. He wants that 950. 950 cubic inches, that is.
I think, you know what? I think a very roadkill thing for Drag Week would be a claimer car class.
The Roadkill class.
The Roadkill class that at the end of the week.
But I wouldn't want to claim any of that stuff.
Well, what I'm saying, obviously you know how this works, but at the end of the week, you'd have to put a cap on it. Like anybody could buy the car for $2,000.
Yeah. You and I talked about that a lot. I think we hashed out that entire program one time. It's actually a pretty cool idea. And we've locked the rules at Drag Week for 2015 to 2017, but we never said that we couldn't add a class. So that would be pretty interesting. Have you ever seen a drag racing claimer class?
I know the stock car guys do it a lot. I've never dealt with a drag racing class with any sort of a claimer on a motor or anything like that. But a claimer car class, definitely not.
Right. Be pretty good.
It would be flipping sweet.
Yeah.
There would be so much crazy engineering going into those things for no money.
Why are we giving this idea away to the whole world?
We're not. There's
Oh.
nobody watching right now.
Okay, that's true. I don't think Monty's running home and setting
He's
that
got
up.
a notepad out. He says, speaking to the Petunia again, sir. I didn't quite hear that. Yeah. Larry's also getting his car turned around. So the 66 Chevy 2 of Larry Larson will be coming up again, as is Tom McGilton in the ZL1. Begin running, I believe, hopefully just before our final round of MX235.
Another car that Larry built.
I'm final round of our heads-up shootout.
Another car that Larry built and that won Pro Street Power Adder here at Drag Week 2015, presented by Gear Vendors. Oh, Monty is saying dedicated nitrous only class. Also not a bad idea. That would be good. Monty, of course, being influenced by his position at Nitrous Oxide Systems, NOS.
The nitrous guys are always the ones making the suggestions.
You know, it's true, though. There might be a time where the nitrous guys might not be showing up because they don't want to go against the turbo guy. Turbo. Yeah, it's all turbo. So if you had a nitrous class, it would encourage those guys to come.
You could actually have a small block nitrous, the big block nitrous, and that'd be the only two rules.
Yeah, small block nitrous, big block nitrous. So you're saying no other car rule. Just go to town. So Wensler's car against whoever wants to show up. That Wensler third-gen Camaro, pretty awesome.
So much want.
Yeah.
So much want.
What did he turn?
780s, I think it ran most of the week. Oh, it's right to a 56 was his best run.
He ran 756.
Over 180 miles an hour, too.
With an as-cast cylinder head and an as-cast, I presume, Dart tunnel ram on it. Yep, it is a Dart.
And an iron block.
Yeah. And what displacement is that car?
598, I believe.
598,
yeah.
tunnel ram, lots of nitrous, 756.
Couple of carburetors on top, yeah.
That's old school.
And it's an old Pro Stock chassis.
Cool. And it shows you the nitrous still works.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a former Pro Stock car.
And it had a Lenko in it. Like when he was going to run last year, it had a Lenko in it. He put an automatic in it this year. And again, I mean, you and I think, and everybody loves the Lenko. Everything's cool about it, but the automatic makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Unless you're Larry.
I remember when a Lenko was absolutely forbidden, everybody was like, you can never drive that thing on the street, and that's another one of those myths that Larry just busted through.
Yeah, when I rode with him in that car in 2005. I rode to the store to get spark plugs in the thing with him. And I was like mystified. I was like, man, I can't wait to actually see him operate this thing. And he showed me clear as day. As gently as you want to pull the, like he was pulling the shift rods gently, it was like an automatic transmission. The thing just slipping gear to gear. But then if you really want to hammer it, you pull it hard, it bangs in. So when we got on the highway, and he decelerated to about 35 miles an hour and told me to hang on and pulled all 5 gears. My eyeballs were shoved into the back of my head, man. That was awesome.
And you can pull the levers in any order you want. It just stacks up different gear ratio.
Yep. Yeah, they're very cool piece, and obviously they're still very relevant in the sport of drag racing today. Used with torque converters in front of them, and still around.
Plus, it looks so agricultural in the car.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It can get hairy, though. There's a funny car driver, Dale Creasy Jr., a couple years ago. The reverser unit actually broke off the back of the transmission, and the steel handle rotated around inside the car and turned into basically like a roast beef slicer on his legs. He was hospitalized in Canada for weeks after that.
Wow.
Yeah, bad things can happen.
That's bad. I'm just thinking about that.
Imagine that, and you're in a funny car, so you're going nowhere, and you're rolling along, and this thing is spinning around like a fly cutter. Yeah.
Basically like when a connecting rod breaks and saws the engine in half.
Yes. Yeah, if you're a small block Ford fan, it's like when you make 501 horsepower with a 302
It cracks right down the middle. Yeah. Becomes quick release. You have 2 4-cylinders.
Yeah, you've probably seen this happen too. You take the oil pan off the thing and it's like a baked potato.
It falls apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only engine I have completely blown up on the dyno is a small block Ford. I had a 302, and I did all of the archaeology on it when it came apart just to find out exactly what happened, because this is one of those deals where you pull the carburetor off the thing and throw the whole rest of the thing away. There was nothing left.
They didn't even save the valve covers. Yeah.
It hung a valve, which kissed a hypereutectic piston, which is the bad news in the entire program. That thing returned to sand, and then the connecting rod just sawed the whole block in half, ruined the oil pan, ruined both heads, because stuff was bouncing all around and everything. It was junk.
One of the great top fuel, engine failures of all time, at least in the modern times, is Doug Herbert in an iTray race years ago. The engine block blew into 2 pieces, and the right half of the motor was literally dragging alongside the car as he was going down the racetrack. It split the Hemi right down the center, man. And he, of course, had that huge one at Pomona right in the starting line back in '98 when he stepped on the throttle and the thing went nuke and threw parts into the stands and everything.
I was there for the Gary Ormsby deal.
Ooh, when the carbon fiber body touched the magneto and ground it out, and that was a kaboomer too.
That was big too. Yeah, that was big time. Did they make a rule against those sort of arrow wings that he had on that thing that caused that problem?
No, it just the net effect of it was that it added weight to the car. They were never really able to determine if it was actually doing anything.
Okay.
But 1986, Cajun National was the first ever all Streamliner Top Fuel final. Garlitz versus Ormsby, Garler twins.
Really? Yep. Going back to the early Streamliner days, there weren't any?
There were, but they were heavy and slow.
Well, yeah, but there must have been some in the final. Like
and
one of those big
all Streamliner final, that was the first time in '86 that ever happened.
Really? So in the '60s, that you never saw one of those like Tony Nancy wedge cars going against like Prudhomme's arrow? No.
They all looked really cool, and none of them did a crap for performance.
Wow. So you're speaking authoritatively on this?
I am.
Okay. Here, cars running. Oh yeah. The final appears to be coming to the starting line for the Hot Rod Drag Week Heads Up Showdown.
So the quickest ETs of the 2 cars coming into the final round, Chris Bisher, his quickest ET was 8:54.8, and Beaumont in the Pontiac, his quickest ET was 8:51.4. That is what we have seen thus far, but that does not mean that's all that either of these guys has in the tank. So we will see what they actually decide to unleash against each other here in the final round. The cars have cooled off. They're ready to go.
And at this moment, I got word that Rick Johnson from Gear Vendors is leaving the property right now. He needs to get to the airport. He thanks everybody for their support of Hot Rod Drag Week. He's a longtime sponsor.
Rick, thank you very much for being involved, and it is always great to see you out here and meeting the people, preaching the gospel of Gear Vendors. A pair of turbo LS power plants on the starting line. The basically stock bottom end 5.3 with the turbo on it for Bisher. Displacement wise, I'm not sure what the displacement is in the Pontiac of Beaumont. These guys basically asked if they could take the gloves off here in the final round, so they're going to be uncorked and ready to go. Bisher is pre-staged, and he is already on the throttle. Beaumont goes all the way in. He's on the deck. Fisher jumps in. Tree flashes and they're gone. Fisher's truck starts to pull the front end. T-Bone has to pedal the thing and starts to smoke the tires, and it's going to be Chris Fisher at the top end. The S10 truck goes 832 with a 1 at 163 miles an hour. 901.4, 153 of pedaling. Pontiac goes down the laser side. So 832, 163. Chris Fisher is the winner of the Hot Rod Magazine Shootout here at Drag Week 2015. What a way to end things off here this afternoon. Just absolutely awesome stuff. A 6-day odyssey that started, well, actually really close to 7 if you count the tech day, but the racing odyssey started on Monday right here, and it ends right here on Saturday afternoon.
It's really cool to me that a comparatively low buck effort just went out there and dominated that thing. Once again, pretty much a stone stock. I think it's a 5.3 with a lot of turbo on it, and clearly Chris has spent a lot of time dialing in the leave on that truck and just knowing every little detail. Torque converter perfect, gearing perfect in order to make it do what it just did.
So there you have it.
That is Hot Rod Drag Week and Drag Week Shootout 2015, presented by Gear Vendors, and of course this live feed that's brought to you all week long by Eastwood Company. And I'm just about done. How about you?
I think so too. In the coming days and weeks, there's going to be tons of coverage. There is right now on hotrod.com. You can check in there. There's going to be all kinds of video and all the other stuff is coming. Of course, the replays from each and every day of Drag Week are available on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. This one will be available this afternoon once it gets uploaded. On behalf of everybody involved in this production, the massive video crew, the magazine staff, and everybody that came out to hang out at each and every one of the racetracks, we saw crowds like we've never seen before at Drag Week. As Larry Larson is coming up the staging lanes, we want to wait for that, or are we shutting this thing off?
If Larry's coming, I say we hang on it just a little bit.
He just snuck past our Russian-era black and white television. I saw it.
Like under the tower snuck
He's
by?
running right
Okay,
now.
let's keep rolling just here for another 5 minutes. I think we're not going to have shut down on that.
Maybe we wrap. Maybe we give our wrap and we watch Larry and then kill the feed. How's that?
Okay.
That sound pro?
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up here. I will give you our final BAM. We will show you this pass, and we will go dark. And thank you very much again for watching, and we will tune back in for Drag Week 2016. Look for the schedule for that as we start thrashing to put that together for next year. And of course, once again, Hot Rod Drag Weekend at the end of October, Tucson to Phoenix to Fontana. That's going to be a lot of fun as well.
And we're going to get to see Larry Larson make his final pass and make what will be the final pass of our live broadcast. Ironically, because we have not seen Larry all week other than earlier today. But yeah, he made the decision not to run this year. There was some aggressive language used by event winner Tom Bailey during the award ceremony, referring to Larry, and I'm using Tom's words, these are not mine, as a princess.
Yes.
And those are fighting words. And those are two guys that I believe have set themselves on a collision course to wherever we end up for Drag Week 2016. It'll be another group of tracks in another part of the country. But it's one thing to have two guys come and race. It's another thing to have two guys who hate each other come and race, and that is way better for everybody.
It is. We like the entertainment value in that, and it also motivates them to keep going and spending more money and killing themselves more often and frequently.
Well, I believe that big Chevy engine is about to be fired up as a little tire pressure adjustment being made under the timing tower here.
Everyone here in the live feed chat, thanking all of our video crew for making this happen all week long. Those guys have just worked so hard, standing out there in the sun, shooting all this stuff, bringing you one of the best live feeds I've ever seen from a drag race, regardless. Really appreciate all that work.
Great shot on the computer screen there with Larry's car with the doors open, just kind of sitting there. And
you know what would make that shot greater? It actually running down the drag strip. Because it is beer o'clock in the tower as we wrap up the Drag Week Showdown. Thank you very much, Monty Smith, for
really cool.
claiming that we do a fantastic job. I'm not exactly sure what he needs from us, but he is telling us that we did a good job, and we appreciate that a lot. Oh, Doug Glad texting me and saying that Chris, who just won this showdown, also won the last Carcraft Magazine Midnight Drags.
And he won the NMCA NMRA Super Bowl Street Legal Drag Racing True Street category, and he was in the finals of the NMCA World Finals, World Street Finals in True Street as well.
Man, he is ripping through
this
it.
dude's like the Warren Johnson of all of a sudden of the S10 Street Legal Drag Racing world.
That is awesome.
So the water box being wetted down, they're going to close the doors on Larry, and he is going to head down the racetrack. This car, you know, don't think I'm too out of line by saying I think there are more people that are emotionally attached to this thing than there are, or maybe will be, to that S10 truck. And I'm not taking anything away from the truck, but this is the car that people look at, and this is the car that they associate both with this event and with the guy sitting in the driver's seat.
5-time winner in that car. And did it never towing a trailer. Looks like they got a quad at the top end still.
Yeah, they're going to be pulling off there. Larry has started his car up. They have pulled the scooter off, and the truck is going to pull off there at the turnout. Kyle Loftus frantically attaching a GoPro. Jeff Stacy closes the passenger door. Larry closes himself inside, and he is likely more at home and at peace in the driver's seat of this car than probably anywhere else on Earth.
So once again, if you're watching at home, we are going to follow this pass out to the end and then bid you adieu as we close down our Eastwood live feed from the Drag Week Showdown presented by Gear Vendors.
Why'd you have to go French on me, man? Go right to the end. You start throwing the front doors out. So Big Block Chevrolet, 565 cubic inches, I do believe, is the displacement. At least that's what it was in the past. Steel car, over 3,000 pounds. And again, 2007, 2008, 2009, 10, 11, and 12. Hot Rod Magazine champion, of Drag Week champion. 13, it was Tom Bailey's turn. 14, it was Jeff Lutz's turn. And 15, it's Tom Bailey's turn again. If there is one besmirchment on Larry's record, it might be the fact that Bailey becomes only the second guy to ever win the unlimited class in the overall category twice. Larson's done it 5 times, but Bailey is the only multiple-time winner outside of Larry on that level. A fine way to take us out here at Gateway Motorsports Park in St. Louis after 6 fantastic days of drag racing across the middle part of this country and seeing some of the great Americana it has to offer. Larry Larson going to put it on the deck, fully staged, and here we go. And that's the Larry Larson run you want right there. It's hazing the tires, he's pulling the gears, and Larson, 751 with a 5 at 190 miles per hour. That's it, baby.
What a way to go. That was a perfect ending for our live feed here. And once again, we are out. Thank you very much, and bam!